What's up, guys? I know you guys are ready. I saw you guys backstage, and I'm like, my favorite couple.
Yeah, let's go.
I know. I had to change my background, but here's the thing, though. Behind me, I got my prayer corner. So I have it all set up with my icon.
Oh, it looks good.
Yeah, I got St. Moses the Black back here, and I got hold on, I got something crazy back here. I should actually take this out of my prayer corner. Let me get this out because I need to remove it. It's an anatomically correct vampire skull. So I don't know what it was doing back here. let me take that. So according to like anatomy, this is where the molars are supposed to anyways, it's weird relics and stuff like that.
You need to have an exorcism now. You gotta clean out the demons.
I don't know what that was.
Well, Orthodoxy has a lot of skulls, so you might be on the money.
No, I got skulls back here. I got that skull back here. Then I got a skull behind that right there too. So
Memento mori.
Yeah.
I know I got skulls galore because Orthodoxy has skulls, which is pretty base. So it's like something I love. But anyways, today's show is about modern dating and nihilism. We are about to get in the thick of things. This is going to be a very rough track. I've had some production made for this, so that way it could be really nice. Okay. And also, I have a segment called Dating in the Trenches. We're going to get through that. It's going to be rough, and I'm going to give you guys 10 questions throughout this whole series. And also, that will propose 10 paradoxical things in nature when it comes to dating in this modern culture. Not to mention that, but I've got some rough clips that you guys are going to have to bear with me. It's a little rough. I don't know, but I do have to ask you, how long has it been since you've been off of the dating market, both of you?
4 years. It'll be 4 years in April.
Okay, so not much has changed. We can at least assume that not much has changed, right? Mm-hmm. All right, it's gonna get crazy tonight. I'm just to kind of warn you guys. I got some clips. These clips. Woo! Okay, I'll just give you a hint. Anti-natalism plus. Mm-hmm. That's all of this. It's rough. It's rough.
You're not gonna surprise me with any of this stuff, man. Like I've talked to some of these Gen Zs. They're
I'll be surprised.
God, I'm gonna have to get your intel on some of this stuff. It's rough out here. I've also got some screenshots. I've also got some. There's a lot. Look at Zika's eyes. She was hold on. Yeah, this episode is gonna get kind of spicy. It's all appropriate. I'm an Orthodox Christian. You know, we're all Orthodox here. It's all going to be appropriate, but we have to talk about the challenges when we're dealing with dating, because right now we have a lot of fighters on our side, but these fighters, they aren't. Well, we'll get into that. Let me kind of go into this intro and stuff, because I got an intro. I got to play and some other stuff. You know how it is. A little production here, a little production there. All right, let's get into it, people. So there's a reason why I had that couple fighting for extra long time, because I want to let everybody know out there that this was going to go right into me talking about this, is that when you, and mind you, when we're talking about marriage, even in any relationship, maybe you guys can agree with me, maybe you can't, but this is my belief system. I think that you can have maybe a rocky romance or a rocky relationship for 4 damn years, maybe 3, maybe 5. But I think that if you can weather these storms and get past this, I think that's the hardest part for some people, is getting through these things. Now, before we even get to any of this stuff and this nonsense that is the modern dating market, and we're talking about the trenches here, I think that we have to get on the first date to even get to this period. But I think that right now, dating right now is a little rough with the paradox of choice and other things before us right now. We have social media. Women are scrolling throughout their social media, and they're recognizing this whole paradox of choice that's happening right now. And I'm pretty sure you guys know what the paradox of choice is, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar. It's working in sales for many years. You kind of hear a lot about the paradox of choice, and sometimes it gets phrased a little differently. You know, different authors of different precepts have like different cutesy terms for it.
I have never heard of this.
It's rough. It is extremely rough, because here's the thing, though. The reason why I wanted both of you to be on the panel is because in Orthodoxy, that can like lead to nihilism plus to some degree, because for every one girl or woman, there's like 10 dudes. Like, and we look at the Orthodox Church, like, Scott, do you see this as well too?
Yeah, and I think people like Homath are right on the money in terms of why, because you essentially have this hypergamy thing going on where all the women are trying to have like this small contingent of dudes who have their pick of the litter. And so, of course, they're just going to do what they can with as many women as will allow them to do it. And so these women are essentially all competing for the small coterie of males, and the rest of the males just essentially don't exist. They're just not even on their radar.
It's rough, because that's why Mo's in the chat, and I had a debate over like him with Red Pill. I still think I'm right to some degree, and this is why, because I think that when you look at things like this, like you are the one guy, like the one out of like 15 dudes, and there's like one woman that's single in your parish, or like maybe there's 2, they can like pass you over because like, and I've literally heard this in the church before. Well, I just didn't like the way his brown belt went with the brown shoes. It just wasn't the right. Like, really? This is why you're not going to, because it's like, well, when you have 9 other guys to look at, or like 15 other dudes, you're going to be like, well, yeah, you know what? I can wait, because if that doesn't work, I got this. If that doesn't work, like, guys don't really have that much of a choice, because you know, we got the one, and like everybody has like made a pass or done something. And it's like, this is why I don't go to my parish, to be honest. Like, that's why, because it's like, if I go to my parish, I'm just like, oh, look at all these dudes that are probably taller, whatever this. And that's where like the nihilism plus can come in, because you're thinking like, well, these guys already probably tried to talk to her. And then you find out, yeah, they did try to talk to her. And you're just like, and then she's like, I could wait. And then it gives this illusion like, I got infinite time to wait. Meanwhile, like 35's creeping up, 40-year-olds creeping up, and then 50, like, and it's like, well, next thing you know, we're at home with cats, and we're like one of those monastic life livers in the church now. It's like, what? That's what I'm saying.
No, Marte, this was week before last. I was at the parish. Scott stayed home with the girls because one of them got severely sick. It was disgusting. I'll just leave it at that. And he said, you go to church, I'll stay home. And I did. And it was awesome because I actually got to see the liturgy without a 2-year-old screaming and stuff. But I'm standing there at the end, and I'm wanting to talk to my spiritual father. And this guy comes up, he stands next to me, and I didn't think anything of it because the church is bursting at the seams. And he says, hi, what's your name? I said, oh, I'm Zinga. Hi. I think his name was Matthew. And he said he was awkwardly stood there longer, and I just went, all right. And I kept looking at the spiritual father because someone else was talking to him. And he goes, you single? No, I'm married. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he walked away. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's never going to find a girl. I'd never seen him before. We've never spoken to each other. And that's how he opened up.
Yeah, well, Well, this is something I was talking to, not to get into like the personal stuff. I was talking to my god brother, because I have a godfather. You guys are going to have like godfathers and mothers and an extension of a family. And my god brother was like, bro, you got to cast a wide net as a man in the Orthodox Church. And I was like, I don't like that, because that sounds very red pill for somebody like, mind you, I debated Mo on this, but it sounds very red pill of a guy to say this. And I'm like, that's why I think that we have to look at reality of this. And it's like, well, I can't just look at a parish. I can't just look at, and then we're also going to get into the topic of Orthodox or Christian men getting outside of the church and trying to convert somebody, because that's basically what you're going to have to do if you're the guy that thinks about this, and then the options and ramifications that are going to happen. Because think about this. If a man is in the church and he is like, well, there's only one lady at my parish that I can have as a wife, but then there's like 15 other suitors besides me, and I'm in line. It's like you're probably going to be like, well, let me check out these dating apps and let me see what this life is like, because maybe a woman will follow me from a Protestant church, and maybe she'll find Orthodoxy appealing. Like, that's across the back of my mind. 50,000 in 1.5 times. Not to be too accurate here, but I'm just being honest with you. So. And it's led me down this path where I did go, to be honest. I did open up dating apps, and I looked through, and these were like dating apps that not only did I have before, because in Scott and Zynga, they don't delete your messages, or people that try to hit on. My list of women that were trying to hit on me was like crazy, because I haven't checked on it in a long time. And these women were like, hello, are you there, sir? Are you like, they're trying to hit on me. And I got messages from them, and I automatically scrolled down this before this podcast, I automatically was in school, and I scrolled down the profiles of like all these women that were interested in me. Can you tell me what the red flags are? Brace yourself. Okay. You got to tell me what the red flags are that maybe I saw as well too, and give me some feedback off of it. Because if we're talking about the dating market, I have to show you what it looks like.
Uh-oh.
What is wrong with this?
Yoga.
I was like, this woman is interested in me. She has yoga. Oh, dang. Okay. Typical Sunday, this, and then yoga. Automatic L. That was an automatic L. Okay, let's go down to this is brutal. This is going to be pretty brutal. This is so brutal. It's so bad. And mind you, I omitted the names and stuff, so I'm not doxing people.
You do like Orthodox swipe left, swipe right.
Yeah. But all these women swiped on me, and then I went to go check in their profile, and I was like, nope. So I'm swiping left on everybody, because I was like, this is what's wrong. If you're an Orthodox person and you're thinking that you can convert somebody and get out there in the secular dating market, and you're like, well, they're Christian too. All right, well, let's continue with these possible red flags. All right, here goes the next one.
What? Care to explain?
Yeah, my love language is listening. I know. I have my own. Like, I'm just like, I saw that. And then the thing that I saw at the bottom was spiritual. I was like, what?
It's another thing too. She's saying she's not political. That's always a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I saw that the fence sitter position, like, I'm not political. No, you have a side. Everybody's got a side. So then I saw that. I was like, oh, this is brutal. All right. This is brutal for even me, because I'm getting PTSD again here. All right.
Yeah, that's a no.
Here we go. Okay, because you guys are going to be like the pseudo vetters, right? All right, next one. What's wrong with both of? There's two things wrong here.
There's
spiritual
three.
And liberal.
Yes.
One, she's an attorney.
Well, they love to debate, so they're going to debate me as an attorney at law. Yeah. As a spiritual liberal, that's crazy.
It means she's going to be a boss babe, and she ain't going to want to take any directions whatsoever from you.
Yeah, that is crazy. Let me take that from the studio. I'm going to take these down too. All right, I got three more, and then we're going to get into another segment. Oh gosh, this is rough even for me. These are women.
She'll be like, Marte, I was a litigator. Okay,
Listen,
you stick to.
I can give you some tips on how to debate better.
I've done litigation. Thank you. I think that I'm in an apartment. I don't want this baby inside the apartment. There's an eviction that's happening on the 5th. Like, bitch, I know you're in an apartment. You say you're in an apartment. Come on. I just want somebody that's going to sign a permanent lease. And not
before our first date, can you sign this contract?
Yeah.
It says what you can and cannot touch.
That's crazy.
That's just knowing the good silverware.
All right, we're gonna continue on with the next one. I got. Whoa, this gets rough. Hold on. Yeah.
Again with the yoga. It's
yoga
like
again
for chicks.
So this is the thing though. Yoga constantly pops up. Yoga is constantly the mantra. It's either spirituality and yoga. And these two things are always going to be the antithesis of what I believe in my walk. Like, so for anybody that's a Christian man out there, it's like, maybe I can convert this woman from yoga and tell her why yoga is evil or what the pagan origins of yoga. Like, it's going to be hell in brimstone trying to talk her on your way to this side. It's just crazy. All right, here we go.
I have a thing about yoga too with women. It's Starbucks spirituality for them. It's very low impact. It's low commitment. It's entirely feelings driven. And the entire experience is catered towards a woman consumer to get them to come back. You know, they do like this stuff called like Shavasana at the end where they get you into like a little dark room with the little pillows and everything. And they play soothing music with rainwater. And they basically just give you lots of positive affirmations. Like, you're like a glowing entity and you're just full of vibrancy and life and you are beautiful and you are enough and stuff like that. And like, they'll be coming out like crying.
Oh,
and stuff.
Man.
And so the entire experience is catered for like demons to basically seduce basic white women's minds and turn them into like mush. And so that's why they all love it. That's why they all do it. It's like going to church without any of the actual shame and commitment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's having everything except for the accountability. And here's the other thing too, is like I used to be a yoga instructor, believe it or not. I know, that's my past. The way I left it behind me. And I was a grandmaster in right hand Reiki, and I was very spiritual. All this, I just found out in those communities that they don't like. There's an inversion that happens to feminine nature. They'll always talk about, you know, the feminine, divine feminine, but divine masculine is absent. It doesn't exist. They always talk about Gaia. There's no like male version of Earth or anything like this. So here's the thing though, is there's a very sneaky thing that happens in this community, especially in dating apps, is they'll call themselves goddesses. You ever notice that? They'll deify themselves on dating apps, and they'll tell you this. They'll say, yeah, you know, I'm having a goddess retreat. You know, Scott, it would sound really weird if you and I had a god retreat. And we like, this would sound really weird if we said that, right?
It would legit sound weird, yeah. But I think it's just part of this larger trend of, I think Rachel talks about it and does a really good job, Rachel Wilson. But like all of this feminism gets funneled into sort of a pseudo-religious demonic thing where, you know, like I used to be with a woman who was really big into like circus arts. And so we were always around people who were into circus arts. Well, circus arts people are always around sex workers and pole dancers and all these sort of crews all sort of somehow coalesce together. Isn't that interesting? And so they would always be talking about goddess this and pass the ball of light as we warm up. Yeah. And all of it inevitably is woo-woo, witchcraft, demon worship stuff, all kind of packaged together. And it all just kind of goes into the same category. And so anytime you meet these women, you know, they're young, they're kind of lithe, they're fit, they seem really attractive, they take care of themselves. And it's like, oh, it's because they're part of this sort of group of people. And so it's like, they can be very physically appealing, but spiritually, they're just a mess.
Yeah. And that's the thing though, is these women, like, at least more than half of them are really gorgeous. Like, they're beautiful. If I wasn't an Orthodox Christian, I would have been like, man, all right, that's Tuesday for me to date. That's like, I'm not talking about sex and laying down with, because I was actually abstinent for a very long time. And I lost my V card at like 25, like late in life. So when it comes to this, like I wasn't the kind of guy to rush out to the streets and, you know, just run through, you know, I don't do that. It has never been my MO. That's not what I did. But like, I would say as a secular person, if I went out there and I didn't really care about my religious denomination or care about my path with Christ, I'd probably be like, yeah, I'm dating her on Tuesday. We'll see what happens. I'm dating. So now it's like, I'm drawing a hard line because I think that now it's not just the Orthodox Church. It's out there in the world where you're the one guy. And then there's like all these women with all their options, and you're just lost in this whole pack of people that you now don't want to date because either they're yoga or they're spiritual. They just don't want the accountability and all this other stuff. But I have 2 more screenshots I want to this is so
Let's see
brutal.
'em.
All right, here we go. Liberal. And then guess what?
Sex therapist.
And relationship therapist at Mental Health.
At Mental Health.
Yikes. And
That
then
means she does it for free
the other thing
online.
next to woman.
She's also into sign language, which is a huge lefty hobby. They all got to be into sign language because they want to be super duper duper inclusive.
Did you see
And
the other thing
she's
too?
Bisexual, and she's a Pacific
Yeah.
Islander. Oh my gosh, dude, that's like this one's got to have purple hair and a nose ring.
She actually didn't. She was a brunette. I remember, but here's the thing though, because I had to crop the picture, crop her out of it. But this is the thing though. These are women that are interested in me, and I have Orthodox Christian on the this is crazy, and I'm just like, you
Witches
not
don't
like
care, bro.
these women are crazy. They
don't
honestly
care.
don't care.
They don't care.
Well, most people don't care if they don't have values. They just figure no one else does. When I was on the dating app on Hinge, and when I met Scott, I met a guy that played drums at his church every Sunday. And I was telling him that I'm very devout. I wasn't even Orthodox at the time. And I said, yeah, I'm very devout, and I'm waiting for marriage till I have sex. And he was like, nah, I ain't about that. He played drums at his church every Sunday. You would think he's devout, but he wasn't. So these people don't have values. They say they're something, but they can change their mind tomorrow. And they just figure everyone else is the same way, I think.
Yeah, it is crazy because the people that hit me up, I'm just like, wow, you got 2 nose rings, and you're like, yeah, it's just wild out there. So I have one more I'm going to show. That last one was crazy. It was the ton of red flags.
That one was all red flags, dude. There were no other flags.
Super red. All right, here we go. Here, I'm going to show you one last one before we get to the nitty gritty. Here we go.
Too old.
Look at her intro, her unusual skills.
Yeah, okay. Someone to pay for extra guacamole.
Her skills are pretending to listen.
She's one of those women who's gone on a ton of dates with men she wasn't attracted to just to get free meals.
I'm like, how is your skill pretending to listen? Like this, literally, like, so guess what, Scott? I said today, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to screenshot everything, and I didn't even skip anybody. This was all in a row. It wasn't like I cherry picked these people. It was in a row. It wasn't like, okay, let me only find the bad ones. They all were like this.
Trust me, dude, I get it. Because I met my wife on Hinge on an app like this, and so, I was there too. Now, I didn't try very hard. Like, I was very lazy with my dating. I would just kind of throw out a little bit of information and see if anything came back. And every now and then I'd get
That's what I'm saying.
I'd get some pings, and I'd have some conversations, but usually it didn't go past a couple lines of dialogue. And then they would come back. Like, I don't know if this happens to you, but like, you'd pretty much dismiss them, and they'd dismiss you or ghost you, and you'd be like, okay, I'm done with that one, and you'd remove them. And then they'd be like, I don't know, 3 weeks, 3 months later, like, hey, ... And it's like, hey, yourself? Like, what do you want?
Yeah, it's crazy because like, so, all right, let me change the screen up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So here's the thing though, is like, it's rough out there. And I did the same thing that you did, Scott, is I was like, I didn't really pay too much attention, and I deleted the apps, but I didn't like remove my profile. So all of my profiles were up, and people could still message them even if I didn't have the app on my phone. So I just downloaded it just to see, because I was like, you know what? I'm not really finding too much luck in the Orthodox Church where I'm at, or any Orthodox church. So I'm just like, if you think about this, it's like time is of the essence. We don't really have too much time. And then here's the other thing that I'm going to get into. So I do debates, and you guys know I do debates against a lot of liberals, lefties, people like this, right? Here's the problem that I ran into. And not only was this a big problem, but I was like, okay, I'm going to debate this person, I'm going to debate that person. And then I ran into so many different debates with people that were like anti-natalist. People were just anti-Christianity, anti all this other stuff. And I'm like pro-Christianity, right? Mm-hmm. So here's the thing though, is I look at it like this. I'm a guy that's telling these people and giving them prescriptions. And I'm like, okay, you need to have kids. You need to settle down and get married. And then what they're going to do is say, hey, hold on. Do you have a wife, Marte? What do I say? Like, Marte, do you got kids? Like, do you have a bunch of children because you want me to have children? Like, I have, like, that takes a lot of wind out of my argument. And it's like, how am I going to sit here and fight for said traditional values? Think about this. Like, this is very deep. I'm probably gonna, this is like a jab at myself too. Like, I'm out here fighting, but I'm not like making haste or trying to kind of like make sure that this is like something that's taken care of on my end. So I can say, hey, I'm walking this walk. I don't have that. That's another reason why I'm out here on the dating market as well too, because I'm like, time is of the essence, and it's like I can't be out here living a walking contradiction. That's really what it looks like.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. I can give you some insight into that from a different angle. I was a martial arts instructor, studio manager for years and years, and that was kind of my primary career for a long time. And I remember I became certified in a number of ways so that I could do, law enforcement and military training. So I would go in and sorry, the focus is getting a little weird. It's distracting me, but I was a military subcontractor. So I would train like Navy SEALs, like different mixed units out of like SOCOM and JSOC. And, I would deal with like air marshals, sheriff's deputies, people who actually had to like go out and beat the streets and stuff. And I'm teaching them how to do like use of force guidelines. I'm teaching them how to protect themselves and stuff. And I remember I always felt like this internal contradiction, like, well, I've never done these jobs. Like, I never served in the military. I was never in law enforcement. And I always felt like I was kind of a fraud on some level. And I always had imposter syndrome, even though I was a good instructor. And I got a lot of people came back to me saying, yeah, your skills saved my life, or I actually was able to stop a situation because of X. And so I know it worked, but there was still that part of me that was like, but is it real? Because I don't have the cred, you know what I mean? And so I actually became, a sheriff's deputy, and I worked in the jail and all this stuff. And I remember as soon as I did it, I regretted it. And I was just like, I don't need this to have street cred. Like, this is not helping. This is not actually this is not validating me. What I was doing before was perfectly good enough. And so I would say, from a religious point of view, if you're going to go out there and you're going to espouse good, godly principles, then you don't have to be married with 6 kids to say that that's a good thing, right? So even if they call you out on it, you can just be like, whatever, dude. Like, the stats speak for themselves. I don't need to give you anecdotal information anyway. And the other part of it, I'd say, is that if you are talking about orthodoxy specifically, a big part of our tradition is that lay people who are essentially celibate are some of the most impactful people. A lot of them are the saints. And so, if they want to attack you from that angle, just be like, hey, most of the people who actually wrote a lot of our religion were people who didn't have families.
Well, but the problem with that is like, I'm telling these people, like, and you're right. But here's the thing, though. It's very difficult for anybody to push back on a patriarchal worldview when you are actually living it and fighting it. That's the thing. So if you think about this, I understand that we have saints, but I'm literally telling these people, hey, why are you, deleting your babies? Why don't you stay with a man and just keep him because you think men are lowly, on TikTok or YouTube or anywhere else where I debate people? They'll basically say men are beneath me, women worship and all this other stuff. And it's like, I understand you have this egalitarian worldview, but it's like, this is why it's beneficial, because society is better off having nuclear families, traditional, all these other things. And it's like, I could tell them like, hey, there are saints that didn't have kids, there are saints that had these lifestyles. But I'm like, then I bring in these cat lady women that are like, yeah, oh, hold on. So you're talking to me. Like, I don't have sex and I don't have kids. I have cats. It's like, so I do want to kind of fast track this a little bit to where, and I'm not saying it in a foolish way, but I think that anybody who's intelligent and truly understands everything about our worldview would fast track the opportunity to meet somebody in order to make sure this happens, to make sure they're compatible, and to make sure things work. So I think right now I'm doing my due diligence out there to make sure like I'm vetting people and doing everything. So I'm active. That's what I'm gonna say. Not I
sexually
think
it's good that you're pursuing it. You're pursuing the life that you're promoting. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. So
you can't. Do they want you to be the man that they think you are, which is to go steal some chicks and make babies? You got to pursue the woman. You got to woo her.
You know what they want. according to these profiles, these women that have swiped right on me, like, and people could say, well, you're too picky because she's just into yoga. That's all. Well, yoga's a very big, nasty thing in the end of this. And Scott detailed this correctly when it has pagan origins, and you're talking about ties to witchcraft and all this. It's a very big, nasty thing. And it's like, that's not picky. That's just, you're just vetting. But it's like, we're also gonna dive into this conversation as far as like, what your list should have in dating, and like, is that too petty, things like that. We're going to get into all that later on.
Okay.
So all right, I have another segment. This is going to get crazy out here because I know what's in store for you guys. Just bear with me. This podcast is going to get off the rails in just a little bit. All right, let me roll this out real quick.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
All right. Brace yourselves. This is so I have to give everybody an immersive experience because of the screenshots, to show you what the apps are looking like for a guy, or even anybody out here, or for what it's looking like out here for anybody that's Christian and pursuing somebody. But I also have to show you some videos. So this is where it gets kind of hairy. Bear with me. And then grit your teeth, grab onto your seats, and try to brace yourself a little bit. This is going to get rough.
I would require a deposit to take me on a date to cover my date preparation costs. I'm now working with an app developer to make this a reality. This is actually happening. We are building the app. I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you this is the best damn dating app you have ever seen, because there is a clear difference here where the woman can set the deposit rate and the man can pay for her date preparation costs. So as a woman, you're going to walk into the date already so happy, and that's going to lead to a better date and a better connection. And that gives the man a better chance of succeeding in courting you. The app is called Courted. So when people ask, how did you meet? You can say, he courted me. So cute. The website already looks absolutely stunning, and the app itself, incredible. All of the features are so unique and nothing like you've ever seen on any dating app. Oh, and to everyone who said you can't do that, guess what? I just did. So we are going to launch this city by city. And if you want early access, click the link in my bio and sign up. Let's make dating fun again.
You know how many women are going to grift off of this? Like, yo, this, like, I almost want to be like, bro, I'm out the dating market for real. Like, no, not that nihilism, but like, I'm just saying it's bad out here in these streets.
First off, dude, did you see the eyes?
I was gonna say the eyes.
Yeah, the eyes are crazy. The eyes are crazy.
That's the first thing a dude should look for. The eyes are a window to the soul.
Those
and
eyes
if they're too big, like she's been taking something, that is a red flag. That's the reddest of all the reds.
You know that scene from Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Where,
Oh,
the
no,
judge
not
turns
that
into
one.
the
Guy-
tune at the end, and the eyes are like daggers sticking out.
Yeah.
That's
That
what
was
that reminded
crazy.
me of.
And I'm bringing this up. Marte doesn't know I'm going to say this, just to squelch any drama that could ensue. But the first time I ever saw Sarah the Tomato, I was watching her and I was like, that's some big eyes. She got the crazy eyes. Scott walked by, saw me watching it. I was sitting right here and he goes, that chick's eyes, man. And I was like, yeah.
That's crazy. Oh man, Scott on the money.
Don't you want to pay money to hang out with me?
That's crazy. But apparently she's saying she set TikTok ablaze because she's trying to come out with this. And I looked into this, they are creating this app where people are going to have to put a deposit so you can take care of a woman's expenses for a date. I'm like, so all of this is just to get guys to simp. before they
I was
like
gonna
this
say,
is
this
crazy.
is just OnlyFans, but like with less hurdles to go through.
And this
Yeah,
is demonic
only-
on its
only
face
simps.
too, because it does emasculate men. Anything emasculating men is demonic in nature because it's taking them down from the place that they should be. I don't like that at all. She needs a spank. I don't know who her mom is, but she did not get spanked properly when she was a child.
Yeah,
Or
that was
maybe she
crazy.
got spanked too good by the dad. Like,
That's just insane. I can't believe that she's creating an app for this. Like, I don't understand that, but
I was gonna ask you if it's real.
you know, I almost want to be like, I don't even know if that's real myself. You know, it just seems kind of ludicrous for somebody to come out with an app like this. But
I mean,
I should be a lesbian and go on and see how much people are charging. Like, I'll
It'd
be your
probably be
sugar
crazy.
mama daddy.
it would
how
probably
much
be
you-
crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll continue. I think I need to. I don't know if you guys remember this drink from back in the day.
oh my gosh, where'd you find Jolt?
Don't drink this, Scott, by the way, because I went to work one day and made the
I grew up
mistake
with
to
it.
drink one. My heart was beating in my throat, bro. I
Dude,
thought I was
I
gonna have a
used to
heart
drink that
attack.
stuff when I was a little kid.
Bro, you're crazy. This stuff is I bought 2 cans. I'm not drinking this one. This is crazy.
It's an energy drink. It looks like a cola.
Oh man.
It's a cola, but it has like 4 times the caffeine of like a Coca-Cola.
And it's got like B12, it's got niacin, like 1,000 milligrams, like so it amplifies the caffeine that's in there already. It's just psycho.
Mhm.
I just wanted to bring you a blast from the past.
Is that
All
in
right.
your date deposit? You got to buy me a jolt.
Oh, gosh,
Buy me
that's
a jolt,
easy.
ladies. I'll give you.
That's
a
how
jolt.
you make.
Can
That's
buy me
the
a
only
jolt?
way you're gonna make her heart go crazy for you is if you get her a jolt. That's it.
Drink this, baby. Have a good day, girl.
All right, we'll
Samples at the
continue with the
mall.
video right now. This is gonna get crazier.
let's
With
see.
God first in their profile be like,
Every morning I start my day with a cup of coffee and my favorite scripture from the Bible.
Like that's crazy, bro.
It's true.
It's true.
Like, that's crazy.
You know what's funny is like now that some of these attractive chicks are starting to recognize that there's a lot of ortho bros out there and there's some like street cred to be had there. You're starting to see them going into like these churches and stuff, and it's just like, I'm just so in love with orthodoxy, you know.
Theotokos.
Holy Theotokos.
Oh man, that's crazy.
It's just like they're wearing like the head wrap to where they almost look like Muslims, but then like the crack will be showing and their dress is so tight. It's like,
That's
really,
why-
sister?
This is why I'm glad that we have the catechesis that we do. It kind of weeds out people.
Yes.
Like you having to go through this whole process and this filter. Like I did damn near like 2 years of like catechesis to get triple immersed and all that. But even then, that's when the battle really starts. But yeah, this kind of weeds out a lot of the people at riffraff from the church, I would say, from what I saw, because I'm like, if you can't just go get dunked like Nala Ray or that one woman that got dunked recently and she's still having a corn career, like you can't just jump in and do
Lily?
that.
Lily Phillips.
Yeah, you can't pull a Lily Phillips in an Orthodox church. You're not doing that.
Well, that's why I'm glad I met Scott, but let's say I was still single right now, I would be on the hunt. I'm also 36. So I'd be hunting, but like, yeah, I'd be like the cougar I'd be the cougar at the parish. But anyway, because of the
She
vetting
said she'd be the
process,
cougar at the parish.
I probably
All right.
would. But the vetting process, it weeds out a lot of people because before I met Scott, being at a Protestant church, like some of the guys that were the holiest seemingly, like they yelled the loudest or they raised their hand the highest or they showed the most emotion or spoke in tongues the hardest, they had the worst character, especially when it came to women. And so I know it's harder for men, but even for women, it can be really difficult. So I'm betting that if you go to a Orthodox parish, you're a single woman, you could probably bet that guy's probably legit. And you also have a spiritual father to ask because he has to confess his sins. Like, oh no, stay away from that guy. He's not ready, or whatever. Just orthodoxy weeds out a lot. And I wish it had come to the West a long time ago, but.
Yeah. I'm glad that I found orthodoxy, but I don't think that, because I have to choose my words very carefully. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's made the option of doing dating easier. If that's correct.
No.
I don't think it's made it easier. Like you'd think, okay, well, cool. There's a whole community of people that have this like-minded sense of traditional values and things like this. But then when I go to my parish, I find out that there's like, I'm not going to say cliques, but there's people that don't talk to other groups and stuff. But even in coffee hour, do you have your own group that you go to normally? And then there's another group that you normally go to. So you have to have the courage to overcome approach anxiety to do this. And then when you do that, you get shut down. And it's like, the reason why that would probably be rough is because it's like, yeah, you got shut down by the only available. It's like, that's rough. Like, it's like, bro, not just one, the only. It's like, all right, so I have to. So my god brother's right when he says you do have to cast a wide net. And I'm like, well, hey, you know what? Hinge. It's like, that's where it's rough. But
You know,
that's why I got all these clips and all this context for you.
I was gonna say, I was listening to a stream a few months ago, and Jay was talking to, I think it was somebody that called in, maybe, or I can't remember, but he was suggesting that men, if you can't find an Orthodox girl, a lot of the Reformed Baptist women are like right there, and if you have a connection with this woman, she'll likely follow you into Orthodoxy. So Jamie Dyer was Reformed Baptist when they met, and she converted, and obviously they're now married. And there was another guy that was like, actually, that's exactly what I did. So maybe the Reformed Baptist chicks are the ones you can,
Reformed Baptists.
Got to go hunting at Baptist churches.
Oh man, I'm not trying to walk into a Baptist church. I'll tell you this right. By the way, so this is a little side note. I think that if Don Lemon had walked into a predominantly black Baptist church, that shit wouldn't have happened.
Well,
that would never happen.
Well, the whole idea was white supremacy, right? Yeah, that wouldn't have worked out.
Right. It would have never happened because the mothers in the first pew with the hats bigger than their heads having the hat competition, and then the guys that are the ushers, they call them ushers, they would have just whooped his ass. Like,
well, people fight in black churches. Did you see the video of the two worship leader ladies? They almost got into a fist fight. Some dudes had to come on the stage to stop them in the middle of the worship service.
Oh, that's crazy. And
you've seen other people, like I've seen like where there's been altar calls and then a fight ensues during the sermon. Like, black people are just like, they're right there and ready. You give them a chance and they're ready to fight. So if those white people had come in, it would have been a knockdown, drag out for sure.
That's why I was like, I understand why Don Lemon didn't walk into a predominantly black Baptist church, because that wouldn't have flew at all. Like, of course he would have walked into a white church where they're like, oh, you know what? We're just super passive over here. Matter of fact, being nice is our tagline. Like, that would have never flew in a black church. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
People were saying they wouldn't have done that to a mosque, and I'm like, they wouldn't have done it to a black church either.
Yeah, it's definitely not a black church. All right, I got way more clips, and it believe me, if you thought it was crazy, it gets crazier. Well, I threw in some funny stuff to kind of lighten the mood a little bit because I don't want it to be nothing but nihilism. So here we go.
If you find that your wife is continuously ordering boxes from Amazon and receiving them every day, let her know that she should be satisfied with just one box. Because after all, you've been getting the same box for years, and it's not even Prime anymore.
Michael, that is Michael. That is so mean. And
why is it that wives are always expected to cook for their husbands? Like, why wouldn't it be the other way around?
It's the law, babe.
What do you mean the law?
According to the law, all prisoners must be fed 3 meals a day.
Michael!
I had to do it because I was like, that's some funny marriage life humor. I had to throw it.
Michael.
She was like, Michael.
You ever see
they have a really good marriage if they could do videos like that.
I was going to say, those two are probably really happy. Did you ever see the episodes of this one couple that went viral where they just do horrific pranks to each other? Like,
oh, you're talking about like the cream and the bubbles?
Yeah, like where they're like knocking each other down with stuff, and like stuff's like elaborately falling from the ceiling when they open doors.
Yeah, that's funny. I think the guy's a firefighter or EMS or something like that. Yeah, those are pretty good videos. I like watching couples like that but this is like where the delusion comes in, because if you see that video, you're like, oh, I want to find that. in on this dating market, you're talking about unicorns, and it's like, but even if I mention unicorns, that's like 1 inch over from being nihilism. Because if you're looking at unicorns, guess what's next door to that? It's like now you have one-itis, and it's just all bad. But we're not going to walk down that alley. More content coming up, though.
We're not a prisoner. What?
I think men have the societal pressure to be a protector, a provider, a leader, and a lot of times they don't want to live up to that standard because they didn't have someone to teach them that. And I think,
do you think are worthy of living up to that standard in today's day and age?
Most of them.
Do I think men are worthy of living?
No, because you're saying a lot of guys don't feel the need to rise up to the occasion of being a protector, a provider, a provisioner. Fine. Do you think are worthy of that though in today's day and age? Because you're saying guys don't want to rise up to it, so I'm asking, like, do you think worthy of that today?
if a man is a leader, then he would lead. So he would teach his women to be worthy of that. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't think
as far as it comes to both, I think it, like I said, I think it's equal.
So yeah, that's crazy. I don't post a lot of Fresh and Fit because I don't like to delve into like a lot of red pill content. But I wanted her response. She was like, well, if he's a leader, he's just going to lead anyways. Like, but this takes two people.
I like how the other 304s though understood what he was saying, and they're like, "No, we're not worth it."
No.
yeah, they were like, "Yeah, we're not worth
Not
it."
really. No.
I'm gonna do an entire stream, and I'm gonna act like a 304 on the whatever or the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Watch that be the show gets you the most subscribers of any show you've ever done.
I'm gonna do it, but I gotta get I gotta get some fake sleeves.
That's wild. Get you like a bodysuit so it looks like your boobs, but they're not real. Just giant.
No, that's
Give me a
insane.
wig.
Zynga. I think that's a bad. You're gonna catfish people.
You're gonna have like the eyelashes that look like butterflies.
Scott, you're endorsing her to catfish people. That's bad. The optics are bad. I do not support that.
All the brothers are showing up. They're like, I don't know what an orthodox is, but you fine.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I don't know about all that.
I don't know what that orthodox is.
Whatever, you can orthodox me all night long.
Oh my
All right,
God.
I had to throw some nature in here too, by the way, too. It's so bad that nature has reflected our dating landscape as well, too.
Just taking it.
Bro,
he's like thinking about video games. He's thinking about
like he's getting an earful. Like, bro, really? And he moves his head, and she like adjusting, gets in. She's like,
It's like
that bird has dealt with that for a while.
That's crazy. I was like, what? This bird gets into.
it's not her fault. She was drunk.
Yeah, he's probably mad. She's probably mad because he didn't make 100 worms last year. So just like that's probably what happened. I need somebody in the higher bracket. You make it. You didn't make 100 worms last year. We having problems. Like,
Brad made me a
there are
nest
better birds
in
out there.
college.
This is crazy. All right, here we
You
go.
I shouldn't have married a black.
I don't know if there's a place for me.
There's a place for everyone in this world.
It's perfect.
I had to. I'm sorry. I just had to do it.
That's funny.
All right, here we go. I threw some lighthearted stuff in there. Here we go. Back to the nihilism. Here we go.
Time you seen a tall man with a tall ass woman. Tall men ain't even attracted to tall women. They like short women. So then they take all the short women, then they leave all the tall women out here. Now it's just a bunch of short dudes trying to talk to tall women, and tall women don't like short men, but short men love tall women. The tall women looking for the tall dudes, but the tall dudes done stole all the short women, so the short dudes can't have no short women. It's crazy. It's stupid.
Okay, this video.
I mean, that
He
is true.
ain't wrong.
That is true. And I was just like, what the? I mean, I had an ex that was like 6'1", so it's whatever. It's just I don't know.
When I was in college, I went on a few dates with a woman who was 6'7" without shoes.
Yeah, it's pretty tall.
She put the heels on, and it was like, "All right, you ready to go out?"
Yeah, I went with I'm not gonna tell that story. You know what? It's not that bad. So I went out with this one woman, and I was bouncing at the time, but I was like, I was with this woman, and we were dating for a long time. I called her Big Bird because she was tall, but she didn't know about that. So to my friends, I called her Big Bird, but I didn't call her Big Bird to her face.
Oh my God.
She was like 6 foot. She was like 6 feet tall, and we were dating. And she had another friend that was 6 foot tall. And what was crazy was because I was dating her, her friend wanted to date me. And she was like, and this was like, I was a DJing at the time, but I wasn't like sleeping around and stuff. We hadn't even slept together, but she was really interested in me, and we were dating. And we showed up together, and I didn't know, like, I knew that her friend didn't know that she was hitting on me behind her back. So I had 2 6 foot tall. So anyways, needless to say, the optics were crazy. I went out to different clubs that I bounced at and other clubs that I wasn't bouncing at with 2 women, and walking in with them and just letting everybody guess what the situation was. That was like an ego, like, I'm just gonna, even though nothing happened, but my ego was like, stupid.
Was like, who was that dude?
My ego was retarded at the time, but anyways, yeah, but it's like, so I've seen it. I think a lot of this is just your competency and your level of like understanding and your ability to talk to women. If you could talk to women and you could, like, I know this whole feelings thing, like, I understand that there's that level of like timing, and then, you know, if you can make them remember how you made them feel and all this other stuff. I already know all that stuff. But I think at the heart of this, when we're living this Orthodox life and this life with Christ, I think fundamentally in our understanding, like, I think that we are inevitably chasing Christ. We just want a woman that's going to chase Christ with us. That is what makes dating hardest, because right now, if I'm scrolling through apps, if I'm talking to women, and there's like nobody at the parish, but if I'm talking to people out there and meeting them, that's the biggest hurdle, is having them to feel like, because I don't want to proselytize, I don't want to evangelize people, like, I don't want to do any of this stuff, but I'm like, well, how much of this is a part of that? Because they're not Orthodox, they're going to have to convert at some point. And I'm just like, and you know, the red flags that we saw in the dating app, you're like, that's going to be a tough conversion. You're bisexual and you're spiritual, like, this is great. Like, I'm just like, gosh.
Ironically, man, it's like the ones who need the church the most are like the ones you kind of have to avoid. It's tough because it's like, those are the ones who really, really need to go, but they don't need to go with you. I think that given the situation on the ground as it stands, if we're just gonna, you know, call a spade and not sugarcoat things, it's going to be really tough for single folks like you and for these new Gen Zs that are turning to Orthodoxy to find a woman at the church in the parish. We know this, because there's so few of us to begin with, and then you just are reducing that down even more because it's not a feminized religion that's catered to female experience the way Protestant churches in the West typically are. And so what I think needs to happen, and I think this might appeal to a lot of young guys, is we need to be conquerors. We need to go out, find the women, just be ultra Orthodox in front of them and shameless about it, and just be like, you follow me, you become Orthodox, right? And I think the women who want a strong, capable man who actually seems like he has a direction in his life, a lot of them will follow along and be like, okay, I'll put the thing on my head. And I think they'll do it. If you, it's kind of like Mr. Miyagi, right? It's like, you know, all the way across the street, you're safe.
I'm listening.
You don't go, you're good. But if you go halfway, you squish like a grape. You know, it's like, if you don't commit to being a manly man on this, they're not going to follow you.
Yeah, I think everybody's got their own rendition of what a manly man is, because I think that fitness has died down in America. That's another thing too. Testosterone's plummeting in our nation. Matter of fact, and Scott, you know this, and I know you'd agree with me, if the movie Predator had come out, that would be called Toxic Masculinity, the movie. If it came out like today in 2026, like, it would either be canceled or they'd be like, we need to edit 26% of this movie out of guys with like tank tops and no female cast at all. Like, this would totally not even probably fly. But it's like, now we're kind of indoctrinating a group of men on the dating market that are now soft and buying into this egalitarianism and saying, you know what, there's a boss babe, so let me match her instead of leading. And to me, that's not leading the relationship. Like, when the woman says, I'm going to set the price on this dating app, and then you're going to pay for this to determine if you qualify. That actually makes her the leader, not you. Now we're having a whole generation of women leading this dating market when men aren't doing that at all, because now society's propagandizing men to not lead this dating market. Now Christians are like, what are we to do? And that's where the nihilism creeps in.
And I think again, you guys are just gonna have to roll into the social spaces. You're gonna have to roll into the churches. You're gonna have to roll into your workplace, and just be like, "Hey, Becky, you want to grab a cup of coffee?" And you're just gonna have to do it the old school way, like the millennials and the X's did. And and if you realize, like, hey, this person doesn't have exactly the same faith as me, but there's some Christian, I can work with this. Then just tell her, like, oh, I'm Orthodox and I'll be marrying somebody who's Orthodox. It could be you if you play your cards right, and just have fun with it. And I think what will end up happening is a lot of these, you'd be surprised, is a lot of these guys these guys will have better success because they'll just be pursuing things that make them better as individuals. They'll be making themselves stronger, more confident, more capable, and they'll have purpose, things they're looking for. Like, you get these young guys who are like, oh, I'm going to become a reader in my parish, and I'm working really hard to get promoted at my job, and I just got myself my first car ever, and I'm working on my fitness, and I'm taking my skincare or routine or whatever seriously, and I'm doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu as a hobby. And you show that that's your thing, that these are your goals. The women will follow you because they're like, that dude has purpose in life. That dude has a direction. That dude will take care of me. That dude will actually fight if something happens to me. And then if they figure out, oh, he's an Orthodox Christian, well, I don't really understand what that is, but I'm willing to try because this dude's kind of a catch.
So here's the crazy part about this. And of course, I have anecdotes and personal experience that I'm going to spew here because I'm here. Of course, I'm going to throw in my anecdotes. It's funny because when I was broken in college, or like when I was doing that and couch surfing and all this, I had so many numbers. Like, I had so many women's numbers when I didn't have anything, right? And then only to find out that when I started becoming successful, turned into a pro athlete, now there's like a tumbleweed that never was there before rolling through my living room. Or my phone, actually. It's like, so that's the crazy thing that happens. And there's this phenomena that we hear in dating. And I know this has like nothing to do with the topic. Well, we'll say it's a non sequitur, but I'm going to throw it in anyways, because Scott, maybe you can probably relate to this. Like, if you ever notice that when you break up with somebody, all the women it's just tumbleweed through your phone. But when you're with somebody, all the women come out the woodwork. Like, there's crazy phenomena that we see in this dating market all the time. Just like when I was broke and had nothing, when I was couch surfing, when I was running track in college and eating ramen noodles, believe it or not. And like all my books were on loan by the athletic department because I couldn't afford anything. So it's like women for days. Like, I had women jumping crazy to get in my DMs. But the more money I started making, the more successful I started becoming, the better fitness and health I started delving into, becoming a pro athlete. That actually started diminishing. And it's like, there's this perception of life, like, if you build it, they will come. Well, the red pill, it's like, well, I didn't really see that coming up, but that's just my own anecdote. It's just like the phenomena of when you get a woman, all the women want you, but then when you break up, they're nowhere to be found. Maybe it's because there's competition anxiety, like the red pill people say. But I think all of this doesn't negate the fact that you still have to work hard. You still have to follow Christ. And you still have to be the guy that maybe you want to be a reader in your church, like you were saying. Maybe I do want to work on myself to fight my own passions and things like this. I still think you have to be that guy because you have to be, in my opinion, you have to be a husband before you put a ring on that finger anyways. But I think you want a woman that's going to be a wife before she puts the crown on her head.
It's tough because, listen, like Z and I have a really great marriage, and I consider myself extremely blessed, especially given my past. But we didn't meet each other in Orthodoxy. Like, we were both lost people who thought we were good Christians in Protestantism and Pentecostalism. And we ended up having to refine each other to get to where we are now. And we're still constantly working on each other. So I think there's a certain degree of like, the Orthodox bros are going to have like this hyper zealous period. It's kind of like when you quit smoking, suddenly you're judging all the other smokers. I think they need to kind of work past that. Get through the excitement a little bit and start thinking about, okay, if I'm going to actually bring a woman into this, it might just have to be somebody who's really struggling and still kind of sinful and doesn't really understand Christianity yet. It might have to be somebody outside, and you might have to just kind of be patient with them and help them catch up. because, like you said, there's just not a lot of women there in Orthodoxy. And even if there were, they're going to have that kind of hyperinflation thing where they're going to have their pick of the litter because everybody's gunning for them, and there's just not enough other women to compete. And so they're going to develop passions as a result of that excessive choice and options. And so you're going to have to find somebody who actually appreciates you, and that might have to be somebody outside.
Yeah, it's rough. And you were saying something like you can go to a different Orthodox church, but think about it like this. If my parish has like one woman per like 20 dudes, the next parish probably has the same setup as well too. So I think about things like this. Like I'll compartmentalize my thoughts that way, but I also like there's this thin line between looking at reality and then like looking at nihilism as well too, because you could say, well, no, it's the same setup at this parish, I bet, and it's the same setup at that parish. But do you understand how somebody could just delve into not pursuing this and giving up? Like that's like a stone's throw away from nihilism, in my opinion. And I see how guys can just delve into this and just be lost and say, I don't know what to do, you know?
Well, if I could add some hope, when I met Scott, I was extremely miserable in my like spiritual life with God. And I would always pray like, I'm supposed to have the joy of your salvation. And I don't have it. It's because I wasn't in his true church. I was not only not in God's true church, but I was also in a very corrupt church. I didn't know to the degree at the time. I've found out since I've left. It's like, well, no wonder God wasn't there. The Holy Spirit wasn't there. And I would talk to Scott about it when we first started dating. And it was during the pandemic, so the church wasn't open. And when it opened and he started coming, he said to himself, I think you told me this, he said to himself, I'm going to see if she's been lying to me and trying to get my sympathy this whole time, or if it's true. He came a few times and he was like, holy smokes, that place is like just a den of vipers. And he was the one that convinced me to leave. I was raised there from 9 until 30. And that's the only church I knew. And so it was really hard for me. I knew I needed to leave for years. I knew I needed to leave, but I didn't. I didn't have the courage to do it, to be honest. I was a punk in that regard. And Scott was the one that made me brave enough to leave. And he was the one that made me brave enough to find another church. And then we became disenchanted with that, not just that church, but just like Christendom in general. And then we both found Orthodoxy separately. And so I'm saying this to say, like, he was the one that led me out of these places where I wasn't finding salvation. And now we're in a church that we can find salvation. And I'm saying all this to say that there may be other women out there that are feeling the same way, but because we're agreeable and, you know, we're not exactly the most courageous sex. We can have courage, but, you know, men more so. Especially if you're talking about drawing lines in the sand, that's mostly men doing that type of thing.
Yeah.
And some of these women, they just may need to be shown, oh, actually, this is the true church. The reason why you're miserable is because of this. The reason why you're not happy is because of this. Like, you need to be over here. So they just might actually need real leadership. And I'll tell you this, one of the things I've been noticing about a lot of like prominent Protestant apologists and influencers and pastors that have a big platform, they're scared to death of orthodoxy. They're even having conversations on podcasts like, is Protestantism feminine? And they couldn't even answer the question. And so everyone knows that orthodoxy is on the rise, and they're afraid that their churches are going to shrink. I think one way it's going to shrink is by these Orthodox men stealing the women. Have you ever seen Seven Brides for Seven Brothers? They go into the town and these dudes, they literally just steal the women and bring them back home. And then there's an avalanche. So they have to wait till the next spring to get the women. It was crazy. But anyway, go and see that movie. The Orthodox dudes may have to go steal some women from the village.
That's what I'm saying, man. You guys are gonna have to get out there and go get them. Because like I understand
club them in the head and just drag. That sounds like SA.
No,
I don't know.
They didn't have to hit them because they weren't much of a fight. They just picked him up over their shoulder and just.
Yeah, it was in a wholesome way. But like, you know, you get these
wholesome
young guys,
SA.
man.
This is crazy.
No. It's a movie after the Hays Codes law. So there was nothing like that.
Okay.
It's a very like clean musical from like the 50s.
Clarifying in case anybody else got here. So
yes, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say it's like I think if everybody wants to be a purist about it and be like, okay, well, I can only marry an Orthodox woman, then you're going to have to become a passport bro to open up your options. And not everybody can afford to go overseas and date a Polish chick. You know what I mean? It's like, you're going to have to deal with the soil God gave you. And there might be all these wonderful potential Orthodox women, brothers and sisters out there that brothers too. Yeah. You know, for some of the women who are in the same boat, probably not as many, but I'm sure that applies here and there. You might just have to go and go outside of the church.
I know women who are Protestant and they've looked into Catholicism because of a man. They didn't pull the trigger, but they looked into it at least because of the man. So,
well, this is the problem with passport bros, and this is something that I've never had reconciled. Like Anonymous couldn't even reconcile this on his program. I'll bring him up so I can debunk this as well too, because I heard him. I heard, maybe it wasn't him, maybe it was somebody else, but people are saying maybe you have to go outside the country. The problem with this is, and both of you guys can agree with me on this, I'm an Orthodox Christian and I'm like trying to look for a wife, right? Meanwhile, like the women that are in the Orthodox Church that want to talk to me, if there are any, I could just imagine, are like getting older to where it's like they feel like they're running out of time. So it's like, I don't want somebody to marry me because they're on a ticking time clock, but it's like, I'll take that, you know, especially if they're like leaning towards Christ. I'm not going to admit that. But here's the problem that I'm getting to, right? If I go outside of the country as an Orthodox Christian to find somebody who lives in a traditional culture, like let's say they're Greek, right? And they live in Greece or Athens or somewhere else, right? And I bring them over here. They're going to be subjected to the same indoctrination, the same propaganda now. Now they have new female friends that are, unless I like prohibit them from going outside, they're going to see commercials now. And it's like, now they're going to be subjected to the same environment. And it's like, that's the problem that people are going to run into. It's not the fact that like, and I understand them being traditional, but what's keeping them traditional is their community and their society. But if you take them from their society and bring them over here, now there's a change. There's brand new stuff. Oh, what's OF? It's like, maybe they know what OF is, but they're like, oh, your Instagram algorithm's different than the US. Oh, TikTok here in the US is different. Oh, I'm seeing, oh, maybe I should be more of a boss. You know, it's like, God, this is crazy. So that's the problem that I always run into. Scott, maybe you can kind of reconcile that because these other guys couldn't.
I think it's just a cultural thing. Like, obviously, if you go and you try to marry like a Korean chick who, you know, probably never practiced religion except for some kind of maybe cultural stuff that they do in Korea. I don't even know what you'd call it. Like, they're not really religious. They don't really have religious convictions. And they marry, I don't know, a white or a black dude or a Hispanic dude or whatever from America or from like France. They're not doing it for love. It's transactional. So the whole thing's kind of bunk from the beginning. It's kind of doomed to fail. But if you're going in there with, but if you're going in like let's say you're part of like a ROCOR parish and you go and visit like Romania and you find a chick there and then you bring her back to your Romanian parish with a similar community, I don't think it'll be as big a problem.
There you go. Okay, there you got. See, that's what nobody else was able to bring. I think a way to reconcile this, and I'm like, I can see the break because what you did, Scott. Scott, you're kind of brilliant in your own regard, the simplest ways, and I'll explain to you why. This guy right here. Yeah, okay, take all the street cred you want for this, but I'm going to tell you what he just did. Zinga, what he just did was he built a bridge. And then he built a logical entailment of like, if A happens, then B happens. And he built this connection where I can say, okay, that's the same community that we have over here. If I live in this, so I'm like, okay, it's so simple, it's stupid. Like, it's like, so thank you, Scott. See, look, this, and I hope that people can see this. Whoever's watching this can say, okay, well, there is hope out there for me. That's one screen.
If you're just like, if you have like a fetish, right? Like, as like, say you're an Orthodox guy.
You just, hold on,
where are we going? There's just a certain type of woman
a type
that you're kind of fixated on.
Wait,
fetish. What are we talking about?
I'm saying fetish advisedly, and I'll explain why.
No.
So if you're going out there and you're just trying to get with like a Filipino
let
chick,
him cook
because you're fixated on Asians because you had a poster of one scantily clad when you were in high school on your wall, like, yeah, you might run into some problems because you're gonna shop in the wrong store. You know what I mean? But if you're actually going out there to try and find...
Stop talking about Anonymous base that way.
if you're trying to find the love of your life,
this took a crazy turn. Okay,
and you're looking for
let him
somebody,
cook, let him go, let him cook.
Have kids with that's going to be good to you and loyal. You're going to look for somebody who shares those values, whether it's Orthodox values or just Christian values in general. And so, these guys will complain. They'll be like, these women, they're all entitled, and they get into the Western ecosystem and it like destroys their minds. I've met plenty of women who were wifed up from like Russia, from Ukraine, from one was a Finnish chick. And the guys couldn't have been happier. And they were just like basic B white dudes with these like very exotic blonde women from, these Norwegian, Slavic countries. And the reason it worked was because the women were very traditional to begin with. They had like babushka yelling at them when they were kids and they had to cover their heads and going to the church. It's like they weren't even necessarily all that religious when I met them, but because they grew up in that milieu, when they came to the United States and they had the option to become 304s, they chose not to.
So you brought up something. You said the word white. Let's dive into this real quick because you are Caucasian, right? You identify as I just don't want to assume what your race is without, I don't want to miss race. What do you even call that? Not misgender.
White people.
White
people.
Would you what would the term be? Race you?
Misethnicized.
They need to have a name for that. Like if you misgender somebody, it's called misgendering them. Yeah. Tell them the wrong sex. Like they need to have something for race.
Miss Melanin?
I don't know, but I don't want to miss something you. Actually, that sounds like a misnomer because you're a mister. But anyways, going on with this, here's the thing that I run into. I'm not a white dude, right? So I look at it like this. If you look at orthodoxy, Zinga, I'll even ask you this directly. How many black people are in the Orthodox Church?
As a whole or in my parish?
Now you see at your parish.
Me?
Ours
was in...
What would be the percent?
0.01.
At our parish?
Yeah.
No, we have a lot of black folks.
No, what's a lot?
I mean...
There's like 10.
No, it's more than that.
There's like Ethiopians. Yeah. So we're talking about African Americans. If African Americans, I can count 4 right now that I can 5 I can recall. But if you're talking about
non-African Americans, let's omit them. How many do we got American blacks?
Including the children?
No, the
church is bursting at the seams.
The ones that are marriageable.
Oh, 4. No. 1 is engaged.
3. So okay. That's my point. If I go to my parish, I'm the only one. So the reason why I say that, Scott,
I was gonna ask, like, nobody's interested in you? Like, I'm not trying to... If I was single in the parish, I'd be like,
This is a really weird what if here. Your husband's I'm just playing. I'm
saying you're objectively attractive. You talk well, like you're smart. Like I don't understand.
That's because I didn't want to be black anymore. But anyways, let's get, I'm playing. It's okay. I woke up and chose Coon. Okay, but anyways, back to this. This is what happened. I realized that I was limiting my dating market. And if you look at my old videos, I like talk more black. I was like, y'all, what's up? What's good? Like I was talking more black, but then as I grew, I started noticing that my dating pool was limited because of my vernacular and the way that I talked. And then not to mention this, but I noticed that white girls weren't on my radar unless they were ghetto white girls when I talk like this. So I carried myself differently. I educated myself and I knew I had an education, but the reason why I talk like that is because I wanted to maintain some black image culturally that I thought I was supposed to represent. And once I shrugged this off, my dating pool opened up to a little bit, to a certain degree. I get that I'm not a ugly person, but getting there on the dating market is rough. And the reason why it's rough is because what Scott was alluding to when I said the white thing is there's a cultural distinction in the Orthodox Church. You're going to have like Greek people, you're going to have Syrians over here, whatever this is. And it's like in their culture, they don't see a lot of black people. So it's like it would be almost like in my mind, I look at that and I'm like, if she was going to talk to me, her parents would think that's taboo. So
think that's fair.
That's what I'm thinking in my mind. So I'm like, there's an extra hurdle that I have to climb that other people don't have to.
Well, yeah, and in America too, there's that general like Caucasian versus black thing too. You know, the Orthodox Church isn't going to be foolproof against that either. You know, like for instance, some of the black folks in our parish will immediately like gravitate to Z, but they won't even address me unless Z pulls me over and says, "This is my husband. Nice to meet you," kind of a thing.
And they're like, "You want to come to our Moses the Black Society?"
Right. And so it's like they're trying to create subgroups within subgroups, and it's just a bad idea all the way around.
But
we also
there we go.
That's my
really
when I got baptized, I got baptized. They made this for me. It's Saint Moses the Black, and that's my patron saint.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's wonderful, dude.
The reason why I picked Moses the Black, I'm gonna be honest with you, is because he's anti-black culture. He turned away from the gangs. He was like, "Nah, this black culture is foolish." He was like, "You guys keep that gang shit over there." That's why I picked him, because you guys know I rail against black culture. I think it's negative. I think there's black excellence. That's good. But that's when you have nuclear families, people like the Cosbys without the pills involved in that, like that kind of structure. I think that when we have that, that's a great nucleus to black culture, without the guns, without the baby daddy, without the Planned Parenthood, without the EBT, without all this stuff and the government cheese. I think when you take all that away and people accepting this is like, that's what, hey, bruh, hey, what's up, cut? Like, and you talk like this and all that, like, and then you speak with perfect vernacular, you educate yourself so where you can wear different hats with different groups and societies. I think you can rise above, but I think that it's almost a lost cause to some degree. Hate to say it like that, but that's why I fight against that, and that's why I picked this guy. But anyways, that
was an excellent choice for you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you might appreciate this. I was agonizing over who to choose as a patron saint, and I finally found one, but I did kick around Moses as well.
This guy. Oh, why are you trying to copy me, bro?
I'm not. I'm serious.
Hey, do you want me to go hood on you, bro? You want me to turn hood again? You about to make me go ahead and knuckle up, bro. Like,
I was about to have supernatural.
We finna throw them hands.
I was gonna have a supernatural N-word pass.
Scott, I'm about to run this fade, bro. We about to run this fade right now, bro.
I was gonna have an eternal N-word pass.
Yeah, Scott. Wait, what? Scott might have. You know what? You're onto something. Maybe you could have an eternal N-word pass if you pick that saint.
Moses behind me being like, "You can say it, bro."
I might have to clip this shit. To be honest, Zinga, you can be mad if you want. I'm probably clipping this shit. I'm just gonna let you know right now.
You heard my patron clip.
I'm just gonna tell you right now. Speaking of clips, let's get back to our clips real quick, so we can cool our tongues right now. That was crazy, but I'll allow it. I accept it. That's cool. You get a pass from me. But here we go.
Is for single heterosexual men. I really want to hear from you what beef you have with women. Like, I'm really, really curious to hear from you about that. And I'm a big girl, so I can handle it. In fact, as one troll implied, I'm as ancient as the crypt keeper.
Damn.
Please tell me, what in your opinion do especially the audacious kind of women like myself who go on the internet to tell everyone what kind of men we like and what kind of men we deserve? Tell us, what upsets you about that? And everyone else, let's please try to be kind. Trolls are people first and foremost too. Let's get this out in the open, okay? Like, this is a safe space for you to put in the comments. Why are you upset with women? 3, 2, 1, go.
I have to say, I had a lot of input, and then I realized I didn't. And here's why. Being on the dating market and saying, you know what? Here are the facts. I'm going to graduate diesel tech school. There's a contract that's awaiting for me. And this guy's like, well, as long as you can hold the CDL for at least a year, you don't even have to drive. I'll put you on my plan, but I'll leave a slot open for $15,000 a month. You'll make this, but it's going to be rough. And I was like, I don't care, because in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, I don't want a woman to, because this is the strategy of a guy that's getting on the single market in a dating market and thinking, this is just me. I'm working 2 jobs that I really don't want to work right now. And I'm going through school, killing myself, to just be told I'm going to be on the job market, working a job that I really don't want to work to level up. And it's automatically probably going to be like $15,000 a month, but it's going to be rough, little sleep, but it's guaranteed. And I'm like, okay, because it's a contract, I'll do this. And what's getting me over this hump is the hope that once I get somebody on the dating market, they now have an option of saying, I don't have to work, but I can work. And then not only do I not have to work, but it can work, the school doesn't have to raise my child anymore, and I can be home raising our children. Like, this is the thinking of somebody that wants to be a husband before he gets on the dating market. So I just want to let the women out there know that not all of us just want to run through you. There are guys out there with the mindset like me that do want to get on the dating market, that are willing to run towards suffering to ensure that you not only have an easier life, but that way you can fulfill this role and duty. And I just want to let you guys know, am I off base here saying this?
Marte, you're an awesome dude, and you'd be a great catch. The problem is that the speech you just gave is the speech you give to the woman who already wants to jump your bones, right? You've already got the initial attraction out of the way, so she's already interested in you. Now you're getting the commitment speech. The problem with the commitment speech without the bones jumping part is that it just goes right over their head. They'll be like, yeah, he seems like a nice guy, but then they go off and their feelings drive them to some form of attraction with some dude who's probably really bad for them. And so that's why I say it's like you kind of need to be conquerors first and then give them the inspiring, like, I'm going to be, the best man for you.
No, you're right.
Did you do that to me?
Yeah, basically.
Explain.
Explain what?
Oh, I got to be. Go ahead, explain. I got to hear this.
Well, I was just myself, Lizzie. I didn't do anything special with her. I can't say that I was like smooth or anything. I literally just told her the truth and we just got along. But what I'm talking about is in the context of where you're at. Like, what?
Tell the truth.
Yeah, Scott, you're obfuscating, Scott.
Gave a whole lot of stuff to him.
Wait, hold on. You see how Scott was using very obscure language? I was just myself. That doesn't tell me anything, Scott. Scott, can we hear the non-obfuscation part? Can I hear that version?
When Z and I were first dating, I was kind of a heathen, so I had a lot of adaptation to do. I was very aggressive sexually, so I had to be really careful because I was actually trying to be chaste with her, and that was a very difficult thing to do at the time.
No, that's fair. I'm glad. You know what? That's the most PG but wholesome thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm glad that I heard this. So, but here's the thing though. No, Scott, you're absolutely right about that. And here's the thing that I'm going to talk about. Like, remember when I talked about going through college and I was a broke guy and I had all these women in my DMs and stuff like that? You don't have to sell yourself to a woman. I don't feel like I have to, like, what I just did was kind of like sound like a sales pitch. I don't have to sell myself to a woman. And I don't think guys have to do this. The woman that is going to want you is already going to want that for herself. Just like she wanted the guy that was broke and couch surfing back in my college days. She didn't look at my money or anything. So I know that that's possible and that women are out there. I think that if you have to sell yourself to a woman, you're putting her in a leadership role regardless, automatically, because she has to be the one ultimately of approving this business transaction. And I hate to call it business transaction, but this conversation, she has to prove everything. And it's like she's the gatekeeper ultimately. And how much of a gatekeeper is she? Are you going to make her, if you have to sell this and she has to buy this? Like, I think the right woman is going to be somebody that you don't have to market yourself to and sell to like that. Like, that would be crazy for me to have to do that.
Yeah, and I agree, because like when Z and I met, I was broke for the most part. I worked a terrible job where I could never see her, and I slept during the day because I worked night shifts.
Yeah.
I had a dog, and she didn't even like dogs. And
that dog was crazy.
He was crazy. And then on top of all of that, like there wasn't a whole lot. Like, I lived in a really small place. We still live here, and it's like there wasn't a whole lot to. It was like, okay, he's got potential, and he has these qualities that I like, but he's really rough around the edges, and he cusses a lot, and he's really angry, and he has a dog I don't like. Like, there was a lot of things about me that she could have said thumbs down to, but she saw the good things that she wanted, and there was a little bit of that animal attraction there that I'm talking about. Like, she had that attraction for me, I had it for her, and so that was what allowed her to kind of be like, okay, I'm going to invest in this, and we're going to try and make this situation better. And now we're much better off. We're still struggling in some ways, especially financially, but like now we're a team, and now I'm much softer around the edges. I don't swear as much, you know, my temper has tempered quite a bit, and we're just generally better people, both of us. But she had to invest in the rough around the edges guy to get the orthodox patriarch guy that she's with now. So that's why I'm saying is like, maybe we can take the same approach with some of these women and be like, look, maybe they're a little rough. Maybe they need a little dusting off. Maybe you need to kind of run a hose over them and get them into the parish, but maybe that's your best play.
You know, another thing that's wrong from a female's perspective, or not wrong, but what's going on is a lot of good women, they don't try to be attractive. I don't know what's going on with that, but they can have like pretty good character, meaning they're not 304s and they want to be wives and moms and, you know, all that jazz. But then it's like, well, can you condition your hair? And can you not eat so much? You know what I mean?
Can you shave your legs and your armpits maybe once in a blue moon?
Sometimes.
Is that reasonable? That's great.
That's reasonable. Unless they're pregnant, give them some grace, because you can't even see your feet at some points. But
right.
I digress.
Zinga, I gotta go pee right now, but I'm gonna play a clip real quick because we're gonna get into another segment, and this is perfect. So give me 1 second, okay? I'll be right back. Yeah, hopefully you like that clip.
That was nice.
I had to show some orthodoxy in there because I think that a lot of people don't understand what an Orthodox wedding looks like. So
it's
the
beautiful.
crowning is so for the audience out there, there's a crowning that happens and they put crowns on you and your wife. And then when both of you pass away, they put like, I think it's the woman's crown that goes in my coffin, my wife's, and then the husband's crowns goes in the wife's or the husband's. Matter of fact, they switch it up, right? Messing it up already. So that way, when they meet afterwards in the afterlife or whatever that is, they can then give back each other their crowns, something like that. And it's the most romantic thing. I think that's super. That's so awesome. It's beautiful. So, a little Lady and the Tramp, invisible spaghetti going on, I see. But yeah. So I had to play that clip because I think that's beautiful, and I think that was perfect leading on to the next segment. So let's bring this back to the stage real quick. We're about to get into some more heinous craziness.
Asked the guy out looking like this. Mind you, I'm in sweatpants. It's 10 p.m. at night. Maybe that was a little weird actually, because we're like outside and it's dark, and I'm like, hey, come here. But then I was like, are you single? And he was like, yeah. And he got like this huge smile on his face, and I was like, I was wondering if I could get your number. And then he said yes, and then he gave it to me. And then I said, cool, I'll text you sometime. my Riz is unstoppable. Like,
Just understand that women don't really have to have Riz. She can be in sweats. No guy's gonna. So that's not impressive to me, to be honest with you.
First of all, what did he look like? If you were my homegirl, I'd be like, what did he look like? On a scale of 1 to 10, how hot was he?
Yeah, she's not talking about how he looks, obviously.
Right, because he was ugly as sin. That's why.
Could have been.
He's probably homeless. And
damn, Zinga.
No, seriously, because women be lying.
Go for the
other thing too is when I was a teenager, I grew up without my dad, so some of the guys in the church would like give me advice, and one of the guys gave me the men only want one thing conversation when I was 15, and I looked at boys like, oh my gosh, after that, like, ew. And this guy came up to me at one point. He was like, I was playing basketball. I was young and a tomboy. I had like a ponytail, no makeup, like a t-shirt and basketball shorts, literally. He was asking me what I was doing later that night, and I said, no, because boys only want one thing. But anyway, that same guy, he said, men will talk to you and like you even if you're wearing a trash bag. So it's not a flex, ma'am.
Yeah, it's not a flex.
Like, what guy is going to be, who's going to get into a confrontation with this chick, right? You're out in a social environment, you're having a good time, and some woman kind of like frolics over to you and it's like, hey, you're kind of cute. I have ice cream in my mouth. Will you give me your number? You're going to be like, you're going to look, you're like, no, I'm not going to give you my number. Like, nobody's going to do that unless they're a real dick because they don't want to have the confrontation. Like, you could get some rabid, angry feminist on you, and now your night's like, now you've gone viral.
That's a different way to look at it. Yeah, I can see that too.
Like, I would just give her my number, and then if she texted me, I'd be like, ignore.
He probably thought she was easy.
Yeah.
Like, oh, she don't take care of herself. She looked like she got low self-esteem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, Zinga.
Probably some brother out there. He's probably like, hey, I'll take
That's
any white girl
crazy.
as long as they can walk.
Low self-esteem. Let's get what?
Yeah.
You see these guys, like you see these like younger brothers who are like super yoked and like super fit, and then they'll have like a white woman who looks like a hippopotamus. I'm like, this is the most
I
mismatched
see that
thing
all
I've
the
ever
time.
seen.
Yes. I see that often. I remember I was at the gym and I just saw that today before I came in and got prepped for the podcast. That's crazy.
Only reason why I'm
she probably
single
wanted
is
to
because
stone
I'm
brother.
like 33 years old and I'm pushing like 190 and I drive a Tesla. Other than that, there are no red flags whenever you only got one baby daddy and he's dead.
I feel like
No red flags. She got a baby daddy. And then he's what? That's crazy.
Okay.
Hey, she's telling me aren't I supposed to be the one to tell her if she got red flags or not? That should be the other way around.
190 pounds, and I stopped listening.
Yeah. That's crazy. All right. We'll get to this next clip.
Like when people talk about body count, I feel like it's just not applicable to college. Because like the rules are completely different. It's like if you're talking to a guy who never went to college, he'll be like, oh yeah, 10 bodies for a girl that's 20 is a lot. 10 bodies? A lot? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Bitch, in college, if she in college, that's light. That's real light. You talking about a junior in college. That's light. I mean, like, think about it. Like, especially if she go out every weekend. If he go out every weekend.
Damn.
Like, you're single. You're drinking so much more. You're partying so much more. You're meeting so many new people. Like, every time you go out, you got a new number in your phone. And that's, like, just people. Whether
How many
they associates,
times?
whether they romantic interests. You just always meeting somebody new. So, naturally, you gonna meet new people to... Yeah. Like, some of these people, we talking, they in their 30s, they 40s, 50s when it comes to body count. And that's not to scare you. We just need to be realistic.
That's crazy.
Two comments on that last one.
Every weekend we just... What?
First off, stay away from septum piercing.
Yeah.
Secondly, that woman is way too dumb to have been admitted to a college.
Wait, hold on. There is DI. There are DI students.
Yeah.
So
affirmative action.
Affirmative action too. There's
what's always funny about these women is that because they're 304s, they just expect that everybody else is. Like everybody that's at the party or at the bar getting drunk, of course they're going home with somebody.
Projection.
It's projection. I was just like, I've been at I didn't party when I was a teenager. More so when I got older. But I never went home with anybody. Like if I went to the bar with friends or whatever, we went dancing or just like having fun or whatever. I didn't get drunk every time. I did make some mistakes. I never went home with anybody ever. Not one time. Not one time. It's just like people have fun without getting their rocks off. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Same thing.
I wasn't the worst in my group of guys that I was friends with in college, but I was close. And I would tell other dudes about my escapades and their eyes would get like this big. Like just because guys can doesn't mean they do. And so it applies. The same logic applies to men as well. Like if you're a dude like me, it's very easy to project and be like, oh, all these guys are out there just getting laid left and right. Trust me. Blah, 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 blah. It's not actually true. There's a lot of dudes who just don't. Some people even have the ability to, and they abstain on purpose. It's amazing.
I've done that. So I remember one time I went to a bar. And it was like right after college, and I had this job, and it was like right before I was getting. Actually, I think I was in law enforcement at the time, and I was working, and I went out with a friend, and my friend was like, "Hey, bro," he was like another officer that I work with, and his name was Officer Burton, really cool guy. We're still friends to this day. And he said, "That girl is looking at you," and I was like, "She's not looking at me." And I looked at her, and she kept looking at our table, and I was like, "Yeah, maybe she is." He was like hyping me up. Turns out she wasn't looking at me; she was probably looking at him. So I walked up to her, and like there are mistakes that we make in modern dating that I'll never do again. I will never approach a woman if she's with her friends. Like I'll wait till her friends go to the bathroom and then approach her when she's by herself, like get the straight gazelle. I'll never do this again because when I walked up to her, and this is like, I'm 5'5", 230 pounds. I'm not the tallest guy in the world, but I'm also not a midget. So I walk up and I say, "Hey, can I get you another one of these? You know, I'm Marte. What's your name?" Something, I forgot what I said. Something about her, whatever her name. She says, "My name is such and such, but in order to pass here, you got to be this tall to talk to me." Oh. His friends like broke down laughing. And of course my confidence was like, so I'm there hearing this. And then that night I sat down and I'm like, I don't drink, right? As soon as they told me this, I was like, man, F that B. I was like, whatever. Hey, matter of fact, Rob, let's get some drinks. I know what. He was like, you don't drink, though. He was like, you're going to get 3? And I was like, yeah, F. He was like, bro, you're a lightweight. So I drank, and then I drank, and then I got like this courage, and I walked up to her again, and Robert's like, don't do it to yourself, bro. So I walked up to her again.
Abort.
And then I walked up, and I said, you know what? I just wanted, she was like, no, stop and don't. And I said, hold on real quick. Let me just say something. I was drunk as a skunk. And my friend heard this, and he still tells the story to this day. I went up to this girl and I said, listen, you're probably the most beautiful woman in this bar, in this, drinking. And I said, it actually took a lot of courage to walk up to you and talk to you. I think you're a really nice person on the inside. And I think your friends are nice too. I just wanted to tell you to have a good evening, even though that kind of like crushed my confidence I told her all this, right? And then I turned and pivoted and walked straight to my booth again. And next thing you know, I heard, "You bitch, he's right." And I felt some drink splash on me. And turns out her friend like poured a drink on her. And she was like, "Yeah, that was a nice guy." It's like, and there was a fight that started after that. So they were like fighting. They were literally fighting, and they got thrown out because of that exchange right there. And of course, I'm like damn near blitzed. I'm in the booth, and I like sunk down to my friend Robert's like, "I think we should go." And I was like, "Why?" "They're just arguing." He was like, "Nah, that girl hit the chick upside the head with a bottle." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, bro, whatever you said to this woman like pissed off those cats over there, cat fighting right now." So we ended up leaving, and my friend Robert, like, he clarified everything. He's like, "I heard everything." He was like, "I thought you were just gonna hang yourself, but what you said to her like pissed her friends off somehow and turned her friends against her, and it's crazy." But anyways, yeah. And then what's crazy is that's not even the crazy part. Last night, like the night when I went home, I had a dream. It was a nightmare, and in this nightmare, that chick picked me up and burped me. I was like, bro, I'm not approaching no women in no bars for a long ass time. I was like, I'm done. I was like, this is not happening no more, bro. I was like, I'm good. Not only did I get cooked by this woman, I got cooked in my dreams too. So Yeah.
What?
Yeah, bro. I was like, I'm done. I was like, I'm good, bro.
Oh my god.
So you give her like this epic speech that like turns her minions against her to where they're physically assaulting her, and then you have to have a dream where she basically turns you into a baby.
No, it wasn't even that. She said it was what she said in the dream. I forgot to tell you this. She picked me up and burped me, and then she put me down and she said, "Oh, you're good. You got the same size clothes my son got." I was like, bro, hey, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to dream no more. done dreaming. I got cooked. How do I get cooked in my dreams? This is crazy. I was like, I'm checked out, bro. Yeah, I was like, I'm done, bro.
That's an experience. That experience right there, that shapes a man right there.
I got checked out, bro. I checked out of dating and I checked out of dreams for a period of time after that. I was like, I'm good, bro.
No more.
Yeah, AB says Marte's dreams are roasted. Yeah, I got roasted in my dreams, bro. I was like, how do I get roasted by my own dreams? This is crazy, bro.
Oh my gosh.
That's not fair, man.
My son wears Oshkosh be gosh too. That's what she said. I was like, man, I'm good. I'm done with these dreams. Anyways.
If it makes you feel better, I think the hardest rejection I ever got from a woman was this girl was giving me the eyes for like an hour. And I was just so preoccupied playing pool and hanging out with my friends that I just kept looking over at her and kind of giving her like the hey, and like she was just like, it was like clearly telling me like, would you come over here and buy me a drink or whatever? And I was just like, I'll get around to it. And all my friends kept nudging me and being like,
choices.
Are you gonna go over there or what? I'm like, after I finish this game. So finally I go over there and I'm pretty loosey-goosey at this point. I'm probably like 4 or 5 drinks deep. And I just start talking to her about this, that, and the other. And she's just kind of listening to me and nodding her head and kind of smiling and stuff. And then finally she stops me like mid-sentence. And I'm like, oh, and she's just like, I wanted to F you really bad until you opened your mouth. But now it's not going to happen. Have a nice night. And I was just like,
what did you say?
I don't even remember what I said.
You didn't say anything. Can you tell us exactly what you said, bro?
I'm trying to remember because I legitimately don't remember.
Did you talk about politics?
Oh, Scott, obfuscate again. Don't obfuscate, bro.
I don't remember. It was years ago.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to her about George Bush and how terrible he is.
I was just playing. I was like, oh, very convenient, Scott. No,
it was Obama. George Bush. You were talking about, Scott was talking about Obama.
Obama years.
Like that Obama. He's not even American. Have you seen his birth certificate? Because I have.
Scott blocking his own self. Anyways, let's get to these other clips.
Heck of a burn.
Hot take for you. If a man suggests a coffee date for a first date, he's just not that attracted to you.
Yeah, that's crazy because I've taken people out on coffee dates where like when I went on a date with these people, I was like, that would have been $150 that I would have never seen again for nothing. Mm-hmm. I'm like, coffee saved me so much time in this vetting process. And I always think like, you have to earn like a fancy date with me. You can't just be like, and here's the thing though, if I start off giving somebody a promotion automatically, I have to keep this trend going. When really they could not even be worth. How do I know that you're worth, or somebody that is able to get the $150 date or $200, whatever this restaurant we're going to go, even like to like a regular nice restaurant. Like, how do I know I'm never going to get that time or money back again? I have to make sure like you're at least competent and you can hold a conversation, but I'm just going to award you $150 and time I'll never get back. That's my argument against that. And that never made sense why women in modern dating would be like, you're broke if you just want coffee and this and that. But don't you understand? Like, we have to vet people. Like, that's my reasoning. Like, I want to be able to vet people before I give them something else. Like, you want me to be a husband, but you can't even be a humble wife on a date. Husbands will pay like $200 for something like that. That's like, you're my wife and I'm taking you out to dinner. But if we're going to have a coffee, I need to be able to do this interview process, because I think dating to some degree has to be an interview process. And I think that nobody gets paid on orientation day. Nobody gets paid during an interview, right? For a job, they get paid after they work, put some time in, and then they get the salary. To me, I know I'm equating this and it may sound crazy, but I don't give an applicant money during an application process. That's crazy to me.
Well, it's manipulative. Are you broke?
Yeah.
Are you not a man? because maybe that'll get you to do what I want you to do, which is to buy me a steak, right? Yeah. And it's just a manipulative tactic to get men to do what they want, which is so they can have dinner that they can never afford themselves because they're brokies. The other thing too is like, as the woman, I don't want to go on a nice dinner with someone I don't want to be with. Like, I don't enjoy a conversation with you. Like the lady didn't enjoy the conversation with Scott.
Clearly.
Like she would have been like miserable.
I still want to
for
find
like,
out what you said, but you don't remember.
Me too.
I'm not gonna harp on it.
Like, imagine a person you don't really enjoy talking to, but you're only on the appetite, or he just took your drink order and you're like, oh, I have to sit here even longer with this person. You don't want to spend that much time, no matter how good the food is. Like, I don't think there's any food that's good enough for you to sit there with someone you don't enjoy their company. So a coffee date, you can split out real quick. Oh, you know what? Gotta go. I went on a coffee date with a guy. I was set up. It was a blind date. And he just told me every horrible thing that had ever happened to him his whole life. And at one point, I tried to interject some jokes and lighten the mood a little bit. And then at the end, he told me, I just want to tell you, like, here's my baggage. This is really me. But it was all bad. It was all bad. And I thought he was attractive. He was a cute black guy. And I walked away from there feeling sad. And I didn't text him. He didn't text me, left it at that. And then the guy who set us up said, hey, how did it go? And I told him it was actually really depressing. Like, your friend needs some actual serious help. It was that bad. I mean, like people, like death and all kinds. It was like the most depressing thing I've ever been involved in. But the guy wanted me to pursue him because he's tired of pursuing women. It was so weird. But I'm glad I didn't spend a whole evening with that man. You know what I mean? Like, as the woman, you don't want to spend that time with someone, no matter how good the food is at a restaurant. It's just
that's weird that you have to tell somebody that. Like, to me, it's like, and I always think about this in mind, Scott, and I'll even ask you, because you're a man, you probably like food as much as I do. Have you ever been depressed eating a delicious burrito?
Can't say that I have. I've always felt pretty satisfied.
Yeah, pretty satisfied. Zynga, probably the same, right? With Mexican food or whatever that is. So if I take you out on a date, like, there should be no depression, no sad stories. So I think that if the food is really good, I think because the inverse can happen too, because you're saying, well, I don't want to, I can't enjoy my food if the conversation's bad. But also, it's hard to have a bad conversation when the food is really good, meaning like you're in a good mood because the food's said. So it's like anything that comes out of your mouth isn't going to be depressive. So it means to say like this was really on his mind and he was really trying to screw it up to some degree, because that's crazy. Like, I don't know.
The friend of mine that set us up, he was like, yeah, he has had some things happen. But I'm like, why would you open up a date that way? But the way he articulated it to me, his reason for doing it was like, he was trying to put all his, like, you put your best foot forward. He was putting his worst foot forward. So I know what I'm getting into. And I was just like, oh my God. It was so sad. Like, I felt bad for him because he had some really terrible things happen to him, but he just carried it around like a backpack and just opened it up for everyone to see. It was very strange.
That was a trauma dump date. That's what you got. He was trying to give you the PTSD from his past. I
mean, if he bought me a steak, right, I would have ate it and it would have been good. But I would have never called him back, but I would have felt bad because he just spent like what, $30, $60 on my meal. You know what I mean? That's just
so you went to a therapy session and you were the therapist. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, with women like this, though, I've known a few of them over the years when I lived in Los Angeles, and they're conflating two different
Angeles
things.
Scott.
Yeah,
that's a cesspool. That's crazy.
I know. That's why I met a lot of chicks like that chick in that last short. So it's like, when I see women like that, I remember women from my past, and they're conflating two different things. Like, they'll get on these TikToks or their IG, or back in my day it was Vine, and they'll be like, why are these guys only liking coffee dates? Blah 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 blah. And it's like because they don't date. They find rich older men to take them to expensive places. And then like some dude who's actually in her income bracket, who's young and attractive, will like take her out to where he can afford to take her, because he's not going to invest, like you said, $300 on some random chick he just met. And then she'll be like, I don't understand. That's what all the other guys do. It's like all the other guys are in their 60s and they work in the music industry.
Yeah, but then the six-year-old guys want to actually get the sugar.
These are two different things.
And it's gross. Good luck, girl.
Yeah, it's like
crazy.
if you want to go have steak dinner every night, you're gonna have to go to a guy who has saggy balls. Like that's the rule.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go to the Geritol person. That's crazy. All right, we got way more clips, and then I also have a segment that's a paradoxical question quiz for both of you too. So
some men with this one, but the reason some of y'all's grandparents stayed together so long, the reason their marriages stood the test of time and their generation and blah blah blah, is because the women were financially trapped. When a woman makes her own money, the only thing a man can really offer is how he treats her, and not all y'all's grandmothers had that. That's why there's a male loneliness epidemic.
that's crazy. I think that women are telling us that we have a loneliness epidemic. I don't think there's really a loneliness epidemic we have. I think that there's a women with, so I think there's a couple things happening here. I think there's the paradox of choice that's happening here too. And social media is also inflating issues that we have, thinking that, oh, okay, I have my pick of the litter, whatever this is, and I can have all the time in the world. So there's so many different factors playing out here.
Marte, you're the debater. I know you don't know every fallacy. There's a lot of them, a whole heap of them. But isn't there a fallacy when you look at the past through your modern eyes? Isn't there what is that called? There's a word for that. I can't remember what it is or a term, but that's what she's doing. Like she's just assuming that women back then didn't know that marriage was important and marriages have to stay together. It's important for the family structure and society. Like she's just assuming that they must have all been trapped because they're not doing what I would have done. It's really shallow and low IQ thinking.
Yeah, it is. I think there is a fallacy. I don't want to mess it up and say too coquet, things like that. But here's the thing that I want to say though, is I was traveling to school and I was hearing a TikTok today because I was like planning on jumping on, maybe not. I've been doing raids recently, and this person called the nuclear family and traditional families racist, and it stemmed from racist ideals. And I'm like, who the hell is espousing this? Well, people on TikTok are espousing this ideal that somehow the nuclear family was racist at a time and it had racist upbringings, or somehow there was a grassroots operation that stemmed from racism or something like that, and that we need to get away from that. I'm like, hold on. Well, it's very problematic when a son doesn't have his dad, and it's also problematic when a daughter doesn't have their mom. I think that when we divide and conquer and destroy families, I think that TikTok is the bastion of where all of this happens. And matter of fact, it's a cesspool where you can hear all these ideas espoused that are nonsensical. To me, it is really nonsense. I don't understand how people have these ideas when really the thing that we're diving into as Orthodox Christians, or even people that call themselves good men or trying to be better men with themselves, leaning into dating, wanting to find a wife that's going to stick around. That's traditional by nature because you want to be able to retain a wife. A wife also wants to retain her husband. Now it's like we're literally saying the opposite is good, which is crazy to me.
Yeah. So that fallacy is called presentism. That's what it's called.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't remember what else I was going to say. There was something else that he said that triggered me, and then I just forgot. So maybe I'll come back to me.
Oh, we'll get to it. Yeah.
I don't care how bad life get. I am not dating no overly religious man. The minute you tell me you be at church multiple times a week or like every single whatever, you'll never hear from me again. That's because I feel like you should be with the overly religious women. I think you should be with the ones that wear the turtlenecks, the ones with the respectability politics as a handbook, the ones that are the religious pick-me's. I think you need to be with them, right? But no, you want to run up behind us. You want to run with the spiritual Jezebels. You want to run with the women that run with wolves. What's that about? And a lot of people will say, oh, that's because they know that they can get what they want from you. No, I mean, to overly religious woman is a pipeline. I just want y'all to know that. But number two, the truth of the matter is, don't nobody want to spend his life more with a spiritual Jezebel than an overly religious man. Like, he be ready to marry you.
Like, the accountability avoidance is crazy here. And there's two things that happen here. Is she was like, I don't want to be with an overly religious man. That means like maybe he's firm, fair, and consistent in these values. He'll say no and put his foot down. The second thing too is she's saying that like an absolute claim. She's saying that, you know, we're running after these people who are hoes. Like, that's crazy. Like, she's probably recognizing that these men who probably identify as Christians are doing that, but real Christians aren't doing this. We're actually trying to find somebody that's not a hoe.
I was gonna say she's never dated a religious guy.
Yeah.
She's hooked up with a bunch of dudes that I'm assuming go to the black churches that she goes to
and play drums.
And they're the guys who play drums, but also like to get down, if you know what I'm saying. And they just pretend to be holy on Sunday because they want a position on the choir.
And that's the thing too, is like there are guys that are using that pipeline as well too. I understand that, but those aren't Christians. Those aren't people that I would say, like, I'm not making a salvific claim here. I'm just saying that the people that do this, like, I'm calling them out by their act. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, I'm probably going to call it a duck, right? If you're the guy that drums and then you club on the weekend and then you come in with the same outfit you wear to the club in a church somewhere, in some congregation where they're shooting shirts out of tubes and they have a rock concert, like, more power to you. But I don't think that you're the guy that is living that Christ-like walk. To me, that's different. And she's probably going to some evangelical church in the past. She probably grew up in that and is probably saying, yeah, people cheated in that church, which is way different. So our experiences are different. I'm pretty sure, Zinga, you grew up in one of those churches. I grew up in one of those churches. And we've seen this mess in the black community where people are just saying, oh, I'm holy like this and that. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you. Like, we hear all this and the passion and all this. But meanwhile, pastors cheating on somebody in the choir, you know, all this happening. But it's like, now that we're in orthodoxy, all that stops at the front door. Like, and they don't understand that orthodoxy has a divorce rate of only 9%. Like, it's almost like there's a community out there that they don't know exists, which is crazy. So
yeah, it makes me feel bad for them a little bit. It's like, on the one hand, it's like, shush, you're being a hoe. But on the other hand, it's kind of like,
yeah,
you want to help them out, you know?
The first thing that came to my mind is that she got rejected by a religious guy.
She was bitter.
Like, he took her to coffee, let's say.
Could have been
and
that.
then she was, and it was like, so what are you into or whatever? And she started talking, and he was like, oh God, oh.
She opened her mouth. It was a wrap. Yeah.
Well, I don't really do those types of things, you know, or whatever. And then she decided to make herself a TikTok and roll her neck. You know what I mean?
She's like, oh, girl. Matter of fact, girl, we ain't gonna do that.
They be ready to marry you. No,
like, man, that's
they're
crazy.
not marrying you. Not even close.
A lot of respectable women don't like hoes because they think that hoes don't deserve what they get. A lot of doctors and lawyers and respectable women think that not being a hoe will get them a man. And it won't. Men love hoes.
That's crazy.
No.
Well, get how.
I was going to say.
If I were to debate with her, I'd be like, define get.
Yeah.
Are you talking about he beds you, or are you talking about you get a ring and a crown? Like, what are we talking about here? Define get.
Oh, yeah. Oh, girl. Look, you should be able to do debates. Stop the cap. You're ready to do debates. Come on.
I'm ready to do debates against really dumb people.
Well, hold on. You still gotta sharpen your tools. Even a dumb rock can sharpen a sharp tool.
That's legit.
Like, come here, ho. You dumb.
you gotta understand though, some of the worst debates that I've ever had, like knockdown dragouts, were with the dumbest people. Mm-hmm. Those were hard debates, believe it or not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but brush up on it. Yeah. Zinga, you're ready to throw some blood. And Scott, too. I think that you should dip your toe in the water and throw a haymaker once in a while. You know, I'm
studying up. I'll tell you about it on Instagram, but I've been studying up and I've got strategies to learn.
I think that you and Scott could be the Timu, Andrew, and Rachel Wilson. I think it could probably happen. You know, don't spit it up. I think they could probably happen. Anyways, I had to plant the seed. Let's go on to the next TikToker.
I don't think having a man is a flex. So you could never, at least I have a man to try to one-up me. That gave the same energy as you telling me you have chlamydia. And I'm going to ask you the same question. When are you getting rid of it?
First off, I'm not...
Oh.
I'm not taking advice from a woman whose wig's already been split.
That's great. That's a crazy comment, Scott. All right, here we go. Sorry, I had to process that for a minute. All right, here we go.
If it's in a man's nature to protect and provide, then why are men the single greatest threat to women and children? If it's in a man's nature to provide, then why are there more single mothers than single fathers? And if it's in a man's nature to protect, then why are 90% of intimate partner homicides committed by men? And these dumbass dating coaches will get on here and they'll say stuff like, men are naturally hunters. It's in their nature to protect and provide. Can you show me a single fucking statistic that proves that? Like, who are they protecting and providing for? Because usually, statistically, they are the people you are protecting yourselves from.
So
Sandra.
here's the thing that
Sandra.
I remember I did a TikTok live, and I think it's on my channel. It's for members only. But this woman was like, "Who do men protect, right? From women from? What are women protected from?" And I was like, "Ma'am, do you have electricity in your house?" She was like, "Yeah, I got electricity." And I was like, "Men provide infrastructure like electricity, sewage, water, and all the other stuff, right? That protects you from the elements, from nature, from predation, from animals, all this." And I could run the gamut on all this other stuff. She was like, "No, I don't need all that. I pay for that. I pay a guy for that." And I said, "Who do you pay for that again?" So she kept digging herself into this hole. That TikTok raid that I did was still on my channel. But I'm just like, they just don't understand this. But it's like, for me to be on the dating market, like, remember what I said? I'm in school. This is the planned projection as far as like the income yearly, all this other stuff. And this isn't like the sales pitch, but I have to have a plan. There's no way that I'm going to prepare for a role or duty if I'm ill-equipped for this. I think that even broke people can bed women and get all this other stuff like I did, in college, dating women. But I think that to be a husband is a whole different spectrum, especially as an Orthodox Christian, to get out here in the dating market. You have to be ready. The problem with that is you have women with this mindset that we have to deal with that are out there. They're just like, "I can do this without you." And I'm just like, that egalitarian mindset is going to have you single with cats at 65. That's crazy.
Yeah, if I was friends with this chick, I'd be like, "Sandra, stop using the internet for therapy. Like, turn the phone off, you lunatic."
You mean the internet that men built, maintain, and the phone that men also built and maintained?
It's
the
just-
service?
A woman made Wi-Fi.
I think that actually got debunked, believe it or not, too. That was good.
She was also the most beautiful woman in Hollywood, and she was real smart. She made Wi-Fi.
And she was black.
No, she wasn't black.
crazy.
She was like
I heard she was
European.
black.
Her name was Hetty.
You invented everything else.
Okay.
Even if, like, that woman, as far as the stats, she's totally wrong on that. But even if that was the case, who are you calling in a DV situation? You're probably calling a man, and you don't want a woman that's a DEI hire to show up for your, DV situation.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, ma'am, there are men and women choose evil, right? They choose to harm other people in some kind of way, and it's other men who stop them. Like, if all men were choosing that, she's making it seem like the majority of men are choosing to harm people, women and children. If that were the case, there would be a lot more victims. I've never been victimized like that. It literally doesn't make sense. Sandra, can you stop harm? Well, who do we call to stop harm, Sandra? Like, just because a portion of men choose to do harm doesn't mean that we can, with a wide swath, just say all of them are doing this. It doesn't make any sense. She's stupid. She's not thinking.
It gets worse. The clips are actually going to get worse. So when I said brace yourself, this was light.
I'm braced.
Gird my loins.
This is progressively worse. So I'm warning you guys again. So here we go.
Let's do it.
Marriage was built to enslave women.
Let me tell you something. Natasha. Natasha, I'll tell you this. Having experienced marriage now, I didn't see my mom go through a marriage. My father didn't marry her. He ran off somewhere. If you are the wife, the mom, the caretaker, and what do you call it?
Provider?
No.
Oh, you're talking about women. I'm sorry.
Women. The helpmate that you're supposed to be, that man will bend over backwards and do whatever he can to make you happy.
True.
You play your part, he'll play his part, and he will treat you like the queen you're trying to be right now. Like, that's what I've realized is, like, if you're a good woman, and maybe you don't have it all together right now, but you're like, I am going to be a holy woman. That's my goal. And you're on that path, and you keep chugging along, and you keep chugging along. The more you go along, the more that man is like, holy smokes, this is a good woman I've got here. I'm going to treat her good. I'm going to work overtime so I can take her on that birthday dinner. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make sure she has what she needs and she's happy. You have to be deserving. You have to be deserving. Not because you're a woman and you were born, but because of your character and your goals.
So I was gonna say too is like, how are you gonna be a white girl with no eyebrows and lecture men about it?
That's great.
Scott. I didn't say that. You said I was going to say too.
Got this powder-looking chick over here.
Crazy.
Like, I'm gonna lecture men right now. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at her forehead. Like, can we fix that? Can we fill them in with some color or something so you don't look like powder?
Out with the jabs over here.
All right, summon lightning bolts.
Let's continue.
A big misconception about me is that I'm a feminist. I'm not a feminist, right? I believe women are superior to men.
Damn.
Feminists believe in equality. Now, I do believe we need men, right? I'm not saying we don't need men. Men are, they are needed. They are important. But I also believe that women should be worshipped. I think men need to kiss the ground women walk on. So feminist, I don't think that's the word. I don't think that's the word. And I know me saying that I think that women are superior to men sounds crazy to most people, right? But we have the portal of life between our legs. That is just fucking insane. So just based off of that alone, this is my truth. I do think women hold the power. I think women don't know their fucking power, and that's what's wrong with the world. And I know it's a hot take, right? But I have been feeling this way for so long. When I was in college, I wrote like a 20-page paper about this. And yeah. Don't be putting words in my mouth. I know men are needed. I know men are important. I'm just saying. Who do the men come from? Okay, I rest my case.
I feel like when you have two giant flapjacks in front of you,
Wait, what?
And they don't even touch in the middle.
Flapjacks is crazy. See,
I feel like you can't say that men should worship you. And also, you've slicked your edges like a black chick, and you've put so much lip gloss on, but you put it way over your lip line to make it look like you've got a lot of black female lip. So I can't tell if she's mixed or if she's trying to be black. I'm guessing she's trying to be black. But if your boobs don't touch in the middle, I don't think you should show anything.
That's crazy.
I got two mixed kids, and they are darker than she is. All right, I think that is a white chick.
Even the white one's darker than she.
Yeah, I was like, that was a white
crazy.
chick pretending to be a black chick, and it just looked very upsetting to me. I couldn't even think of anything to say.
These are my gripes that I have with that. I think that when she says superiority, she's a feminist. Like, let's be honest. She's trying to make this distinction between like saying, well, I think women are superior, but I'm not a feminist. Well, what do feminists believe? A lot of them may be radical. They may be regular feminist. There's so many different flavors. She's a feminist no matter what. She's denying the fact that she's saying that, oh, we're superior. I know there's like egalitarianism beliefs, like we're equal feminists, but then there's like radical, I'm superior to, like, that's still a feminist no matter what. She's trying to say, like, don't label me with that. We're actually better than you. But like, you're saying the same shit. This is inevitably a feminist regardless.
I feel like she looked up what feminism means right before she shot that video. And she was like, equal. I don't believe in that. Therefore, I'm not a feminist. Like, she hasn't looked into feminism at all. She said she wrote a 20-page paper. I don't believe it because at the end she said, yeah. And we all know if you just look into feminism a little bit and the mothers of it, they didn't believe in equality. They just said that to make it look kind of nice and make it more palatable to the masses. But they want women on top. That's really what they want. That's where that goddess worship, we talked about that earlier. If you're to be worshipped, that means you are above. That doesn't make any sense.
Last time that woman wrote a paper was in the 6th grade.
Yeah, and I was like, she said, I wrote a paper on this. I'm like, what kind of liberal gender studies college did you go to? This is crazy. And they accepted that paper as like, oh, this is passing. That's crazy.
Yeah. They thought she was black. They were like, go ahead, Shaniqua.
They're like, yeah, she's convinced us. Just let her through.
That's I don't know. That's
and
just
here's your African American Studies degree.
Yeah, and I'm still gonna work as a barista with this degree because I can't get a job with it. And anyways, yeah.
Hi, men mistakenly think a woman's greatest fear is loneliness. They are wrong. A woman's greatest fear is getting married, having children, becoming a domestic servant, living a boring and miserable life with a worthless husband, and realizing they have wasted their time.
SSRIs much?
She kept doing this. I'm like, are you broken? Are you a machine? This is like
That's the kind of chick you knew was like really into like Nightmare Before Christmas and Tim Burton movies.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Had like a huge crush on Johnny Depp, like when she was younger.
That's insane. Yeah, she had those eyes too. She had the Sarah Potato eyes too.
Oh, 100%.
Crazy. She said these women are equating like being a wife to being a slave, and this is like the second time that I've heard this.
Which is funny because you can tell none of them have ever been domestic. Like none of them have ever actually done like the Rachel Wilson or the Zinga Harris thing where they've actually had to like bear children and take care of them and clean up their diarrhea at 2 a.m. and then cook a meal.
You said that, Scott. It's going to get worse. If you thought this, it's going to gradually get worse.
I personally would never turn my brain off around any man because I'm smarter than literally all of them. I don't know what y'all be talking about. Oh, when I'm with my boyfriend, I can turn my brain off. That guy's an idiot. Doesn't know what's going on. Maybe you're an idiot too. I don't know.
Like, okay, this is what I'm saying. So if you're in a dangerous situation, or like, let's say I want to have you living a more comfortable life. Do you want to have to lead and think and do all this other stuff? No, it's actually not an insult if I tell somebody I'm with, like, hey, you should be able to relax and rest your mind at ease, and you could be in the clouds because you're safe and protected. Like that's what I mean when I was, if I was to tell a woman this. But it's like, I want to be the one thinking, okay, I need to plan this. I need to make sure everything's ready. So that way the evening's laid out for you. So you don't have to open a door, all this. It's not dumbing women down to say this. It's just saying that I'm going to fulfill this role. So that way you can look forward to birthing children and having the progeny and all this, because I recognize that you have a duty, but I have to make space for that. Like, I don't know where that woman was going, but she's crazy.
I know women who don't want to think about what they're doing that evening. So if they're on a date with a guy, maybe they're married, maybe they're dating, they don't want to have to choose the restaurant. They don't want to choose what time. It makes them extremely uncomfortable. That's what those women are talking about. They're not saying that they can literally not think about anything. They're saying, oh, it's so nice to just have someone I trust that's just making the decisions and I can just go along with it. Like she clearly hasn't had that because she hasn't trusted anybody.
Which is crazy. I
saw a funny meme. It was like a TikTok. It was like some chick's walking along and, in her head, it's like raindrops falling on my head. And she's just looking around happy. And then the dude's head, he's like, if that guy attacks me with a knife, I can move to the right and I can pivot and kick out his leg from underneath him. And that guy over there, it's like, it's like doing all the man scan that we do. And I was like thinking, I commented, I'm like, accurate, and
it is accurate.
He was like, is that really like how it is for you guys? Like, that sounds very stressful. And I'm like, well,
no.
You know what's so weird? I think like a man. I'm like,
does.
if he ran up to me, what would I do? And I'd be like, I'd be too slow. I'd have to use my gun. every situation that I can think of is I'd have to use my gun because I can't beat anybody.
That's where the gun bunny comes out. Yeah.
Birth rates are falling all over the world, including in this country, and some governments are starting to panic over it.
Is the pregnancy rate dropping now?
Anti-natalism. Let's play that back one more time because that was crazy.
And literally all of them. I don't know what y'all be talking about. Oh, when I'm with my boyfriend, I can turn my brain off. That guy's an idiot. Doesn't know what's going on. Maybe you're an idiot too. I don't know.
Birth rates are falling all over the world, including in this country, and some governments are starting to panic over it.
Is the pregnancy rate dropping?
They're celebrating anti-natalism and the birth rate dropping.
They always look alike. It's just like, she didn't even have to do the TikTok. All she had to do was stand there and kind of smile with her vacant eyes and just be like, okay, we know everything that you believe, everything you've ever done for the last 8 years, every position you've ever taken on any issue, culturally or politically or socially. I know everything about you just by looking at you.
Yeah.
I'm not the most mommy. I love my children. I'd kill and die for them. But, you have this thing in you as a woman. Like as soon as you know you're pregnant, your brain starts to change where suddenly maybe you weren't all mommy for other people's kids, but you're doing it for yours. And there's even these times when you're pregnant where suddenly you're like, honey, put that on the wall, clean this, move this around, because you're nesting and you're creating room. It's biological. So for a woman to have that reaction, I don't know if it was fake or not, but let's say it's real. That means that she's corroded that instinct to nurture and to want children and to raise children, so much so that she's happy that less children are being born. That is so evil. I can't even imagine celebrating that. Like that made me sad, thinking birth rates are dropping. I don't even like it that it's happening in Japan and Korea, and those aren't my countries. It's like, we should have more children. That's what God wants. He said, go be fruitful and multiply, because he loves humanity. And she's hating humanity. She's going totally against God. And either she's corrupted herself, or other people have corrupted her. But that's some evil-ish, because it's like we're biologically wired to want more children.
Yeah, the birthday. I mean, she's celebrating human extinction, basically. I don't know any other way to like mince words. Like,
yeah, even older women, older people, they look at me and Scott all the time and they say, I wish I had more. And they felt so overwhelmed at the time. They look back on their lives and they go, you know what? I should have had more kids. And she's looking like, yeah, kill them all, or don't have any. It's like, that's evil.
That brings up the next couple clips that we're going to bring up, and they're going to dive into that as well too.
A new study just showed the number of young girls who aspire to be wives has dropped 22% in the last 30 years. For the first time ever, young girls are prioritizing career, financial independence, and personal fulfillment over marriage. Well done, ladies. Well done. Women now see marriage as a possibility instead of an inevitability, something to be pursued only in a healthy and stable relationship. Let's keep it going, ladies. I want to see another decline in the next 30 years.
That's not
she
her real
wants
hair
to see
color.
a marital decline in this. So, like, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm out here on the dating market, and I'm hearing this actively, not just on dating sites, but in coffee rooms at work, at school. Well, there's like 2 girls at school that go to diesel tech school because, of course, it's monopolized by men because women aren't interested, and they look rough. And even them during like our little school breaks are saying, yeah, I'm just going to be my own boss, and I'm just going to have all this, and, you know, maybe I'll adopt kids, but I'm going to wait till I'm like later on because I need to build a business. And like, I'm hearing this and I'm like, anti-natalism at work, anti-natalism at school. And all of this is being espoused through a rejection of marriage and traditional values. These videos are coming to life in real time as I'm out there in the public dating. And this is the thing. It's the public dating field is like a minefield. They're literally trenches that I'm in. And when I'm in here, I'm just like, am I the only Orthodox Christian out here trying to find somebody that's a wife? And it's like, and I know it's like a shout in the dark, but it's like, I'm just curious, like for anybody else out there who's like in the comment section, do you guys see how grim it is out here too? Is it just me? And I'm pretty sure you both saw this on the dating market before you met each other.
I mean, we were complaining about it being like the last chopper out of Nam jokes. And this was older millennials like me. I'm almost Gen X by 1 year. And I mean, we were making this joke back in the early 2000s. No, so it's like 20 years later, it's significantly worse. I really feel bad for Gen Z. But like, I mean, when you look at women like this and their opinions and they start talking and stuff, like they just get like younger and younger before my eyes until they're like the age of my children, like 2 or 3. And you're like, oh, this is an emotional child. It doesn't know what it's saying. It's an idiot. It needs to be told what to do. Like, you don't get to have an opinion. You're silly. No, you can't have sweets before bed, honey.
You know what I wish, Marte, is I wish women who didn't think like that would make content themselves. Like, it's already kind of happening where women are saying like, oh, I love being a mom, and they'll show really beautiful moments with their babies, which makes me have baby fever. And it's like, okay, we need to counteract that. And so women, you know, we're not like ready to debate and be like super confrontational. And maybe we don't need to be like that chick Lizzie on X where we're just like lecturing men all the time with the Bible. But like, why don't we make content and not fake like trad wife content, like watch me make cookies with my boobies. Like not like that, but just like, I actually really like can't wait to be married. Like, husband. Like, look at me, look at my recipe book I'm already making. Like, I don't know. Like, that sounds cheesy, I guess. But you know what I mean? Like, why don't women like that think like me make more content? And
you're
like,
answering your question right now. You're literally answering it.
Like I make content and I don't talk about that specifically, but just like little TikTok videos and stuff. Like these chicks who are single I think they should do more like that. But most people are Protestant and these women are like making like Bible, I don't know, it's like cheesy like sola scriptura content. I'm like, no, make some other content and get some dudes to slide in your DMs and get married and have children.
But this is the problem, because if I'm a guy, I think that men should also produce content. But the problem with guys that we run into is now I'm doing a sales pitch and now I have to sell myself. And now I sound like a red pill person by saying, hey, you know what? Because I have like not a dream board, but I have like a little goal thing. Like it's like a notebook, and I have like a BMW i8. I had 3 cars like last year. I had a Escalade and 2 BMWs, which was crazy. They were all paid off. And this was like when I was working for the feds and stuff and doing all this. That's a long story. But anyways, when I had all this, I was like, maybe I should get out there in the dating market. But I was like, well, I should post because here's the thing, because this is delving around dating. I'm an IFBB pro that plans on getting back into competing on stage. As an Orthodox Christian, there are things that I need to be careful of. Like, I put pictures of just my face or my head up, and then people are like, yeah, the reason why you're not getting hit up, Marte, is because they don't know what you look like. You could be fat. Like, they need to understand what you're working with. But I'm like, men need to be modest too. Like, let's be honest with it. Like, we shouldn't be like half naked in pictures and stuff. And I understand bodybuilding and stuff, but aside from that, if there's no reason, you shouldn't be on a thong laying back like, hello, ladies. Like, there's no way on earth I'm going to be doing that. But what I'll do is I'll post pictures like maybe a tight shirt, and then I'll post like vehicles and stuff like that or whatever, because I want to say, hey, I'm a stable guy, I'm competent. But guess who ran up in my DMs? All the 304s are like, hey, Pappy, let's go to Papa Do's. Like, let's go here. And, like, you're telling me where I should take you? Like, I automatically got a bunch of boss babes in my DMs like, hey, this and that. And it's like the most anti-Christian DMs ever. So it's like, what would be the threshold that a man needs to walk on? That's the thing that I'm thinking about right now. It's like, so you don't want to show body on social media. You want to be able to be like, hey, this is what I'm looking like, but it's like you show too little. And then so this is such a weird time in 2026 to date, to navigate in these sites, mind you, because somebody brought up Christian dating mingles. No, it's just as bad, because there's another. I know I'm tackling like 3 subjects right now at once and hitting you with a gish gallop, but I'm going to tie this in real quick. Upward and Christian mingles are not the best sites, because I've met Satanists on Upward. I've met somebody who is a witch on Christian mingles. I don't know how. Like, they exist, and then they'll put like to be decided for their religion, because they'll put this. So that exists. I wish, oh God, I should have taken those screenshots. Those are crazy, by the way. So they exist. And then when you're out there, it's like,
people now.
It's crazy, because when you're out there, in order to vet people, you have to present yourself. And it's like, how do you present yourself in a way that's like alluring? Because you should have like, not that we're hunting and you need to throw a bait or anything like that, but like, hey, I need to let people know that I'm a competent person. And I'm not saying for myself, but people like me that want to get out and venture in the dating market. How do you let people know that you're competent, which is like, could be like, I can afford vehicles and a house and I have a job and all this other stuff, without being materialistic? And then also, how do you present yourself without being like a 304 as a guy? Because I think guys can be a 304s too. That's such a crazy thing to manage.
I can answer this.
Yeah, please do, Scott.
So when I had my Hinge profile, I had 6 photos, and this was the one where I met Z, and I just put things where it was things that exemplified my life and my personality is the way I thought of it. So I was like, okay, I had a picture of me in my sheriff's uniform, in my Jeep with my dog in the center console, and me just kind of like rubbing my dog and smiling at the camera, so they could see like I had an occupation as law enforcement, I had a dog, drove a Jeep, you know. And then like I did another one where I was at the park with my dog, just kind of sitting in the grass, you know. And
You had
you
a
could-
lot of you punching stuff.
yeah, and then there was like one of me like doing like some like kickboxing, some stuff, and then there was another one
There's
of
a
me.
video, yeah.
Yeah, at a gun range, an outdoor gun range, and I was just wearing like a hat and like a button-down shirt and like tack pants and tack shoes. So it was like all the things I like to do, but you could also look at me and like in some of them you could see my face real clearly because I did closer ups, and then I did like further away shots so you could see I was tall and kind of lean. So I was like, they have all the information now. Like none of it was really designed to be like alluring. I didn't pose for any of these shots. These were all old photos I had, but I chose them really selectively to be like aspects of personality, have dog, have this career, like these things, kind of carefree and a little bit silly. Like is what it is, ladies.
So, all right, I'm going to show you guys what my profile looks like. So we're about to do it.
Let's see this.
So,
There we go.
You guys can be as blunt as possible. You guys are going to critique my profile, and I'm going to show you guys real quick. I'm just going to put my screen to the thing. This is so my first picture they're going to see is this.
That's cute.
How old is that?
That was like a few years old or whatever. Well, maybe two. And then I have a voice thing right here that talks where I'm like, hey, you know, whatever. And then it says, I geek out on factual history and events.
That's true.
And then you go over here. There's a picture of me giving a baby kangaroo, like some therapy.
A massage.
And then there's me cooking. Then there's me on a podcast. And then there's me in Sedona. Like, and then there's me in the gym. That's probably going to turn a lot of people off.
Really?
I don't know. But like, I don't
the last
show,
two,
like,
the last two are the only ones where it's a question mark for me.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with them personally, but I can see what you're going to attract.
304s.
You're going to attract some 304s, and you're going to attract ethnic 304s.
This is what I was
Why'd
talking
you look
about.
at
That's
me?
crazy.
Why'd you go like this? Are you clapping of an ethnic?
But see, Scott, hold on. They're going to be like, okay, is he skinny? What does he really look like? Is he fat? I don't want to be the fat guy. So the reason why I put those, remember, I'm fully clothed in those pictures, maybe a tank top.
No, I know.
But I want to let people know, like, I could feel safe with him. That's the reason why I did that. But the reason why I'm being 100% transparent here is because if I'm going to host a show about modern dating, I need to be like, hey, this is what I'm doing. I don't know what you guys are doing out here, but I want to represent myself as a Christian man that's out here, not trying to get 304s like Scott was talking about. Those pictures may attract, and that's what I want to stave off. But I also don't want to be like the guy with the burqa on, with the male version of a burqa on as well too. That's crazy. But
maybe
Can I say from a female point of view? Maybe put some.
I'd love to hear from a female's point of view too.
Guys who gym, we like to look at them, but usually they're F boys, and we know it. And so you just like. For me, like as a woman who's like, yeah, he's gonna try. Like I look at a picture like that. I don't know. Like obviously, I don't know you, and I go, he's going to try to pressure me into sex, and you just swipe because I'm not even gonna mess with it. I've done that. I did that many times where I was like, oh, he's so good looking and he's funny and I like the things that he says, and then you see a picture of him going, look at me at the gym. You go, F boy, and you swipe.
So
and that's why I was going to suggest, and this is my workaround for this, is because you want to be transparent and you also want to show off your hard work, dude. Like you worked really hard on those muscles. They made a career for you. Like it's worth showing. However, there's a way to, I think there's a way to do it where you can balance.
God, over here. I want to hear this workaround. Let me hear this. It's crazy.
Take that one photo, the one that's a little bit older in Sedona, you said, take that one out and put in your baptism photo.
I was going to say your baptism. That would intrigue me.
Because what it's going to do is it's going to temper the way they feel about the next photo. They'll look at that and the kangaroo and you cooking, and they'll be like, wow, he's really fit. He's really handsome. He seems like he's kind of eloquent and likes interesting things. Like, wow, like this is kind of an interesting dude. Like, wow. And then they're going to see that he's real religious. Like he posted this. He's serious about his religion. They're going to see the next photo down of you posing and stuff. And they're going to think one of two things. They're going to think, wow, he's either a hypocrite and an F-boy who likes to pose as being religious, or he is seriously religious and he has a lot of self-discipline.
And I would if
so
I'm like
this photo right
I'm
here,
not
right?
the woman you're looking. Yes. I'm not like the woman you're looking for, but I'm the type, the type of woman. And I would go, oh, he's just one of those guys that you see on Instagram and TikTok that are like, yeah, here's my Bible, here's my muscles. And you go, okay, I can get with that.
Exactly. There's a way you can have this. You just got to balance it.
With
It's
the
all about
temper
optics.
of the picture.
It's all about optics.
Optics are a big thing in dating, you know, and that's I think that's pivotal. I think that's important, especially with optics. I'm
telling you,
here's the
try it.
thing though. I'll be honest with you, and I know that a lot of men in the chat who are single could probably say the same thing. Like, I don't want to be out here on the dating market. I honestly don't. I don't think these men out here want to do that. These men don't want to spend hours and money because let's face it, Zinga and Scott, it can be pricey the longer you're on the dating market, and then you'll get, spending time that you'll never get back. We want to be able to find a wife and then leave. I don't want to stay in here. I don't want to live in the dating market. I don't want to stay here. I want to get back to the Orthodox Church and say that me and my wife represent the body of Christ, and then that's it. I don't want to, matter of fact, I dislike the dating market. I loathe it. I don't like it at all. Get me out of this hellhole right now, this crazy scape that I'm in. But in order for me to be competent in here, then this is crazy. I have to go to school, and this is going to sound very red pill me to say this, but the reason why I'm doing this is because I need to lay groundwork and foundation so that way she can be safe, meaning like I can fend off a financial emergency or whatever, like I was saying, $15K a month, which is decent. It's nice making 120K, something like that a year. Like my friend in class with me was offering a business deal to me, and he was like, I'll give you a contract. He made 600K in 6 months working at the mines. And I was like, I don't care if I got to suffer and do this, because in the mine, my goal and motivation is stability for my family. But I don't think that you can tell a woman this, even though like there's a lot of things that society will tell you that you can't tell a woman on the first date. They'll say things like, you shouldn't talk about politics or religion. Matter of fact, that should be the first thing you talk about on a date, because that's the thing that's going to break you up on month 6, on month 4, and you wasted time, because she's going to be like, oh, I didn't know Orthodoxy was that strict. Oh, fasting. Oh, tradition. I didn't want kids, or, oh, you voted for him. Like, it's like, no, I want to be able to weed all these people out. Like, this is crazy. I want to be able to weed people out, but at the same time, just understand Orthodoxy and Christianity doesn't make it easier. I'm just going to be honest with you and tell you.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'll say this. I'll say this. When I was dating, and after a while, a guy would figure out what kind of woman I am, and suddenly, like maybe I was in the same class with them or something, and they would do all the F-boy stuff. And I just didn't respond to it because I'm not about that life. They'd be like, oh, she's this type of chick. So then they start suddenly like texting me like, I want a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like I really want a wife. I ain't trying to do all this dating around. And I'm like, and I would tell my mom, she'd be like, oh, they figured out that you're not trying to have sex with them. And so now they're telling you that they want a wife instead of just a girlfriend. And so I think if you put out, like, I know you're telling the truth, because the stories that you say, the things that you say never change about the things that you're doing and how you're trying to improve your life and make more money and all that stuff. But if I were just meeting you and you were just giving me all of that, I'd be like, holy crap, I just wanted to know what your hobbies were.
Oh, I don't do that. That's something I don't do. The way, like, let's say I take somebody out on a date. The way the conversation is going to go is going to be like just general stuff. But if there's a opening and then somebody says, well, I don't know, and they like, I'll let them bring up politics or something that's adjacent to where I feel like I can tell them it was their idea to bring this up. Like, I don't bring up politics or religion right away, but somewhere in the conversation, you want it to seem like it was their idea. Well, hey, since you're talking about religion anyway, since that's adjacent to like Christianity, what are your views? Like, I'll bring it up, but I have to make it think like it's their idea. Like, that's the last thing I want to do is like give them a brochure like, hey, this is what you're signing up for, blah, 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 blah. It's almost like you could turn people off because it's like, am I one of the 15 customers like this week you try to sell? Like, that's what it sounds like, a script. And I don't want it. I want it to be like, very natural, almost like organic when I have a conversation. Hey, that pasta is amazing. Have you ever been to Italy? Because I heard they got some bomb ass, but like just regular conversation. And then what's going to come up is like, yeah, Italian people have a different culture there. Oh, let's pull her into religion a little bit. Yeah, the culture is a little different. So is the belief system from what we have in America right now. Well, how do you think? Well, there's Popeyes. It's a black restaurant, but only like white people work there sometimes. Isn't that crazy how that but you'll have a conversation and eventually she'll steer it to like feelings about religion or politics. And then boom, like it was your idea. That's why we're talking about it. And that's how we'll talk about it.
I think that's fair. I just had a different bent with Z just because I had like made these fervent prayers about finding a wife, and I was really working on myself. And so I kind of just put it out there, and I made it really clear on my profile. Like, you have to match me on religion. You have to match me on politics. And you have to match me on child rearing. And
that's a good strategy too.
And it really filtered out a lot of people. And then Z popped up, so it was just like, that worked. So I'm not saying you have to do it that way. I'm kind of weird and blunt and a little bit aggressive, but more people, most people are probably a little more charming than me.
That's not weird. I think that's straight to the point. And I think that's a success. So the reason why I wanted to have this podcast is because I didn't just want to talk about things, because a lot of people, they'll have these spaces and podcasts and they'll talk about things, but then the next day nothing changes and they have no solution. That's not what I want for this podcast. I don't want people to say, yeah, Marte posted a lot of things that are great for clips and drama, but I came away and it's like, yeah, my dating life hasn't improved. That's not what I want. I want it to be edifying and productive.
It's funny you say that, because when Z was contemplating starting her channel, I told her, I was like, well, here's the thing we have to stick to is you're going to talk about like the cultural brain rot and all these things that are wrong with society, but you have to offer a prescription at the end of every show. You have to tell them what to do. That's positive. And so we've made that a firm rule for her, and that's worked fairly well. And so I appreciate that you guys are kind of in kismet in that regard. But yeah, I think as far as dating's concerned, dude, I think you're on the right track. I think your profile looks fine. I think just make a couple of little amendments to it might help you weed out some hoes.
Baptism.
Yeah, no, I'm serious though, because
I get it. It's
baptism illustrates such a big part of who you are. It shows like
this is the next pick. I get it. Yeah.
Because when you have like 6 pictures to exemplify your entire, to embody all that you are, it's kind of ridiculous, but
it is ridiculous.
If you're really good at curating it, you can kind of do a decent job, like it's a nice little summary. And I think that would be a great picture to include in there. And then, like when it comes to women too, I think it's okay to be direct, obviously, because that's how I am. But I think there's other guys who are going to have different approaches. They're going to not necessarily have the personality like mine where that's comfortable for them. But I think you can still kind of weed out and filter a lot of the problems just by simply curating your content in a certain way. And also being really good at pattern recognition. Like one of the things I think I can toot my own horn about is that I'm extremely good at figuring things out very quickly about other people just by glancing at them. And, it's not dismissive at all. I'm very thorough in my analyses. And I look at a lot of different pieces of evidence in order to come up with what I think is a fairly holistic picture of who a person is and what they believe and what they care about and so forth. And so when I would go dating, sorry, I will wrap this up quick, but when I would go dating
take your time, Scott. This is very based.
Yeah, when I would go dating in the past, it was kind of like I'd Sherlock Holmes these chicks. It would be like snapshot, snapshot, snapshot. And then I would listen to a few things that they said, and it'd be like absorb, analyze, cross-reference. And it was like immediately I can tell whether this would be a waste of time or not. Like, okay, this woman's probably vaguely into witchcraft and she's kind of a weird boss babe. Oh, and the shoes suggest to me that she has a lot of money, which means that she's used to making her own money and she has her own career.
Still does that.
Yeah, and so you just look at the little patterns in front of you, and you can kind of be like, you know what? I'm really glad that you came out with me. It kind of had some fun. I don't think this is going to work out. And you just call it a day. Then you meet a girl the next time and she's got a little bit different outfit. She has a different personality, but there's other red flags. And you can like, you know what? Thank you so much for your time. I enjoyed this coffee. This is a great suggestion on this place, but you know what? I don't think this is going to work. And you save yourself a lot of grief. And one of the reasons that I know this works is because it's the same in sales. Like some of the best salespeople out there, Tim Pool actually talked about this. Tim Pool was a really excellent salesperson for these organizations that went out and got money for charities. And he was like one of their top guys, their top producers. And the reason he was so good, he said, was because he was just really good at walking into a room and determining instantaneously whether those people are going to spend money or not. I'm the same way with women. I can go in and be like, yeah, no. And I can tell you 8 reasons why really fast.
No, I think that's pretty base. So one of my chatters says this. He says, Scott's strategy is smart. Last time I got on a dating app, I laid out my values in the bio. It helps weed out BS women who aren't worth the effort. And I agree with that. True. So Scott, when
I did the same thing.
Yeah, I agree. So Scott, when you say things like my personality, I'm very blunt and all this. No, Scott, that's me. You're describing me to a T as well, too. I'm extremely blunt. I don't really care about how you feel if it's offensive to you, as long as it's like let's say someone was offended because I said I want 2 kids, right? Two children, and I'm an Orthodox Christian, all this, and she's like, oh, you just want the strict Christianity. Yeah, I do, because I can't really concede Christ for anybody, and I can't really allow a woman to take leadership when it comes to like what my goals are. And overriding, if anything, I want her to follow me as I walk towards Christ. To me, that inversion happens all the time as men concede all their values up front on dating apps all the time. And they'll omit things or they'll add things. And I'm like, well, you don't have to lie to women to get women. And here's the thing, though. You'd be surprised at how many women you can get with the truth. And not to mention this, but you weed out a lot of time that you'll waste that you'll never get back. And also, like I was saying, you'd be surprised with what women would agree to if you're honest with them. So just be honest. That's one thing I'll say. In that is part and parcel with being blunt. Like you said it's a part of your personality. Hell, it's a part of my personality too. You see me in debates clashing with these DJs all the time, and I'm completely honest with them. And it's like, if I lose a debate, I'll be honest with that too. But I think that integrity is extremely important. And that's why I have you two here, because the integrity from YouTube is not only are you guys a part of the Orthodox faith, but you guys are goals. Like your goals, Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, are goals. When I look at this, I want to be in your position. And that's the reason why I had you here, is because if you look to the left, ladies and gentlemen, there's the before pic, and then the right of me is the after pic. Only the colors are swapped. They look like a black and white TV on my right, but coming together, they have a traditional family. So they have kids. There's a wife and a husband. That's a nuclear family. That's the goals, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we want. We don't want to be the guy on the left the whole time, unless you want to live a monastic life. This is the reason why I wanted you guys on here. I didn't want like secularists here to talk about red pill dating advice, Coach Greg Adams and all this. All that leads to is nihilism and black pill stuff. This is the reason why I mainly wanted you guys up here, because that's the foundation of the I would say the expectation that we want for society in general.
Mm-hmm. And I think God hears you. I'm sure you pray about this and all of that. But
I mean, I hear me. I hear me too. So it's like, yeah, I get it. It's just not to negate anything you said, but I remember prayers that I prayed. I remember specifically I was in church. It was like a pre-service prayer type of thing, and I was sitting there, and I used to sit. So I used to do the praise team rehearsal. I played guitar, and then I would sit for the pre-service prayer, and I would sit there and I would just cry. I was so miserable, and I would just pray and ask God, like, what is going on with my life? I should be happy that I'm saved, and I don't feel happy. I was so miserable, and I would just ask God to help me. And little did I know he was going to bring this like cussing tall dude that had a crazy dog that was going to help me, show me the way. Because remember, and you know this, but he used to cuss a lot. It was like every other word. And for whatever reason, it didn't turn me on, but it didn't turn me off. But anyway, Scott had me, he was very sweet about it too. He led me to make these decisions that have turned my life around, and now I'm in Orthodoxy. I would have never done it. I would have been too afraid, and I wouldn't have done it. But he was a part of my salvation, and that's the point of marriage. So I'm just saying that God hears us, and maybe he's just waiting for a specific time.
Yeah, Z made me want to be a better Christian, and I helped Z overcome some obstacles that she couldn't overcome by herself. And I think that's why I'm pretty comfortable saying, like,
sorry,
all these guys like you, Marte, they have a lot going for them, and they're a catch. You're a catch, my friend.
I think so.
And but the problem is like you said, there's just not a lot of fish to catch in some of these ponds. And so I think, you just kind of have to put yourself out there. The internet that's good because everybody can access it. So Hinge is a good place to start. But I think you also need to maybe shop in different stores. I think you need to understand, like, I may have to overcome some spiritual quibbles and some other issues because orthodoxy is just too obscure in the Western world, man.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. It sounds better if people tell you you're a catch, because I'll never tell you guys that I'm a good catch or anybody else. It just sounds very conceited if I was to say that. So you'll never chat. I'll even tell my chat that you'll never hear me tell people that I'm the best debater or I'm a great debater or I won a debate in the middle of the debate. Just like I'll never walk into a room and tell people I'm an alpha or that I'm a great catch. I think that if the right woman were to see me, she'll tell me that I'm a great catch. I wouldn't have to tell her this. But I agree with you guys totally. I just won't say that. That's what I'm saying.
No, I was telling some friends of mine about you when we first kind of met, like virtually, obviously. And I was like, I can't remember what it was, but I had this stream idea. And I was telling a friend about it. And I said, oh, and maybe I can ask my friend Marte to come on. I said, but you got to promise me you won't fall in love with him, okay? Because he's Orthodox and he ain't going to be with no Protestant chick. And she was like, oh my gosh, what are you talking about? I said, no, he's really fit and he's really smart. You're going to fall in love with him. Trust me. And she was like, no, I'm not. But she doesn't know anything about you because she's not on YouTube. But that's what I think about you, if that helps. That's how I think about you. Any girl would be glad. And I hope I'm not being cringe, but.
No, you're not being cringe. I think that we can objectively look at something that's subjective, if that makes sense. I think that we can ascertain from like an externality, like thinking outside the box, that's what I mean, and saying, well, this is the input. If somebody else was out there, this is what I see for them. Like, and I get what you're saying. Scott, am I right when I say that? That's the correct way to, like, I don't want to kind of like make a misstep, but this is what I'm saying. I'll just tie this up real quick, is that what you're doing is offering a presentation to say, okay, this is a good car. It runs well. It's nice, because women get equated to cars all the time. It's my turn as a guy to be compared to a car. You know what? There's low mileage on this. It's a really good car. It's really skilled on the road. Knows what to do around these tough turns and all this. And then not to mention that, but there's plenty of insurance, so you should feel safe. And that's basically what you're doing. It's not making things cringe if you say that. But what I do think is you're making an is claim. You appear as a good man. You appear as everything that a woman would want. But in the crux of this, it's like, that's the problem that we run into. Scott was saying there's not a lot of fish out there. I agree. There isn't a lot of fish. And the whole podcast, and the reason why we come to this topic, is the navigation part is treacherous. It's treacherous, and it's like a stone's throw from nihilism, which I can easily, like, let's say today I just get rejected by 50 million girls. Hyperbole here, by the way, too. And then tomorrow I'm just like, black pill. Like, it's so easy for guys to become black pill really quick. Like, you can be telling me, and here's how I could think as a black pill person. I can say, it's easy for you to say that, Zinga, because you have a husband and Scott has a wife, for you to say this. Like, a millionaire could tell somebody, you can be a millionaire because I did this. Well, if you flip the roles in reverse, it's harder for that to be said for the other guy in the inverse. So that would be the black pill spectrum. I look at this, but instead I'm choosing to look at this as like, you know what? I'm just going to keep working hard because I am going to be getting into a blue collar position and possibly business owner and all this other stuff. I might as well put this work to good use and plant seeds, and hopefully Christ will make this come to fruition, just like any of the chatters out there that are also in the same position as me.
Yeah. And I think that's the best way to balance it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, I wasn't, I agree with you. There aren't a lot of fish, and you're positioning yourself as best you can for a family, which honestly, and I think if I'm off base, you tell me and I'll hush. which is something Scott and I did not do. We did not prepare for a family because I didn't think I was ever going to find anyone. And I think he thought the same thing. But you go, oh, whatever, dating app, okay, I guess. And I was miserable because I wasn't in the true church. And God used a man to bring me into the true church because I wouldn't have had the courage to do it myself. So I understand your pain. But one of the things I did wrong was I made my world too small. And so I was in a church that would sometimes get to 200 members, but most of the time it stayed like 150. From my age of 9 till 30 years old, the church never really grew. And I think it still hasn't. It may have even gotten smaller. And so I was trying to date in this little pool of these femmy manipulative dudes who were no good. And the moment I said, okay, I'm going to do something a little bit different, which is I got on a dating app and actually really tried to find a guy. I talked to many, many white men. I am white men catnip, okay? And Scott came up and he actually talked to me and treated me like a person and not some chick he can like bump and grind with later.
Yeah.
And so when he says that maybe you have to pivot, I'm not talking to just you, but just anyone. Maybe you have to pivot and try something a little bit new and give people a chance that you wouldn't normally give. And I would not have normally given a cussing guy with a crazy dog a chance. Maybe something good can happen out of it because we've had our ups and downs and our marriage has been hard in some ways. You said it very early at this stream, like sometimes hard times can last for some years, and it did because health issues and different things like that and money issues. Just some of it was just out of our control. Well, not the child because, we didn't have to do that, but we did it anyway. Okay. But so, that happened. And we had like 2 kids back to back really fast, like conceived on the honeymoon. Okay. Super, super fast. And we weren't ready. And physically, I wasn't ready because I had gone through chemo, but we stuck together. And now the marriage is so much better. And then now that hindsight is 2020, I'm like, holy smokes, God was leading me. He was waiting for this guy, when you hear his own story, for him to get to the position where he was actually submitting to God. Meanwhile, I'm over here crying and praying every Sunday and every night in my bed. And the storyline just plays out. And you're like, oh, this is a romantic story of how God uses suffering to bring people together, to get them into more suffering for their salvation. Yeah. So don't despise these times is what I'm trying to say. Like the things that'll come out of you when you talk to God and when you talk to your spiritual father, your patron saint, whatever, it can't, like God can use it to help you and to get you to where you're supposed to be, to meet that person. And then ultimately, obviously, the end goal is your salvation. Now, if you're not a Christian, if you're not, especially an Orthodox Christian, there isn't much hope. Like, I'm not saying go to nihilism. I'm saying go to liturgy, because the point of suffering and the point of your prayers and the point of crying and being sad is to get you to God. Even after you get the woman or the man, the suffering that you endure in your marriage, or you could endure, is to get you to God and get you closer to Him and to become more like Him. So all of it is still centered around God and Jesus Christ at the end of the day. Whether you're single or married or dating, it's all to get you closer to Jesus and to become more like Him.
Based. All right, we're going to continue with some of this, but then we're going to get into the segment because we've been going at this for almost 3 hours. But I have 10 questions that I'm going to kind of run to you guys, and you guys are going to have to just figure out how you guys can reconcile this, and all of us do this, because like Scott and me were saying in your absence, like I want to be able to come with solutions in this podcast. I don't want to just come out with clips and us do a reaction video. Reaction videos don't really help anybody. It's just temporary entertainment, but I want this to be edifying for the masses and maybe give them some hope, but I also want to give them a solution. Men are solution oriented people. We have to be the fixers. if there's a problem, a storm coming, like we fix houses, drains, sewage, nuclear, and all this. We 87% of the infrastructure is us. I can go on a tangent about that, but it's like we have to be solution oriented. I don't want to have a podcast just to be a guy that prances on camera and just says, "Oh, you've been entertained," but nothing's changed the next day. I want there to be change, and I want to move the social needle to where people can say, "Well, it's hard out here for a Christian." Just like they say it's hard out here for a pimp, it's hard out here for a Christian. So I want to be able to move the needle a little bit, so where somebody can come away from this podcast and say, well, damn, man, it is rough out here. Marte's got it rough. Everybody else has got it rough. Because I've even been on NX Spaces. And so this is crazy. I'm about to tell you guys about this thing that I told Rollo Tomasi about. And this caused so much of an uproar in the dating market, because this is on subject. And I said, well, hold on. Because I was in nihilism place. This is where I was at right now. And I told Rollo Tomasi this plan. Well, it's not a plan, but it's, you know how we have like the red pill, the blue pill. This is called the blind pill. I told him I had this idea. Scott, the look on your face, I'm going to tell you what it is. And this is the blind pill. This is where I was at with nihilism and dating. I was like, you know, there's some beautiful ass blind people out there. So, and then not to mention this, you don't have to worry about hypergamy because they're not going to worry about height that much. And even if they are, what propagandization do blind people have to deal with? Because they're not watching commercials, even in their community. They're going to be like, oh, he's got muscles and there's tone right here. Hey, you know what? And matter of fact, I can be the hero because I can carry you to the door. As long as I don't move the furniture in the house, I'm slaying the dragon and I'm being the hero. And then not to mention this, but they're not going to be as materialistic as guys are, I would presume, because I think taking away that impairment would, help. And not only this, but think about how much more virtuous I would be if I were dating a blind person. You know what I'm saying? And then, and not to mention this, but we're suffering together. Not only would I be her hero, but she'd be like, yeah, I need this man. I would never have to hear from a blind person. I don't need no men. Woman, you can't drive here. Let me drop you off over here and then guide you around the grocery store because we can do these activities together. Like, that was my idea, because I was like, not only is the blind pill brilliant, but I'm not going to have any problems finding, and then they got on me. I was so harassed for bringing this idea up on X Spaces. But here's the thing though, my mom was deaf. I grew up in English was my second language because I knew sign language. I can then say, hey, you know what? I have a blind wife. And then my wife could say, well, I found him because he's relatable because he grew up in a disabled household. So not only am I more relatable to her, but I am her hero, her savior. Well, not a savior, but I'm a hero. And I'm the guy that can rescue her and we can function together. And not to mention that, I could say, hey, we're having a rocky time in our relationship. Do you want to go for a walk? She's going to be like, yeah, I'd love to get some tactile sensation out here outside. And then we'll go outside for a walk. And then not only that, but I'm keeping her in shape and she's going to be fit. And it's going to be hard for a woman to get fat if she's blind, because she's not going to be like, oh, man, I'm really craving that thing on TV. She's not going to be able to see this. So then, not to mention this, but we're going to become so closely bonded together. I'm going to basically be her seeing eye dog. She's going to be like, I can't go anywhere without Marte. I need this guy. How am I wrong with this? Is that not brilliant or what?
She's like making her way into the bedroom with her stick. Like, I want some tactile stimulation.
There you go. Tactile stimulation. Yeah, tactile.
Where you is? Wait, there you is.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you're getting it. Look, the reason why I offer the blind pill for people that are adjacent to nihilism and dating is because you're not going to have to deal with hypergamy as much. You're not going to have to deal with propagandization as much because blind people aren't going to see the propaganda that much. And then not to mention this, but here's the thing though. What blind people are 304s dancing in strip clubs?
This sounds like the premise of like a late 90s rom-com where you're like the guy who's like hard up. He's like, I got to get a girl while I'm still young enough to be a dad. And he's like, how about blind chicks? Cue the funny music, you going out to places trying to hook up with blind chicks. And here's the thing, you find her and she's gorgeous and she's smart and charming and fun and she loves you and all this stuff. But then she's like, oh, like I got these options, and then suddenly obstacles get thrown in, and suddenly she's like dating all the guys, and she's like, I don't know, Marte, I
options now.
I got a confession. Oh God, please don't judge me too bad.
Dang.
God, all right, I'm gonna wait till you guys stop laughing. Don't roast me too bad on this.
Look at that, Mose. Come
I know it's hard to get. It's hard for a woman to get fat if you spike her drinks with those. Just saying. If she's blind and she can't taste, that's wrong. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Why do I?
But here's the thing, though. I got a confession. So I went. Oh God, I can't. This was last year. Well, no, it was the year before I was on X. I presented this idea before I went on Rollo Tomasi's Rational Male, and we had a conversation in Vegas and sat down. So me and Sterling Cooper, I don't know if you guys know who this is, but we were supposed to go on Rollo Tomasi's. He's an ex-porn star, or corn star. We're supposed to get there, and I guess Justin Waller was going to be there. I don't know if you know who that is either. He's somebody that's like has been around.
Is he a Tate?
No, he's around Andrew Tate a lot.
I know who he is. Yeah.
Yeah, country boy. So it's supposed to be me, Justin Waller, and Sterling Cooper on Rational Male. But I couldn't be there because I had school coming up and all this other stuff. And so I think me and Sterling still have to have a sit down about the degeneracy stuff because he's trying to fight it too. Not from a Christian sense. We'll figure that out. But anyways, so here's the thing though, is if I'm talking about dating blind women, I have to have a confession. So the year before last, I did sign up to a blind dating site as a seeing person because I was like, if I get on this site, do you know how much help I can give a woman? And I could really be the husband of her dreams because I don't think they have many people. And not only that, but it's an untapped dating market. I was like, not only is this untapped because nobody's looking for blind women, no pun intended, but it's like I can look for blind women. And then not to mention this, but I'm pretty sure that they're not all butt ugly. And there's a woman that's really kind and sweet because she has to be. She's got no choice to be because what are you going to do? Cheat on me? I'm just going to leave you and you're not going to have a seeing eye person. Like, so it's like, like you have no, and I'm not saying like I'm just going to subjugate a blind person. All I'm saying is like there has to be really virtuous blind people out there because they're really, and this is going to sound really bad for me to say this, but life humbles you in such a way to where it's like, I can't really stab this guy in the back because he's the reason why I can get to the store and everything else. It's like, there's less proclivity to cheat. There's less proclivity to like bang somebody. If you don't see a person, you're not going to bang them most likely, unless it's in their community.
It's like those old articles where they'd say like, why aren't you leaving this man? He's very toxic. It's like, oh, my CDs are in his truck. In your case, it's like, I literally need his truck to go anywhere.
You know what God would do to Marte? She'd be like, I'm going to convert to Orthodoxy. And on the third dunk, she'd be like, oh, I can see.
Oh, she's divorcing. She's leaving.
No, damn it.
Oh my God, I got with a troll. This is crazy. I'm out. I got the paradox of choice would happen. She'd be like, I can see all these options now that were never available. Like, and then that's the thing though, is like, we got into this argument and she was like, well, if this woman was debating me, she was like, well, if she can get a surgery to see, would you prevent that? And I was like, yeah. And the reason, well, no, wait, let me explain. Hold on. Let me explain why. Because I think that transhumanism is bad. If we're going to put robotic eyes in people and things like that, how Christ-like is that? It's like, I'm not going to put like stilts on my legs and be taller for no woman or anything like that. Like, I think that God made us just the way we are. And she was like, no, that's wrong that you would prevent a blind person from seeing so they won't leave you. And I was like, well, it's wrong what women do too. They'll say, well, no, they do so many things on their end to prevent us from leaving. It's like, well, I want to keep you as natural as possible. Why would I interfere with God's creation? It's like, don't go to surgery. That's cheating on me, basically. Am I wrong?
Marte's one would have an afro. She'd be all natural.
No, we're not doing all that. That's crazy. You're doing too much, Zinga. Like,
you say you want her natural?
Yeah, natural eyes. Like, if you can't see, like, I got you blind. Don't change for me. Like, I want you just the way I found you, girl. Isn't that so romantic for me to keep? Like, I like how God made you. Like, that's perfect.
But Marte, if she can't see, that means she can't shave her legs.
Oh, she can help. Hey, you know what? You see this cactus down here? Let me help you out with that, girl. We're gonna have. I'm gonna put on.
Okay, you'll shave her for you.
Because I can't put a movie on. I'm going to put some music on for you. Help her with the cactus.
When blind people sit through a movie, do they say, I heard this movie instead of like I've seen this movie. Something to think about.
I don't know, but she can. You know what? If there's a
You're
lot
like,
of
oh, let's
speaking-
watch Lord of the Rings, and she's like, oh, I've heard this.
You know what? She can't watch John Wick with me because all he says is "yeah" throughout the whole movie. She ain't watching that.
She's not really going to get much out of it.
But Marte,
Yeah.
have you looked for a blind woman yet?
I was on a blind woman site for a minute.
Did you see any takers or like do they post pictures? Like how does that work?
So I got catfished on a. Oh, I can't believe I'm about to tell you guys
You got
this too.
catfished by a blind woman?
I got catfished by a blind woman. Turns out she could see, and I called her out. That was such bullshit. So hold on. The reason why I knew that I got catfished was because I did an image search. She had a Facebook, and then she was drawing something, and I was like, "Come on, really?" Like, I was like, "You're drawing, bitch! Like, there's no fucking way you're on a blind site and you're drawing, bitch! Like, this is crazy." I was so upset because she was gorgeous. Like, you gotta lie to me about being blind?
This is a stand-up joke.
So no, hold on. The reason I asked her, so I asked this woman. Hold on. No, let me explain real quick. The reason why I asked her, I was like, "Why did you lie to me about being blind?" I was honestly looking for a disabled woman. That sounds so bad for me to say this, by the way. I was honestly looking for disability, and then you had to lie to me about this bitch. So then she said, "This is the reason why I lied to you." She said, "The reason why I lied to you is because she was looking for the opposite."
Oh my god.
She
was like, "I want to find a blind guy that's really good and not materialistic and not into girls' looks or anything like that." And I was like, "Man,
you know what?"
So wait, did you pretend to be blind?
No, I was like I said I was a seeing person on there. But here's the thing, though.
How do they see? Like, how do they know that they want to be with Marte?
So here's the thing, though, is I was curious, and I was like, how are these blind people looking at what I'm writing on this app?
Right.
Yeah.
So it turns out that when you're texting these blind people, you're texting their handler or person, and then they're relaying this to the blind person. So my mom was deaf, and she had a TTY. So there was an operator that read things on a screen and then typed it to my mom, and my mom saw that. That's how I was like nosy, and I was in a second story building and saw all my mom's messages because I saw the writing. So the person who's the operator typed it so my mom could see and translated it. So I imagine this is like the same thing with a blind person on an app. But anyways, this is a really weird tangent that we went on, but it's on topic. It's dating. But I was like,
show about this, man.
I know this is an unexpected turn, but I was so black-pilled in dating that I was literally saying, "Hey, Rolo," and I brought this up. It's still in the podcast. I was like, "Rolo, the blind pill would be a brilliant strategy for men because it's an untapped dating market of women who aren't hypergamous, who aren't materialistic, and who aren't after things like the 6-pack, 6 inches, 6 figures, like all. It's like these women are going to be thinking about that. So it's like, if you look at this untapped dating market, I'm just like, wouldn't I be more virtuous to go seek out this woman who's suffering and she needs a hero that can see for her and guide her everywhere else? I would basically be like the handsome lassie to her, and this would be perfect. Like I don't see how bad that would be, but anyways, that's how I was looking at this. So
are you
a virtuous aspect?
Right. Are you looking for a like a certain looking type of woman? Like, do you have a type? Now, I'm not asking what it is, but just asking if you do, and if you're willing to look outside that type.
So my type isn't, and I'll tell you, my type tells me that they're not my type. I'll talk to a black woman, and she'll be like, "I'm not finna sit here and talk to you about all this. Matter of fact, I'm fixing to leave." Like, if she talks like this, I'm gonna automatically, because I went on a date with somebody that said that, and I said, "You mean you're getting ready to leave?" "Yeah, fixing to leave. It's the same thing." I was like, "Well, you can't really repair the fact that you have to leave. Like, what do you refer?" Anyways, that ended bad. We didn't even get to lunch. Like, it was really bad. So that happened, and then I'm like, man, you know what? I have to like date people because I'm a grammar schnoxy when it comes down to things, and I'm like, that weeds out a lot of black women, and they weed me out because of that as well too. So it's like we weed each other out. So it's like my dating pool is like, I'm gonna out myself right now. My dating pool is like, my interest is like white women, educated, well-spoken, somebody that, and here's the thing that'll weed women out too, is like, I do debates. That's going to turn a lot of people off. The fact that I do debates, the fact that I get into arguments with people, the fact that I'm becoming more skilled at this. And I do believe I'm getting better at doing debates. That turns a lot of women off, because I've been told this before. They were like, damn, it must suck to argue with you in a relationship. And I'm just like, damn, is that what women think about? Like, and that's the first thing that they'll say. They'll like, I'll be on a dating app or something like that, and they'll be like, well, what are you doing online? And I'll be like, yeah, I'm almost wrapping up online. Like in the past, I've messaged people, yeah, I'm almost done with this debate. Like if there was a break or we're doing a post panel debate about what? And it's like, damn, they're going to make me bring up politics, and I'm going to bring up religion. Good. Maybe they'll get weed. And that's what happens. They're like, yeah, well, best of luck to you. You're a social media person, and that weeds you out. The bodybuilding thing weeds people out, because they're like, I have to eat a certain way. I can't be fat around you. Like, yeah, I still want you to be attractive and healthy. Like, what's like that weeds people out. Orthodox Christianity weeds people out. Turns out all these are massive red flags on my end, but they're good flags, right? So it just depends on who you're talking to in the market. So this is a really comprehensive conversation with different layers.
Yeah, but you know what though? It's. I had a conversation once when I was younger with my mom, because I was kind of frustrated by the fact that I couldn't find a girlfriend. And all the girls that seemed interested in me, I just wasn't very interested in them. I didn't find them very attractive or whatever. But I would hang out with them. I would talk to them. I would be nice, that kind of thing. And my mom would be like, you can't do that. You're giving them hope. Like, you're messing with their feelings. Like, you need to cut them off and be really firm. She's like, birds of a feather and all that. And I'm like, really? Like, coming from like a prior feminist, kind of woman, I figured she'd be a little bit nicer about it. But she was like, no, she's like, you don't mess with women. You find the women you're actually attracted to. And she said, and for you, that's going to be hard, because you're tall, you're handsome, you're very, very, very freakishly smart. She's like, and that's going to piss people off and make them feel inferior. So she's like, no matter how nice you are to people, they're going to hate you. She's like, you have to find the people who like themselves enough that they don't hate you. And so she's like, that's going to be a very small group of women. She's like, you're probably going to have to try traveling around and stuff to find them. She's like, that's just going to be your lot in life. So she was very no bones about it. She was like, you have X, Y, and Z gifts and genetic qualities. That's going to make you more difficult to love, essentially, by the larger portion of the population. And it sounds like you're just going through exactly what I was going through when I had this conversation with my mom, which is just like, I'm into this thing and this takes a lot of discipline and I want this and I'm doing this. Those are high value people things, Marte.
Yeah.
High value people things drive away most people.
The ordinary folks.
Yeah, ordinary folks who just want to Netflix and chill, and they're okay with a beer belly, and they really don't want to do all that working out.
And they got plans to let themselves go.
And they got plans to let themselves go after the honeymoon because they don't care that much. Like, you're not that kind of dude. So you only kind of women that are going to be able to stomach you on a day-to-day basis and actually respect you are the kind of women who have a lot going on for themselves as well. So
women who want to fight with him.
Yeah, women who want to like
be his helpmate.
Yeah, who are like, wow, like I really respect that he's doing these competitions. I'm gonna meal prep for him. I'm gonna have his stuff in the Tupperware. Like, I want him to go out there and win and be like, yeah, baby, that's right. Flex those muscles. You need someone like that, dude.
Real quick, I do gotta go pee, but we're gonna transition into the next part real quick. Just give me a second, okay?
Hey, Thomas Daly. I'm wondering what denomination of church. I was typing out the message, but now I'm just going to ask you, what denomination of church are you going to? If you could put that in the chat, that'd be awesome. Thomas Daly said, I'm a single guy who became a Christian a year ago, and it feels like single men are unwanted in the church. If I showed up to a church for the first time with a wife and kids, it would be different.
I washed my hands, by the way, too, in case you guys are wondering.
No one believes you.
You guys never heard of a rinse before? That's crazy.
Girl, you filthy. Hush.
Oh, man.
Hey, by the way, just real quick, did you see Jay Dyer's stream the other day? He was talking about Candace Owens and how she was saying that
the time traveler.
She said the Earth
not
is
the
ghetto.
child, not the time traveling, but she was saying like she doesn't feel right on Earth. The Earth is ghetto, and then she was saying all this stuff, and people in the chat were making Jay Dyer laugh so hard that he was literally had tears. Someone said, "Yeah, the Earth is ashy," and they were like, "Earth on EBT."
That's crazy.
It was really funny. You got to go back and watch that.
That's great. Wickmoto said, "What did he rinse him with? My shirt." That's what I did with my shirt.
Jolt.
So
He
I'm
rinsed
pretty
it with
sure
that
you guys
Jolt.
saw the Christian chaos segment that we're going to get into. The reason why it's chaos is because getting into this dating market, we're going to have quandaries, I'll say, that we have to deal with. Let me bring it up because I did bring notes and I brought a crap ton of notes to the table.
Dang, you came prepared.
Ready.
Yeah, so I have some questions that I got to ask, and we're going to get into these conversations. So you guys have heard would you rather questions before, right? There are 10 would you rather, and then we're going to get into the paradoxical nature of some of this.
Okay.
So just try to imagine the single person and looking on the outside in at a single person and putting yourself in their shoes. I know you guys are married, but I know you guys can do this. Very smart people, by the way, on the panel. So here we go. Would you rather go on a date with someone who shares your Orthodox faith but lives far away, or someone local who's secular but open to learning about your beliefs?
Person A.
I'm with Z on this one. If I actually found someone I was attracted to and interested in that lived far away but had all the same beliefs as me, I'd just lock them in as best I could.
Yeah. All right. Oh, God. I should have actually not ever said this question. This is trying to see how much I could talk. Well, here's the thing, though. If said person that you're interested in doesn't feel romance towards you because you haven't met and they're really apprehensive and you don't want to feel like you have to sell yourself to them and time is running out, I don't think that person's interested in fast tracking any of this other stuff. I think that two things can be true. I think that because I'm not in a relationship with that person or the person here at the home court advantage, I think that maybe both things can happen at the same time, and I can increase my chances throwing casting a wider net.
This question depends on gender or sex. So, like, if you're a guy, it's harder. So I would say absolutely try to lock them down because you're going to have less options. But as a woman, let's say the woman is on the other end of that long distance thing, she has local options. She doesn't need a long distance person.
How old
Sure.
is the woman? If
Yeah.
she's 36 like me, you ain't got much options. Unless you're gonna rob the cradle.
There's also that.
Yeah, it's almost, you don't have time to F around.
I think we're played past the extent of the rules, though. I think we were just supposed to give quick answers, all right?
No, there is no rules. We're going to have conjecture and conversation about this. That's fine.
Just making sure.
That's fine. It's not like a speed round. These are just because we're trying to reconcile some of these things that could be paradoxical in nature. And some of these have to be fleshed out because let's just say that I was recently talking to somebody that lived out of the country, but they liked me, but they weren't really romantically interested in me. When you hear this, it's like, I'm not doing a sales pitch. Even though I could try to lock you in and all this other stuff, it's like, yeah, but time is running out. And if time isn't important to you, it can't be important to me because I have to look as far as like now. If it's not important to you, but it's important to me, already we're not seeing eye to eye and there's like a mismatch going on. That's a massive mismatch.
Yeah, and it sounds also like she kind of had you in a quasi friend zone.
Yeah. That's a really damn. That's pretty. That sounds really accurate. So let me go on to the next question. Would you rather explain your commitment to chastity before marriage on the first date, or wait until things get serious and risk a bigger fallout?
Before.
Yeah, definitely before. They need to know. That's mean. It's a very mean-spirited thing to do is not tell them.
So you guys before, right?
Yeah, I told Scott before. Before we ever met in person on FaceTime.
Yeah, she made sure
Clink, clink.
I was not in her presence unless I knew that she was going to be chased.
I didn't do that.
That's awesome.
I just wanted you to know so you would be like, or yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. I like that. I like the upfront and honest answer. That was quick. So next question. Would you rather use a mainstream dating app and filter through secular profiles, or stick to a niche Christian site with fewer options?
My answer to this is I did the niche thing. So I downloaded probably about 4 or 5 different apps before I landed on Hinge. And Bumble pissed me off because it asked for my pronouns. So I said F you and I deleted it. And then there were a couple others I did, but it had like weird gay stuff in it. So I deleted those out of spite. And so Hinge was the only one that seemed relatively normal and wholesome, where it wasn't weird.
That's the one I showed you guys.
And it, and it left it up to you if you wanted to get all gay with it. And so I literally only used that one. I didn't even touch any other apps.
So the reason why I also deleted Bumble wasn't because of just the gender stuff. It was because women have to lead the relationship. They have to accept everything. It basically turns the woman into a boss babe.
Yeah.
Like men have women have less power than men on the app. It's not even equal at all. That's the reason why I was like, I don't like that.
Yeah, because I liked your profile on Hinge. Mm-hmm. He didn't like me. I liked him.
Yeah, but that's different.
Mainstream.
Like you can accept, but on Bumble, it's the other way around. Like if I match up with somebody, like let's say I match with them, they have to write me first. I can't ever write them first.
Yeah, well, yeah, that wouldn't have worked because I liked him and then he messaged me, I think. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. On Bumble, you can't do that because if you match with somebody, the woman has to message you first. There's no way you can message her because you're blocked until she messages you.
Right.
It puts the woman, the onus is on her to have the control.
Is Hinge mainstream? The reason why I went with Hinge is because everyone around me was like, we were in this big friend group. And a lot of them had met on Hinge. And I was told like, oh yeah, that's the place you want to go if you want an actual relationship and not just a hookup. So I was like, okay, and I just did Hinge. But I didn't try any others. Except for I think I did Upward. But and then I did Donald Date. You remember when Donald Trump had someone made a Donald Trump dating app?
Donald Trump had a dating app? That's crazy.
I don't think it was his. I think they just called it that. And I did it because I thought it was funny. But I gave myself a fake name and everything. So that wasn't real, but...
No, you're catfishing.
Had you a nice MAGA boy.
It's probably still out there.
Zing over here catfishing people before she met. That's crazy.
I was like, who am I going to meet? This is hilarious.
Bunch of good old boys be like, I never dated a black girl, but I'll make an exception for you, honey.
Your booty ain't big enough. I'll feed you.
Need more cornbread, skinny girl.
All right. So I met a couple in my last Orthodox church, and they said they met on an app called Date Right. And this is like a right-leaning conservative dating site. I was on this app, but it's like there's such slim pickings, and I'm like, I don't know how they met if I can't match with one person. It's crazy. But Tinder was crazy because there's OF profiles that are just marketing OF sites. That's it. And they're like, hey, if you really like me, you can subscribe to my OF on Tinder. So it's like, yeah, I still got a profile in there. And and here's the thing though, if I meet somebody and they're a good Christian, godly woman, I'm deleting all my sites. Like I said, I don't even want to be on that site anyways, or any other sites. But I have to deal with this. I have to get dirty and get in the mud, and spend time, learning about somebody's life until I hear their pronouns and be like, yeah, that's like money and time I'll never see again. That's what the part I hate about dating. I just say so.
Well, the good thing is people wear uniforms. Like you said, you knew immediately that chick was a lefty, like anti-natalist.
Oh yeah, that's
people
true.
Wear uniforms, so you can go pretty quickly. But the problem is that a lot of like church girls will look the part. And then you start talking to them, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, I love the view." And you're like, "Okay,
yeah."
Well, speaking of which, Ramirez, Dan Ramirez says, "What's up? Manar is an effing psychopath." Yes, he is. Because I'll bring this up. I was in a stream before I jumped into this one. And he was like, yeah, I destroyed Marte in this debate. And I was like, do you want me to post the poll again? Where you like, I was just like, there was a poll, you know that, right? So I won the last 5 debates I've done, including like the traditional marriage one on Cool Vix. Then I won 4 straight back. I beat Counterpoints, who's actually a pretty formidable, supposed to be. He wasn't that formidable that I thought. And then the First Amender, like, oh, come on. So, but I was on Manar's podcast, and he was like saying this. He was saying that this was bad. He was like, you're a Christian man and you support dating, courting. That's so degenerate for you to think about dating as a Christian. I was like, what? I was like, I need to learn about this Muslim religion a little bit more, because that's fascinating that you look at dating as degenerate. Like courting somebody is degenerate. Like, how do you guys get married? Like, do they take the burqa off the goat and do they take the burqa off the goat and park it in front of your house? I don't know. What do they do? Like, I don't understand this.
Well, but I mean, like, that's exactly what happens is they have arranged marriages, or they bang their cousin. And then the sex that's actually fun is with like little boys or other men.
The one with women is just for procreation.
Yeah, the women are just annoying, like progeny generators for them. Like they don't need to date or any of that stuff. They're not actually like in a relationship where they interact with each other all that much, except for like, make me more food, I know this is off subject, but I saw a documentary where this older, I think he was a taxi driver in one of those desert countries, and they were asking him a bunch of questions. And one of the things they asked him was about, little boys and are they attractive or whatever. But he was explaining it to them. He was telling it all because it's not bad over there. Like it is over here. And he was like, yeah, like they're pretty and they're attractive. And, what happens is the family's very poor and I have money. And so they'll give me the boy. And it was disgusting. It was like, that's what your people do, manure.
Zinga, I don't know if you ever saw the debate or like me putting the highlights of the debate on. But Manure had a problem when I brought up, like, because if we're talking about marrying cousins in Iran, the legal age is 9 years old, but then these are going to be inbred cousins on the dating market. There was no, like, I as soon as because I was like, I'm saving this for the middle of the debate. And then he was like, what? Cream pieing inbred 9-year-olds? Like, he was like, what are you talking about?
He said cream pieing 9-year.
Like, and I was like, bro, this is your religion. So this is what you do. This is on topic. And then he said, what do 9-year-old? He said, what do 9-year-old cousins have to do with the prompt? And the prompt was literally marrying your first cousin. I was like, you can't be this dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, they can be that dumb.
Manure, I've seen
You're right.
He is.
Maybe this is so crazy, bro.
You would break the laptop trying to have a conversation with him.
Oh, I shouldn't do it then.
He is.
I like my laptop.
He is the most artarded. Like, he's off the wall artarded. Like, otherworldly, beyond Mars and Venus and Pluto and all of them.
Yikes.
He said I lost the debate because I didn't bring up Christianity. And I was like, I don't have to destroy your argument. Yeah. And I was like, Christianity isn't even in the prompt. Like, I was like, what?
He said his parents aren't cousins. I don't know.
It's like, what do we call that? The Zerg rush? You just destroy his base. You don't have to defend your own.
Like, I've seen him on other like streams. He just jumps into it. He just goes.
Yeah. He spurgs a lot. And I was like, I already knew I was gonna have to deal with that. So.
I've left streams that he's been on because he just and and I can't do it. I can't do it because I want to punch him in the face and break my wrist doing it.
No, I would love to be on the stream. I'm actually trying to do a debate with him about ICE. As a former Fed, I would love to debate him and this guy named Mr. Work. But whenever we're on panels together, like I love trying to destroy Manar and just make him look bad. He ends up destroying himself. But anyways, back to the subject. I don't know how we got lost. Oh yeah, because in relation to marrying people and dating, he was bastardizing dating for Christians. But I'm like, but you would marry your first cousin that's a 9-year-old inbred. And that we don't want on the dating market. Like in your culture, it's okay to marry your cousins. You're producing inbred people for the dating market. That means that we now have to date inbred people. Like I don't think we want this production line or assembly line of inbred people like The Hills Have Eyes, Wrong Turn series, and all this. I don't think that that's what the dating market needs right now. I don't think we want that. But anyways, it's such a crazy thing. Like I was like, I don't know how he's going to win this debate. He lost in the polls, but. This is my next question. Would you rather date someone who respects your church attendance but doesn't join you, or someone who goes with you but questions Orthodox traditions?
Number 2 you can work with. Number 1 is never going to convert.
Zynga's still thinking.
I agree.
Oh, she had so based. She's like, I'm just going to... Yeah, you know what?
Ruben,
there's no voting that gets canceled in that house. I'll tell you that. Like, I don't think Zynga would ever cancel Scott's vote out, Chad, if you can hear what I'm saying. So we're going to move along.
I was reaching for some stew last night, and she called me out and said I couldn't do that. She said she needed to save that stew. So I listened. Like a good husband, I went, you know what? I don't need to eat all that. I've had too much to eat. I don't want to get fat, and we do need leftovers for tomorrow. And so I deferred to my lovely wife.
Based. Okay, here we go. Would you rather compromise on attending a secular wedding with a potential partner, or hold firm and potentially end the relationship early?
What kind of wedding? A secular?
Yeah. Would you rather compromise on attending a secular wedding with a potential partner, or hold firm and potentially end the relationship early?
It depends on the wedding.
Yeah,
like secular.
It really does.
Like, does that mean a man and a woman coming together for a shotgun?
Yeah, man and a woman coming together. We'll just say that. Yeah.
I would. You know, this is actually a really good question because I actually just had this. I sent an email to my spiritual father because I was a little tore up about something. I have a wedding coming up soon for a family member, and they want me to be in the wedding, but they're not religious at all. And they may not even get a real priest. They might just get somebody who's, you know,
Elvis,
legally can get them married in the eyes of the law. And I was a little torn up about it. And so I emailed my spiritual father and said, I'm like, hey, should I participate in this? Because this is a big deal for my family member, and they really want me to be there and support them. And, you know, I want to support them and everything. And I'd like to see them get married and, you know, get domestic and start moving in that direction. And he gave me a really good piece of advice. He said, he's like, it's not nothing that an irreligious person is moving towards God, even if they don't realize it. He's like, there's an act of repentance happening there on some level. There's part of them that's acknowledging that this isn't the right way to live, and they're turning away from the chaos of the world and they're turning towards the order of God. He's like, so that's not nothing. He's like, the other part of it is like, what role are you playing in it? Are they expecting you to officiate the wedding? Are they expecting you to celebrate it? And like, you know, all these sorts of things. He's like, so the extent of it is something you're going to need to pray about. But he was basically saying, he's like, ultimately it's on you, but your intentions matter more. Your heart matters more to God in this situation than you just being a purist and being like, well, I can't attend pagan ceremonies. You know what I mean? It's more like, well, I'm here to hope, to pray, to support my family member, that they get closer and closer to where I'm at, you know, by the grace of God, as opposed to being like judgy at a distance and being like, well, I can't participate in these ceremonies now that I wear the cassock. You know what I'm saying? So that's a sort of a nuanced answer. I can't give you a fun, pithy answer to that one. That one had to be talked through.
If someone was marrying themselves or someone of the same sex,
that would be a no-go.
Yeah,
that'd be easy. Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
here we go. Would you rather have a deep conversation about different views on family planning right away, or ease into it after building emotional connection?
I can have that conversation right away.
I was gonna say right away.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
There's
that
nothing
conversation
wrong
we
with
have
talking
right
about
away.
kids and
This
stuff.
is what I, because we're not planning together. You're just saying this is what I want.
Yeah.
And this is what. And you tell
Like
me
I'd like to have, like I think I told her, I said I'd like to have 2 kids. I want a boy and a girl, so I get the full experience.
And I wanted 4 boys.
Yeah.
And you did not do that, so thanks.
I did not give her 4 boys.
Met in the
Apparently,
middle.
all I'm capable of producing is females.
Compromised. You guys met in the middle. There was a compromise. You know, halfway there is still there. So, would you rather pursue someone who's spiritually curious but from a different faith background, or someone fully secular who's otherwise a perfect personality match?
If they're a perfect personality match, then they're probably going to convert to your faith.
I was gonna say I couldn't do another faith. That's just too many. That's just too much. Too many hurdles.
Yeah. I think the personality match would be good too. So here we go. Would you rather deal with friends' pressure to loosen up in the dating scene, or face family expectations to find an orthodox match quickly?
Never rush anything when it comes to something this important. Yeah, like who you marry is literally like the most important decision you can make as a man if you're not going to be a monastic. So do not rush that.
It's true. I think that men generally have more time, to be honest with you, compared to women.
You do.
I mean, his mom told him to be with someone younger. Well, before me, obviously. When he was looking again, she was like, you know, find like a younger woman. But he found an old biddy.
I found an old dried up biddy. She's a good nag though. She's loyal. She cooks real good.
All right, here we go. Would you rather go on group dates with secular friends to meet people, or attend church events where options might be greatly limited?
That's a hard one.
I do a bit of both.
Yeah, because we've tried both.
Yeah.
With mixed results. So I don't really know where I land, honestly.
I think the both two things can be true.
Orthodoxy right now, outside of the 3 of us, is just, or the 2 of you guys, is just getting a lot of autistic boys. So,
like, I've only attended, like, I'm really new to this space. Like, I'm kind of like, I can't say that I'm Orthodox like that because I haven't been in it. Like, I've been in Protestantism my whole life. So it's like, even like the few things I've done where it's like other young men, where it's just Orthodox men meeting, it's like real mixed bag, you know. It's like a lot of spurgy autistic dudes you can tell are ortho bros and like to argue on the internet, but they're really awkward in person. But then there's some really charming deep guys who have families, and some older gentlemen who have really great insight. So it's kind of like mixed bag. Like, I just don't have enough experience, I think.
that's why I'm surprised that you haven't caught like a bunch of chicks' attention, because you're like competing against ortho bros who are just like online, but in person they're like, you single?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're either competing with grandpa, who probably already has grandkids and stuff and he's locked down, or like the young autist who can't stop spurging in public because nobody will tell him to be normal. And so you should probably be like really like high value dude.
Think. Yeah, you think, but here's the thing though. I think the black thing happens, like the fact that, like, and I'm not gonna say that this is like an absolute. I'm not gonna say that this is definite. Like I'm it's gonna sound like I'm making a definitive statement, but it's not. So I have to really be careful about how I preface this, because I'm now an Orthodox Christian. I mean, you have to preface things and be careful what you say, even if you're a catechumen. Let's be honest with you. So I think one of the big things about me and my situation, not to like delve on me, but this is to anybody else who is a black person in the Orthodox Church, or identifies black, whatever it is. I'm light skinned or high yellow, as people would say. But since I'm in this church, right, or mulatto, we could say that. But since I'm here, it's like there's like this social ostracization that happens in the church, because they're like, yeah, we're Greek, and then he's whatever. We don't know what he is, because I get that a lot too. He could be Samoan or Hawaiian, like, and then it's like, we're not that receptive to that unless we find out maybe he's one of the good ones in society. I don't know. So it's like there's like layers here that I have to overcome, but that's why it's a little different for me. in my situation because
no, you know what though, you're right, because like wasps don't care as much. Like my peoples, you know, whether it's like Old English, Irish, Scottish, whatever, or maybe some French, German, like they don't care that you're black. They're like, you know, as long as he speaks real good. But like the Greeks, like some of these Slavic nations,
Slavs,
like Italians, like they got special words for you. Like they're not as open-minded, and they might, you know, maybe you find one that's just like a little more spiritually elevated and they've gotten past that thing. But like, yeah, like when people like blanket coat white people with racism, I'm always like, nah, dude, we're like, if anything, we're probably too open-minded about race. I'm like, it's the ones you're angry about are like the Greeks and stuff. Like,
I think,
here comes the Mavros, Scotty. They're gonna come in here. They're not going to tip the freaking Mavros.
I think white people should be a little bit more racist, to be honest with you. And when I say racist, let me preface this. I think that white liberal women are giving me the highest rate of fatigue right now. It's no longer black fatigue. I don't have black fatigue. I have white liberal woman fatigue right now. They have so much allowance and so much permission given to like minorities coming in, Somalians and things like that. That's such a huge problem to where it's like that needs to be curtailed a whole lot. I think that those people should be either extradited out of the country. We should deport white liberal women, but that's a growing problem right now, even more so than black fatigue is becoming a problem right now, even currently. But I don't want to delve into that too much. But I think that when you think about this, it's like the ostracization happens within the Orthodox Church, I think, to some degree, and this is just maybe I'm just crazy here, but if I'm looking at Slavs, if I'm over here looking at Greeks and these other cultures, when they come over, it's like, yeah, we don't have any blacks in our family. Well, that can be generally true for their family. And maybe they're like not racist, but it's out of the norm and it's extremely taboo for them, even though they don't mean it to be. It's just culturally taboo. It just happenstance maybe. But I happen to be an Orthodox Christian in the church, and now I'm like, damn, I got to deal with this. Now it's harder.
If you would it help if you identified as Hispanic?
I don't think it would help because
I think you should try.
Yeah, but that's kind of that's culture catfishing, or at least race catfishing a little bit.
Well, you're mixed, so.
Yeah, but still, it's like, but
I'm gonna see my kids see my mom, they be like, man, sometimes to be white.
Say, okay, so you're really black then. Like if they see my mom and my dad, like. Yeah. So, but here's the other thing too, is like, I think that I don't really get that much opportunity. I'm a really outspoken person. I'm an extrovert. Well, otherwise, why would I be on YouTube having a channel? But when I do talk to people at coffee hour, it's like, I have to like work my way up to talk to people because I don't want to feel like I'm impeding. Coffee hour is not like, and I want everybody else to understand who doesn't understand what coffee hour is. Like I go to like the Mercedes church. It's a really big church, really nice, big, like, and there's our coffee hour ballroom is a ballroom and there's a lot of people there. So it's like not such a tight knit community. Like we're all in one single space and everybody knows there's so many people I don't know at the church that wouldn't come up to me and talk to them. And I wouldn't come up to them and talk to them. Like, but it's really, I don't know how to describe this, but it's hard to meet people. And if you do meet people, it's like, that's the one girl for like the 15 guys.
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
go ahead.
I was going to say, just listening to like Alex Soren, Nikolai, Jay Dyer, a lot of people are like newcomers like us, they're having a hard time meeting people. And then it's like at our parish, I mean, it was in the news for how big it is. It's bursting at the seams. And then we talked to other new people who've been here for a year or less, or even 2 years. They're like, yeah, I'm having a hard time meeting people. It's really hard. Even though the room is full, you're having a hard time meeting people and everyone's feeling awkward. And the priest is like, yeah, all of you have been here within 3 years, except for a handful of people. Like, just go create a core group and leave me alone. So it seems to be something that is happening all over the country where they have this this huge influx of people, and these churches or these parishes are not used to it, and they don't know what to do, especially the people who are a little bit more established. Whereas like Protestant churches, they've got a greeting team and they've got like people with the big like foam fingers that are like, right this
You're gonna
way,
know
here's
people.
the restroom. They literally train people to be hospitable, like a hotel. And Orthodox churches are just like, hey, there's the coffee, there's the snacks. All right. sit
Even
down.
even if they don't have a greeter, somebody's walking up to you. Because I went to a Protestant church way long ago, and when I went there, people were approaching me that weren't greeters. People were approaching me, hey, haven't seen you before. How's it going? Like, they're really outspoken, outgoing, and they'll meet you and this and that. And they're really congenial, nice, and all this other stuff. When I go to Orthodox church, it's like very solemn. People are like, whoa, like you'll hear
Here's
this.
the thing.
And then,
go away.
and then it's like, yeah, and then it's like at coffee hour, people like close up and they're like, okay, I know Nancy, I'm just gonna talk to Nancy. Anybody else is kind of like, who are you? Why are you walking?
Everyone's awkward.
They
That's what I
form
get.
ranks. It was funny. We had our spiritual father came over today to bless the house, and
That was awesome.
yeah, we had a really nice conversation with him. We've
He
had a couple.
stayed for a while.
Yeah, we had a couple really good conversations with him, and he he pointed out to us. He's like, back in like 2020 or 2021, he's like, I did liturgy and there were like 23 people. He's like, now it's like 600. He's like, you're not alone in this sentiment, because we had reiterated the same frustrations. We're like, we feel like you guys are not like bringing us into the fold. And he's like, what fold? He's like, there's hundreds of you. I have no idea who half of you are. He's like, I am trying everything I can do to like keep up with some people. He's like, he has done something like 10,000 confessions. Like he has so many confessions to do that he literally has to bring in other priests to help him.
And the fact that all these new converts or people who want to convert, they're all having the same issue all over the country. I see it on Alex Soren. I see it on Cleave to Antiquity. All of these channels is people like they won't talk to me. No one will talk to me. Everyone's having the same complaint. That doesn't necessarily help you, but it's just like saying it's not unique to you. Yeah,
it is rough.
And that's the thing too, is like because I talked about this with Z several times, and after talking to our spiritual father and everything, I'm like, what we need to do is we need to be the hub of the wheel. We're both extroverted people who are natural leaders. I can say that. I'm not feeling prideful. Like we're comfortable organizing and doing these kinds of things and putting ourselves out there and accepting rejection. A lot of these people are kind of awkward. A lot of them are autistic and very bright, and a lot of them are kind of introverted. We need to be those people who coordinate other people. We need the people who collect phone numbers and put people on WhatsApp group chats. We need to be the ones who like organize an event. And so if you're someone like you, Marte, who's more outgoing and expressive and like
and a leader,
and naturally a leader and everything, maybe you need to be going out and wrangling all these guys and being like, all right, boys, we're going out and play pool like Friday. What are you doing? And maybe that'll be where you make your connections.
They can go feed ducks together.
Yeah.
I'm not feeding ducks with a bunch of dudes, but I get what you're saying.
We can go out and
Is
have
that gay?
we can go out and we have God's night. We can all be gods tonight. All right.
No, we're oh man, that's so bad, bro.
Throwing back to the early jokes.
All right, this is off the rails now. So, would you rather forgive a partner's past secular lifestyle choices if they're committed now, or seek someone with a similar lifelong faith journey?
Well, we wouldn't be together if we took the second one.
I did the first, and I'll still do it.
So these are the paradoxes that we have in modern dating. Political polarization and partner selection. In an increasingly divided society, conservative men often face rejection from potential partners due to different political views, with many women viewing support for conservative figures like Trump as a deal breaker. How do you reconcile this?
You don't reconcile with murderers. Like, that's the thing. Like,
True.
I can have
facts.
Yeah, like I can have a disagreement with you about tax policy, as the joke goes. I can have a disagreement with you about foreign policy. Should we invade Iraq or should we be more strict on sanctions? Those are normal things that people can argue about. But if you're like, no, I want to like terminate babies because my convenience, you're a witch demon, and I need you to go repent and get away from me. Like, we have nothing else to discuss. Or if they're like, oh, I'm perfectly fine with gay marriage. Okay, we have nothing in common. We literally have nothing in common now. You like abominations. I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's very based. So here we go. This creates a smaller dating pool It exacerbates loneliness and frustration. So we have a gender ideological divide. This is the paradoxical thing in nature. Young women are trending more liberal while young men lean conservative, leading to mismatched values on key issues like gender roles and social policies, making it hard to find ideological compatibility. Do you guys see this in the dating market right now through social media and even like scrolling?
Yeah, I mean, and like the statistics and stuff bear it out, but I see it like the Gen Z men are leaning more towards being based in general, and they kind of they look down on like wokeness and stuff like that. But the women are just leaning into it with everything they got, and I think some of that's fake. I think some of that's just trying to like consensus seeking. They're trying to fit in, but like they're doing it.
Well, even at our church, it's mostly men.
Yeah.
It's mostly young men.
Yeah, like the women who come to church, they always look uncomfortable, like they're being dragged there, but they want to come because they love their guy or whatever. But like they look very uncomfortable.
Damn, I see that. I think I could see some of that. But I also see women that come to church and they're like head over heels for Christ. Like I also see that too. That's such a beautiful thing. Now, if I see a woman that almost ignores me, but she's so like, she's like, Christ is my life. Christ is everything. That's so attractive to me.
Well, as a guy who's like been a filthy, dirty, rotten sinner in some ways, like you can identify other sinners real easy, especially if they have the same sins as you. And like some of these women who come into the parish, I'm like, ooh, she been a 304. But right now, she's got the head covering and their eyes are like up and like the tears are falling. And I'm like, she's doing good.
Yeah, you've been in bad places sometimes. You can just think about that. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. So we also have this paradox in dating, the dating app algorithms and bias paradox. Mainstream dating apps tend to favor progressive users, pushing conservatives to less popular niche platforms, resulting in fewer matches and a sense of exclusion from digital dating scene.
Wow.
That's
definitely true.
Right now
That's
too.
100% true. I knew that years ago.
I didn't know that.
That's from wired.com, by the way,
That's
too.
100% true. That's been true probably since the early teens.
So the next paradox we have is the shared values mismatch, which we've kind of touched on, but not quite. Conservatives seeking traditional value structures, religious compatibility, or anti-baby deletion stances, struggling to find partners who align as secular or progressive views dominate the market. That's a very problematic thing.
Yeah.
Extremely problematic.
Well, they're
Because
also
like-
just hooking up. They're not like getting together and having children. So, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but that's kind of a positive.
Yeah, I've had this conversation with atheists who were like, "Oh, I'm so frustrated with like Bumble and Tinder. Everything's just hookups now. I can't find anybody who really wants to just like do anything more serious." And it's like, well, because you don't treat it serious. You treat it as a hookup app. Like,
that was from theguardian.com. So I have all the sources on all this stuff I looked up. So here we go. The next paradoxical thing in nature we have is the influence. Because when I say paradoxical, I mean these are the really, like, I want to hit at the heart of these rough things that people don't want to talk about, that are like bullseye issues, like bullet points. So we have the influence of social media and red pill rhetoric. Exposure to online echo chambers warps expectations, with some conservative men adopting views that alienate potential partners, while women report encountering low effort or misogynistic attitudes. Is this the belief system you guys see out there, or is that true or not?
I think this is kind of true. Like,
Yeah.
I've talked to some dudes who, like, once they find Christ, it's kind of like, again, like that analogy I used earlier, where it's like they just quit smoking, so they become like hyper zealous, evangelistic, and judgy, and so they're just like, I don't need no 304s, and I've watched all of Andrew Wilson's, highlights where he chews out them useless sluts, and it's like, okay, well, like, yes, slutty behavior, bad, yes, don't date those girls, you need salvation, yes. It's like, but can we calm down and work on your deficiencies now? You know what I mean? And a lot of these guys haven't reached that point where they've started to kind of like do the Paisios thing, where it's like, I'm actually kind of terrible myself and I'm not going to judge other people, right? They haven't gotten there yet. And so, so they get into these environments where it's like, I want to date, but it's only going to be white women so I can promote the white race. And I'm going to have 15 babies and she better not talk back to me and she better be a good cook. And
they're walking hyperbole.
Yeah. And it's like, guys, like, I know that's funny on Reddit, but like, you're going to actually have to mate with a woman at some point. So you're going to need to tone it down.
You're going to have to live in the real world at some point. Yeah. So the next one we have is economic and lifestyle pressures. So for an Orthodox or just a Christian, I'll just say Christian, high living costs and career demands delay marriage, according to a lot of people. But conservatives prioritize early family formation, face partners who preferably want to delay commitments for financial stability. That's a massive problem that's happening in the dating market. Like if I say, you know what, I want a family right now, I'm not going to F around. You know, kids and all this is going to wait. Meanwhile, like, let's say you're 30, 35 or 40. You're like, you know what? You're just not the right person, but he's got to check 50 boxes. And he only checks like 40 boxes. He's not the right one. He's got to check 50 boxes. I think that's crazy.
I do too. And when you see these women on these like kind of like dating streams, I just found a new one the other day with a woman, but there's also like Kevin Samuels, and he'll say, how much do you want him to make a year? And they say this astronomical number that's extremely difficult. And this is, I mean, Kevin Samuels died how many years ago? So this is way before Kevin Samuels. And I've been thinking about this a lot the last few weeks. I'm like, women need to, it's like they're showing that they're more dumb, right? And they don't think about how the world actually works compared to men, because the cost of living is so high. And Scott and I, we went through a stint a few weeks ago, end of last year, where we were watching a lot of 80s movies. One of them was Lethal Weapon, the 3 Lethal Weapons. And I said, look at that house that Danny Glover has. And you know, it's the movies, but we still looked up how much did a cop in LA make at that time? I can't remember what year it was. And it wasn't more than what Scott makes now. But Scott can't have the house that Danny Glover has now. And I'm like, these women want men who, he needs to make $1 million a year. And you're like, what are you talking about? You need a good man who's trying his damnness and making money, where if he were in the 80s, he'd be doing fine. That's the man you want. And if you're in poverty together, then you're in poverty together.
And that's the other tricky thing too, is nowadays the world is so mismanaged that if you are a Christian, you get to suffer twice. So not only do you have to deal with the cultural, social ostracization that Christians always experience in this life, but now as a result of your specific policies, having children, raising children, and not being like under obsessive use of birth control and family planning, like being fruitful and multiplying, valuing childhood and parenthood, and then like, you know, just doing the best you can to support your family. That was much easier to do, you know, 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Nowadays, it's almost impossible. And you know what you have to do? You have to do it anyway. You just have to accept that it sucks. And that's really hard because that takes a lot of courage. That is a form of picking up your cross and marching under it every day. Like right now, we are like one blown tire away from financial ruin all the time. And I work 2 jobs. I work 60 hours plus a week. Plus Z does this channel to slowly build it into something that can maybe make money. She also does photography and videography business, which God knows how she finds the time for that. And she takes care of my children and is a homemaker. And we have to do all of this just to survive because most people effed up my country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's just nothing we can do about it. And so what we do is we trust in God, we pray really hard, and we just try not to take it out on each other.
We love each other.
Yeah, we love each other, you know?
That's what women need to understand, that this country is incredibly mismanaged. It has been well before we were born. I mean, I would say it pretty much started in 1913. And we need to give men some grace. And we need to say, hey, we're not going to get all the purses and dinners and this and that we want. But we can have happiness and we can have children that are happy. They have their mom and their dad. I grew up without my father, and it's not cute and it's not fun to not have your dad in your life. And I said, I'm going to have a good man who's going to be in my children's lives. And we're not living in, you know, we're not living in squalor. We're not having the best living. But I'm like, my children have a father that comes home every night and loves them and blesses them. And that's what's important. We have to check our priorities as females, because we like pretty things, and I want all the things, and I'm a gearhead, and I want all the guns and all the cameras and the purses and the jewelry and all that stuff. But that's not what's important. The important things I think I've got down, and I'm getting down better and better. The stuff that's just frivolous, I just have to let go and give it to God and be okay with it.
Damn, that was like one of the most base things I've ever heard. You guys are extremely inspiring, and I'm glad that I have you guys on the podcast and have had you guys on the podcast before. This not only is like, I really, this is the reason why I had this. Even if it was like for that nugget segment that you just brought up, if they heard that, that's going to give people so much hope, because there is a solution in that. There's a solution in knowing, hey, you know what? That's not really the struggle of destitute poverty, but also that's also relying on each other and carrying our cross. To me, that is like both of you guys combined had made some statements that are extremely compelling and move this conversation forward into a place to where there is hope in dating, to be honest with you. And I can see that in both of you guys. Yeah.
Well, you know, here's one nice thing that you could say to give people hope. And that's because I've been really frustrated and under the gun for a long time, and it's a lot of stress. And I was talking to my father today while he was here, and I did my usual whining and wheedling about my financial situation and how hard it's been, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, he was relating to me kind of his struggles as well. And one thing he mentioned is he said, you know, back when he was still, before he was a deacon, you know, and he was at the Orthodox Church, he was a godparent to another family who had little kids. And so he said, he's like, every day I went to church, all the different services, he's like, people would just come up and deposit little children in my arms. He's like, I never went anywhere, anytime, any place, any day, any time of the day or night without some little child attached to me from one of these two families.
That's
and
awesome.
He's like, you know, and he's like, it actually got easier when he became a deacon and a priest. He's like, oh, I can finally just do stuff in church without little children. You know, he's like, but what you realize is that when you choose these lifestyles, when you choose to be a part of that community, when you choose to really embrace parish life and be a true Orthodox Christian, he's like, you constantly have all these little burdens hanging off you, and you just learn to carry them. And he's like, that's what it is. He's like, but the problem is with secular society, and this is kind of my add-on to this. He didn't say this verbatim, but it was more like, secular people are expected to carry all of their burdens alone. And if they don't carry it admirably, the world judges them for it and treats them poorly. Like, oh, what do you mean you couldn't like find a good job and get a good retirement fund and afford a hoe and get like a nice sports car and go on vacation twice a year? What are you, a failure? Yeah, because that's hard to do. Have you seen this economy? Have you met Biden? Have you been here for a while? It's like impossible. And so anybody who does that, it's like, you're either evil and you've worked to game the system, or you're just really good. Like, good for you. And so if you try to take a Christian lifestyle in this messed up world in the West, like, you need friends, you need allies. And so the more people who embrace Z and I's lifestyle and embrace the suck, so to speak, it gets less sucky for all of us. So the more people that lean into this curve, this skid, I'll call it, this car crash that is Christianity, the less people are going to go off the cliff. And that's the thing, is like, we need to help each other. We need to stop yapping at each other. We need to stop virtue signaling. We need to stop arguing online as much. And we need to physically like take care of each other's kids so that we can go on a freaking date. You know, like, we need to actually show up and fix your person's car because you're good at changing oil, and they're kind of a white collar guy and they're not good at changing their own oil. But you're Christian brothers in Christ and you should be helping them out. If one family's really freaking broke, but they're doing everything they can and they're not being slobs, homie's not sitting there playing NFL or Madden all day long, he's actually busting his ass and he's still not making ends meet, you should be cooking him dinner if you've got extra. Like, this is what Christianity is. And this is what I want to be a part of. I want to get to the point to where Z and I are so successful that I can just shower other Christians that were like us in this same boat, the same level of frustration and grind, just shower them with gifts and be like, hey, bud, here's a new car. Oh, hey, bud, here's dinner. Like, hey, bud, I got a job for you. It's going to be awesome. Let's do this. That's what I want.
Yeah, I want that too. I mean, I'm in diesel tech school, and that brings to mind like my blue collar work ethic as a pro athlete and everything. And I think I have a blue collar work ethic when it comes to debate, and I have like debates lined up till like the third. I'm debating some guy named Dusty, who neither here nor there. He's going to get wrecked thoroughly. But anyways, a bunch of debates. Like I have a debate tomorrow. Like my work ethic is crazy. And then school, I got a 4.0 GPA right now. So Scott, like let's say you're living in the same city as me and I'm a diesel tech and your carburetor breaks down. I'm just like, okay, cool. Just buy the part. I'll just install it. Don't. Yeah, but it's going to be a 4-hour job. I don't care. Like just buy me a beer. Like or whatever, or let's get a drink and then let's bullshit about life. I don't really care. I'll fix it up. We'll have like bonding time, connection time, and I'm pretty sure you'll pay it forward and just conversation with me, and then that's all I need. No expectation, but I think that that's what we need to do is create these communities. I'm not gonna say I have problems dating. That isn't the thing. Well, actually, I do have problems dating because I don't have. Let me fix this up real quick.
With all the details. With Orthodox Christianity, your values, you could probably get all the chicks, but
if you were just a muscle hoe, you'd have women.
Yeah,
I'd have no problem. Like you guys saw the matches I got online, but that's what I'm matching with. Like these women, I'd show you the messages, but that's also more reasons why I should delete these women too. The things that they're saying to me.
Hey, hottie.
Yeah, these women
are saying, Marte.
Well, they're saying things like, you know, you could put 2 babies in me tonight. I don't care. Like, and I'm just like, I don't even know you, lady. Like, they're saying stuff like this. Like, that's what they're messaging me. And I'm like, I don't want to run these streets and then, you know, run the gamut of like diseases and
I'm going to abort later.
Yeah,
babies. Yeah, they're gonna get delete babe. Like, and that's the thing that I'm dealing with. Like, I don't have a problem getting women. It's just that if I'm an Orthodox Christian, I don't want women. I just want a wife, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
but I mean, coming together with this, I think that the community is extremely important with what Scott brings about. I think that if we can have a more of a communal sense and build on this, that's going to be great. But moving towards this, I have some real paradoxes for you. We've discussed this already, the feminism and traditional expectations paradox. Feminism promotes women's independence, career focus, and equality, empowering them to reject traditional roles. However, here's where the paradoxical nature comes in. Many men seeking a wife material partner desire someone who embraces homemaking and family first priorities, creates a mismatch where empowered women are less inclined to fit into these outdated molds, according to feminists.
Yeah. And this is why you have to treat feminists like they're children. They don't know what's good for them and they ruin societies. Like there's a reason, there's a reason the Bible talks about like a society that's being run by women and children is a society under judgment. Like you can see it throughout history too. If you look at it through that lens, you can see it in the way it happens to Rome. You can see it happening to us in real time.
Rome fell. Yep.
You can see it happening in the Weimar Republic. You know, it's so every time a society starts like allowing itself to be feminized, it inevitably degrades and falls apart because women don't think with sustainability in mind the way men do. Men are naturally wired by God to be the providers, protectors, and builders. We're the pillars of civilization. We keep everything going. The women are supposed to help us, support us in that endeavor, but they're designed for matriarchal purposes, to keep consensus, to keep everybody from killing each other, you know, like to make sure that everybody gets enough to eat so that that one kid doesn't starve and get bitter and burn the whole village down. Like that's a woman's role. And so if you allow the women to take control of the society, they don't care about holding the pillars up anymore, because to them, those magical pillars have always been there. They're just always going to be there. It's her job to make sure that everybody gets enough shade under the pillars, you know, even if it's not fair. And so that's why you just kind of have to treat them like children. Just be like, listen, you know what? You've had enough. We've had enough of you doing this. You need to shut up. Go make me a sandwich.
So that leads to the next thing too, the independence versus partnership paradox. I hate the word partner, by the way. I don't know about you guys, but I hate it.
I despise it.
The word partner destroys hierarchical roles in nature, because I'm not Christ's partner. I'm not like God's partner. Like I would never be my boss's partner for my job. Like I would never be my teacher from school's partner. There's a hierarchical role in nature, right? I have to be subservient or a slave to somebody. If I'm not a slave to Christ, I'm a slave to somebody, right? So the independence versus partnership paradox, this is the way it was written, because I'm curating this a certain way so that way I can be more concise to the audience as well too. Modern feminism encourages women to be financially and emotionally self-sufficient, reducing the need for marriage as a survival mechanism. Paradoxically, this makes it tougher for men to find wives who view marriage as desirable union rather than an additional add-on, leading to relationships that feel or temporary. Do you guys see this happening too?
Can you repeat that last part you cut out?
So I'll speed run this. Modern feminism encourages women to be financially and emotionally self-sufficient, reducing the need for marriage as a survival mechanism. Paradoxically, this makes it tougher for men to find wives who view marriage as a desirable union rather than an add-on, leading to relationships that feel more transactional or temporary.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like the analogy I gave about the pillars always being there.
Yeah,
like women who become boss babes or whatever in a Western society do so on the backs of like generations of men who bled and died to make sure that those systems were in place and that they're continually running. You know, it's like those women who say, I don't need no man, and then they call a plumber. It's like, why'd you call her a plumber? Why'd you do that?
The
You know what I
lights magically turn on somehow. The sewage automatically
Yeah, like there's an island in some like
no.
there's like some Norwegian or something country that has like an island that's like for women only, and women have retreats there and stuff. And the only time men are allowed on the island is when they need to do minor repairs and maintenance.
I got an update on that. I know what island you're talking about. So what happened is that project failed because when they tried to uphold the system, it was working pretty good for a while until they needed maintenance, and they found out that most women don't work in maintenance jobs or repair jobs and things like that. And then they were like, oh, we got to abandon shit because we're going against our own nature of this rule that we had set up. So men not visiting the island, they couldn't find like female plumbers. It didn't exist. They couldn't find female mechanics. So nobody that could come fix any of their shit that broke down were women. So they ran into this and their infrastructure started crumbling. So that whole plan and that project failed. That's what happened.
There's not enough studs. There's not enough lesbians. There's not enough flannel wearing lesbians to go around.
And I played basketball for a little bit in junior college. And these studs they're some of the weakest human beings I've ever met in my life. No intestinal fortitude. So they would dress like dudes, and even if they had like a hormonal imbalance, they would grow out a goatee. But they had girlfriends my size. So I'm like, when I work out and I'm like in shape, and I'm like 132 is my heaviest I can ever remember. When me doing nothing, I'm like 115, 120. They had girlfriends that were my size that were beating the hell out of them in their apartments and stuff. And they were so weak, even when like the coach would yell at us and stuff. So even like people go, oh, the studs are not around. The studs ain't helping either. The chicks that look like me and are my size have more intestinal fortitude than the studs.
Yeah.
So
That's
like
crazy.
they can get their boy haircuts and their highlights, but it doesn't help. They still don't have what it takes. Like the straight women who are probably like moms and have never plumbed before could probably try like, hey girls, let's get together and figure out how to do this. The studs would be like, I don't know what to do. Oh my God.
Walking L.
Yeah.
It's like that cliche, like you get women into a very stereotypically masculine environment and they always overcompensate. Like, cause I've worked in martial arts, I've worked in like security, I've worked in like, military contracting, I've worked around like law enforcement, and the women always do the same thing. They always come in and they try to like dyke themselves up. They try to like hyper masculinize themselves, and they become this like cartoon character they have in their head of what they think like a really authoritative male is. And all the guys will be sitting there just like, and then afterwards, it's like, if you get to know them, be like, you'd get your point across if you shouted and shrieked a lot less.
Shut up, Stacey.
Like nobody cares, Stacey. Like nobody's scared of you, Stacey. You're just shrill and annoying.
So the next point I want to bring up is the equality and courtship dynamics paradox. While feminism pushes for equal footing in relationships, traditional dating norms like men initiating or paying persist, creating confusion. Men who adapt to egalitarian approaches might be seen as weak, while those sticking to chivalry risk being labeled patriarchal, complicating the path to finding a compatible wife. Do you guys see that too?
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I used to run into trouble. I had, oddly enough, I was actually trying to be very respectful to a girl, even though she didn't deserve it. And she actually got mad at me. She's like, I can open my own door. Okay. Like, you don't need to like come, like, I don't want to wait here to get out of the car while you come around and try to do like this, like chivalry routine. I was like, dude, you're pushing my buttons, woman. I have no desire to take you anywhere else. Turned into a fight.
So we also have the social media perfection paradox. This is also another thing too. Platforms amplify idealized images of relationships and partners fueled by feminist narratives of self-worth and high standards. Men end up chasing unattainable, perfect wives only to find real-world dating full of flaws, leading to disillusionment and prolonged singledom despite more visibility to potential matches.
This is something I can see happening to a lot of Gen Zs going into orthodoxy. I can see them idealizing future mates and the church and forgetting that they're going to a spiritual hospital full of other people that are screwed up like them and that most of them aren't women and having a really hard time because of it. I think having a humility and just realizing where the state of humanity's at would be more fruitful. I think just being like, that's why I keep saying, you know, I keep banging the same drum, but it's been 4 hours and 14 minutes. So I think I can bang it reasonably. Is you might have to go fishing in a different pond. You might have to like go find yourself a little bit less of a, you know, fully sanded stone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I personally think men are a little bit more charitable when it comes to things like that. Like they know it's not going to be perfect, but they're ready. And women are the ones that think like, oh, he's my Prince Charming and everything's going to be perfect, and it's not. And then they're ready to jump ship when it's not perfect. So I don't know if I totally agree with that. With specifically Orthodox young men, I don't know.
I agree.
But
I agree with what you said, for sure. I can agree. So the career-driven delay paradox. Oh, here we go in the thick of things. Feminism has enabled women to prioritize education and careers, often delaying marriage and family until later in life. For men ready to settle down earlier, this creates a timing mismatch that I was talking about earlier, where available partners are either too focused on ambition or come up with established lives that resist integration into a traditional wife role.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah. It's rough because you're kind of caught in a conundrum of like, okay, do I just wait and hope I find the right person who's in my age range and they just get it and have the same priorities and desires of me because of the way life circumstances worked out for them? Or do I just decide, okay, well, I'm 40 and I still want to have kids, but none of the women my age are serious about kids yet. Or if they are, they're all dried up. So maybe I just go date an 18-year-old and I'm the creepy guy. You know what I mean?
I hate to say it, but I'm like, I don't understand. I might be the creepy guy with the 25-year-old.
But see, I say that jokingly because
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, Z and I's personal feeling is like we've actually had this discussion about our own daughters. If our daughters grow up in the faith and they meet like a really devout, like serious, great guy, they get along, it's clearly like God is like, yeah, these two should get married. But the dude's like 40 something and she's 19.
Wait, we didn't say 40.
All things being equal, barring other options, that would probably still be a good match.
Not 40. That's too old.
She said we didn't say 40 though. Wait, and then Scott say, wait, hold on, let's flesh this. No, wait, you guys can flesh it out later. Never mind.
Not older, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like if there's a big age gap, we're not really going to be concerned with it. Like,
okay,
yes, you have to pull and make sure that the guy isn't a creep. Obviously.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you got to make sure that he's not a creep. You're right.
That's so easy to figure out right away. Like that's something you can instantly.
Well, Scott, you're gonna vet this man out right away. You're gonna be able to vet. Men know what a wolf looks like, and if he comes under your house, you're gonna smell the bullshit like 10 miles away. I already know Scott's gonna be the guy that's like, oh shit, Scott's gonna be there.
So bad.
Not happen in your household.
I feel so bad for the guys who have crushes on my daughters when they're like teenagers or in their early 20s, because I won't even be trying to be intimidating or anything, but I'll just be like, I'll get in like these autistic modes where I'll be like scanning them and asking them questions, and they're probably just gonna be like, oh my god, this guy's crazy.
Sweating bullets, bro. I could see it. So we have one more. It's called the hookup culture versus commitment paradox. And this is extremely important. This also hits at the heart of the issue. Empowered by feminism and choice, many women engage in casual dating without strings, mirroring men's historical freedoms. Yet this culture makes it paradoxical for men seeking wives, as it fosters short-term flings over deep connections, eroding the trust and exclusivity needed for marriage.
Yeah, there was I saw a TED Talk years ago, back in like 2005 or something like that, where this like neurologist got up there and talked about how there's no such thing as sex without strings attached. And he talked about like all the things that happen to you when you orgasm and when you have sex with somebody and the imprinting that occurs. And that just smacks of God's design, doesn't it? And so you have all these secularists and, you know, feminists and predatory males and stuff all out there just basically damaging each other and leaving little pieces of themselves behind with all these different men and women. And I'm like, listen, y'all think like, oh, he's being so judgy. Dude, I was the worst offender. So I know exactly what the cost is of doing this kind of stuff. There's no such thing as sex with no strings attached. Half of my soul is missing because of my philandering and my fornication. Like,
True.
Trust me, I know what the price is. And so that's why I always tell people, I'm like, dude, like, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
It's not worth it. I mean, you could end up with a empty cold bed at the end of the night just because of something fleeting that you're never going to retain or hold on to. It's gone. And that means that the next guy has the thing that's fleeting too. Just like, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't think that guys should be hoes. I don't think that women should be hoes. I think this goes both ways. I think that guys that because I just heard Andrew Tate utter this. He's like, well, men can sleep around and they don't have mental damage, but women sleep around and they'll have mental damage. Do you understand that you're making the argument that men can create hoes while complaining about the hoes that they're creating on the market? Like, it's very contradictory. It's stupid.
It's a stupid argument anyway, because the idea that men can somehow divorce their feelings or the effects of like all that stuff and women can't, it's just a lie. Like the men suffer too. They just, it's not manly. It's just not manly to talk about. And not only that, even if you did complain about it and it was legit, who's going to care? Because you're a man, right? It's like, oh, you're going to complain about the fact that you got lots of orgasms from random females, right? Like, you could just imagine how that would go. Like, but yeah, it's psychically and spiritually and mentally extremely destructive. And I am absolutely the expert on this topic, having done it to myself.
Yeah, I could see that. So we're at the end of the segment. We're just going to blast through some of these reels real quick. If you want to
wait for her to come back, she shouldn't take her long.
Oh, we can wait for her to come back. We can just have guys' night out for like 1 minute and talk and chop it up. But yeah, man, I think that it's important for guys to, like, this is going to sound very red pill for me to say this, but I think it's important for guys to build their foundation. But red pills, people are going to tell you guys need to build their value. But I think that guys should develop a work ethic and we should become husbands before we get on the dating market. There's plenty of times when I was in college, surfing on couches and stuff like that as a broke guy, that I got in many different relationships. But I wasn't trying to be a husband. I think that can be very damaging for men too, because if we think like, oh, there's a lot of booty out there for me and then my inboxes are full, DMs are full, it's like, that's very bad, because now we're adding to a problem that we're then going to create about later. And also, how very vampiric of me to think that I'm going to increase my value by lowering somebody else's value by doing this. I think that full stop. I think on both sides we should have discipline, and I think chastity for men should be a thing, even if you've had a very negative past of sleeping around. I think that should cease and desist. Discipline is extremely admirable either way.
I agree. And I think that's it's more profoundly important than most people realize. Like, one of the cool things about the fact that we found the church where our daughters were under the age of 3 is that they'll get to be cradles, so to speak.
That's awesome.
For people who aren't Orthodox in the chat, cradle Orthodox is a common term you hear bandied about if you're in that community, and they're the people who just got raised with it. They're going to have a completely different experience. It's going to be their default setting. And what that means is that, not to make you uncomfortable or anything, but like when my girls grow up and they're finally at that age where they're marriageable and they're actually looking to pair off and get away from us, is they're going to have a bunch of dudes like Marte who were working on themselves really hard and had that same ethos of like, I'm going to be a husband before I meet my wife. And so we'll have like a really nice pool to choose from, because that'll be, like a good 18 years from now or well, maybe less, but whatever, 16 years or so. But I mean, like 16 years from now, there'll be a bunch of these dudes who like figured out orthodoxy, and they grew up and they grew into themselves, and they found money, and they got their lives together, and they repented of a lot of things, and the passions were subdued. And so they'll have their pick of the litter. Bunch of little alpha males, like came out of this crazy messed up era that we came out of, but grew into themselves. But for us, it's different. We have to set the standards, and unfortunately, we have to wade through all the muck and deal with all the chaos to build something for them.
No, that's true. I think that's extremely important. I mean, Scott, if you need me to come over and beat up on some boys and vet some guys with, I'll do that. I'll help out. It just depends. I don't plan on staying in this state forever. I might move. I'm looking at Texas, Florida, other states and things like that. Who knows? I might end up in your state because this job, everybody's hiring for this job. And I could be repairing your car, and we could really buy, like, get drinks and stuff. And then I could be like,
don't make me excited and happy.
So somebody's coming over and they want to date who? Okay, cool. I'll be over, fixing
Uncle
your AC
Marte.
or something, like
Marte, get the shovel in the pickup.
I'll just say, hey, and you know what? I could just imagine some guy coming up and just saying, hey, what's up, bro? Came to date such and such. Are you her pops? Oh, like he's already automatically a walking L. I'm gonna be like, hey, I know you want to speak to the father and the but hey, let's walk and talk for a bit. It's like, I'm gonna have to pull this guy to the side and be like, nah, right, Scott, hey, I say it's a no, but you take the final decision. I'm saying no. This guy's shaking in his boot. Like, it's like, we should be able to vet people. But this is this communal standard that we have. And all of this dating podcast starts from just that. I think that we can create a better dating environment if we have this communal standard in this communal setting set.
I do too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe we'll have a, orthodox dating app. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but just so people have more options all over the country.
Well, just know that they already have like orthodox dating on Facebook, which I'm already a member of. And then when I put myself out there, I was like, hey, I'm Marte. I'm this years old, and this is what I like to do. I'm currently going to school for such and such. I'm a pro athlete, and I'm a debater. There was like the loudest crickets, right? And then I got like 2 DMs from women. One was in California. One was in like Wyoming or Michigan or something like that. Both conversations were like, you can tell that like they were responding like every other day. And this is, maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I think was happening. And tell me if I'm wrong, Scott and Zinga. But it's because, as soon as I respond to these other dudes, because I have to vet people because I have all these choices, then I'll hit Marte up. Oh, hey. And it's always like, well, hey, I couldn't get to your message in time. Been real busy. Yeah, cool. And then that was it. Or something else. And I'm like,
I think it's because it's Facebook, and Facebook has an older demographic. So if there's females on Facebook, they're probably like Gen Xers or really old millennials who already have stuff going on. So they're not really checking it like that. So that's probably it. That's
they don't
probably
have to turn their notifications on.
Yeah, that's probably what that is.
And I was like, and same thing. And it was like, she was 26 and the other one was like a little older. But I was like, well, I'm noticing this on dating apps too. The same thing's happening. But I'm just like, maybe it's this paradox of choice that's happening. And if you think about the parishes, like if there's one single woman at my parish versus like, there's like 30 of us dudes here that are marriageable age or whatever. It's like, yeah, you have to think that if this is like that at parishes, it's probably going to mirror this online as well too.
Well, I just think that there would be more. Like if I was 26 and at a parish and everyone was autistic, all the guys were autistic, and then I go on orthodox dating, whatever, and then I say, oh, there's Marte, or I don't know how to say his name, it's Marty, whatever. Like, and I'm from California and he's from wherever. Personally, I haven't been in the church, the true church, but I've been devout Christian since I was 14. I would be willing to do a long distance relationship because everyone else in my church is autistic or weird or whatever.
Yeah, I see that a lot. There are a lot of these guys. They're just, and when you say autistic, what I think you mean to say is like, if I can like boil this down to the audience, like really awkward men that could probably be really intelligent, but they copy and paste a lot of the rhetoric that they get from online, either watching J-Dart arguments or anything else.
You're thinking too hard. You're thinking like a man. I'm thinking like a chick. If he comes to me and he says, "Hi, I'm Matthew. You single?" No. That's an autist to me.
That's crazy.
But if you say, "Hey, I'm Marte," I'm like, "Oh, I see you're very fit. What do you do?" I'm a Oh, cool. I like fish. I like cheese. I don't know.
Damn,
a normal conversation.
I enjoy consuming foodstuffs so that I do not starve.
I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm just saying, like, if you have a normal conversation, and it's like, oh, this guy's normal and he's devout, I'd be like, yo, I got to give this a chance. That's how I think. That's how I thought as well. That's how I thought.
So Scott, when you talked about the friend zone, that actually hit a note with me, and I'm like, that was like the most accurate. Like, I didn't think about that. But Scott said something that was so stupid simple, like it hit me, and you were like, yeah, I think in that situation you're a friend zone, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is within the Orthodox Church. But I can see this happening a lot. I see the friend zone thing happening with a lot of females. And here's the thing, though. If I'm talking to an Orthodox woman, I don't need friends that are females. I don't have females that are friends, actually, too. So if I'm talking to a woman, it's because I want to look for a wife, and they know this. But I think in the back of their mind, they're just like, I either think I have more time, even though I don't, or I have more options, or, hey, you know what? I'm fine being single for the rest of my life. So those are the three distinct people that I always run into. But I did want to run over the rest of my reels, though, real quick, because we're kind of running late on time.
We'll be quiet. We promise. We'll mute ourselves.
That's fine. All right, let's go.
And the main reason I'm choosing to be child free is because I love to leave. I'm gonna leave that party. I'm gonna leave the job. I'm gonna leave that man. I'm gonna leave the city. I love to leave. I hate feeling like I'm stuck to a person, a place, or a thing. I love waking up and changing my mind. I love cutting people off. What happens when you have a baby and you decide you don't really vibe with the baby like that? You can't cut the baby off. You're stuck in that predicament, and I don't like that. Like, that's just way too permanent for me. I love to leave. I'm gonna leave.
For some women, their only goal and aspiration in life is to be a man's wife and to be a mother. Like, some women only goals in life is just to be with a man or get a man to be under. And I think that is the saddest shit. I've never heard any man, I don't give a fuck what kind of man he is. Motherfuckers talk about golden retrievers. I've never heard a man say that his only aspiration was to be with a woman. Only women do you find whole life goal is to just be with a man and be up under a man. Like, they don't got no individual, like, you ain't got no individuality, no goals, no, you never been interested in anything else. They spend their whole life trying to shrink themselves and change their whole life and change where they live at and change where they go to school at and drop out of school, and they forget all about their interests and their talents, all for the sake of being with a man. But I swear to you, I've never seen a man or heard a man changing his entire life and doing all that for a woman.
Just to interject, I'm doing that right now. I'm going to school and changing my whole life so that way I can support a woman and be her protector and provider.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, you know, bad weave dream catcher chick with the New York City hoodie that she doesn't live in. Shut up. No one cares what you think.
Yeah, I know. This one says men built castles as a symbol of love in 1890s. In 2025, men are afraid women might take advantage of them for a free coffee.
Septum piercing, opinion discarded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. All right, here we go.
You think you have kids?
I'm not having kids.
What you mean you're not having kids?
I'm not having kids.
That's what you was born here to do.
No, I'm not.
Why would you not want to have kids?
Why would I?
I'm asking you.
I want to have kids. I don't see any benefit.
For giving somebody life?
Damn.
You have a kid and your life becomes about the kid. I want my life to be about me.
Oh, you selfish.
That's okay.
Children are becoming a threat to the society because when a woman no longer chooses marriage, being a wife, or selfless motherhood as the purpose of a life, instead she's focusing on herself, putting herself first, you are becoming a threat to the very system that's oppressing you. Because patriarchy and capitalism has been benefiting so much from women's sacrifice, silence, and suffering. And all of a sudden, you're not playing their games. So who's gonna give birth to more cheap laborers to keep the rich richer? How dare you? And also, a child-free woman is going to put up with a lot less bullshit than women with kids does. Imagine this, you're a working mom, your boss treats you like shit, there ain't no much benefits for you, but you can't leave because you got babies to feed. Now compare that to child-free women. She can look in the manager's eyes and say F you and leave today because she ain't got nobody to take care of except for herself. A child-free woman is a woke woman, and she's not controllable or governable, and they don't like that.
The irony
When
of
I
the
say
irony,
I don't.
the irony of what Ping was saying there is that the only reason that she's in the West where she could learn these like strategies and adopt this worldview is because her parents used her as an anchor baby.
Damn. Savage.
I realized when I came to this country that women don't have it so good in China. They use them like cattle. Here I am important. Here I can say the manager, F you.
Okay. I don't need you to then tell me, oh, well, you just ain't meet the right one. You just ain't meet the right one yet. I don't want to be married. I don't care if I met the right one. I don't want to marry him. We have to stop trying to tell other people what they want for their lives. That's just like if somebody says they don't want no kids, and then here come the uterus police like, oh, you know, you don't want some kids eventually. No, bitch, I don't want no kids. It's really that simple. When people tell you what they want for their lives, respect it. It's really that simple. Just respect what they want for their lives without trying to convince them of what you want for your life and that they should want that too. You get what I'm saying? Because I feel like that's what it is. It's like when you talking to people, they got kids, they married, whatever, they're putting their beliefs onto you and what they want their lives onto you, and they can't fathom that somebody can be okay with not wanting kids or not wanting to be married. Trust me, it's okay.
She's just driving away from the cookout and she's all triggered because all the grandmas were like, honey, we're worried about you.
Well, the crazy thing is she said, even if I married the right person and he's perfect, why would I get married to him? That like blew my mind. That was crazy.
This is stupid.
Wrist tattoos, dude. She made for the streets.
I was like, what the
She's
hell?
not marriage material herself. That's what it is.
She's not marriage material. Nobody
No
wants
one's
to
ever
be with her.
asked her. No one's ever gotten close.
True.
One of the things that I love about being child free is here it is, a random Wednesday. I'm all packed and I'm getting ready to walk through the airport looking like somebody's rich wife. And I'm going to the south of France, baby. I'm flying into Nice and I'm going to Monaco and I'm meeting another girlfriend that is child free. And we're just out here living our best lives, you guys. These little Bottega glasses, these frames, eats. This little, I got this coat from Zara, like it's faux fur, but baby, it's still making me look rich.
What is she wearing?
She's going deer hunting in eastern North Carolina.
That's crazy. She got the camo swimsuit on. That's crazy.
I look like someone's rich wife. And then she goes, and I'm like, wait, what? She's got camo.
She got a camo bodysuit on. That's crazy.
Why do you want to look like someone's rich wife and you're not marriage material and you're boasting of how you're not marriage material?
Yeah, it's contradictory that you want to look like a wife, but you're not a wife.
I'm sorry.
Or don't
dude,
want to
like,
be a wife.
I'm sorry. If you look like RuPaul, you don't get to pretend you're someone's rich wife.
Yeah, that's crazy. You guys are savage tonight. That's crazy.
She's got a hairpiece on and she's like, look how slick it is.
Yeah.
Look at my wigger hair.
She got like 15 traffic kids on her head.
This hair was
You got the
stolen
Cat
from
Williams
the blacks
lineup.
of China.
That's crazy.
It's like she got to
Okay.
crawl through the bush and shoot a deer with her hair.
And little Versace tote bag. You know, all the essentials. And while I'm out there, I might
Why
do
is it so
a little
big?
shopping, you know, because I only spend my money on me. It's great.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free ass work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things. And when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, like it gives me the ick because of what the fuck? Like what do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, like I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
That's
Marte, did they realize that the dates back in the day were super simple? It was like, hey Martha, would you like to go on a picnic? Hey Martha, would you like to go on a boat ride with me where we literally row with our own arms? Hey Martha, would you like to go get a soda pop? Like they think that all along men were just paying for super expensive dates. Like that's not what was happening. Women were getting the bare minimum by teenage boys who said, you know what, I'm going to commit my life to you and work in the coal mine and I'm going to provide for you and you just bear my children, make my house a home and we can live life together and be buried next to each other. That's what happened back then. I don't know. It's, what is it called? Presentism. These women have presentism where they think that men have always just been paying for expensive dinners and like I don't need you to pay for my expensive dinner anymore. Like you think a girl couldn't back in the day get soda pop money from her father? That's not the point. The point is that he's showing you that he's working a little bit or he's at least doing his chores at home. He can give you what you need. And do we have stuff in common? And can we build a life together? That's what dating is, you dumb Mei-Ling.
Yeah, she just didn't care about that. That's crazy. Like, I don't care if we were like, if me and my future wife were on a date, like we'll split like a $3 sundae. Like, that's okay. I don't care about cheap dates as long as I can talk to you. And here's the thing though, is like if you're weathering storms together and you're broke, like at the end of the day, like let's say 3 years of a storm of a marriage, right? I'm pretty sure it's not going to last long and Christ is going to bless us at some point to where I come out on top and it's going to be a victory overcoming a story to where there's glory at the end of this, where I can inspire other people. It's going to happen, but I don't know.
It ain't going to happen if you marry Mei-Ling.
No, it's definitely not happening.
She mean, dude. She mean. Stay away
Isn't
from
it
Mei-Ling.
wild that for the first time in history, women don't need to marry men and have babies in order to secure finances, housing, social standing, safety, and instead we're choosing men based on their personalities, accountability, emotional intelligence, empathy, and willingness to share parenting responsibilities. And we're all single and there's a declining birth rate.
That's crazy.
We need to unnormalize giving birth.
Yeah, I agree. Crazy.
Because that shit is not normal. First of all, only half of the human population are even capable of doing such a thing. They're obsessed with the gender who has the capabilities. They're obsessed with the mechanisms, if you know what I mean. And they're obsessed with the control of it. That's the reason for the laws. That's the reason for the religious stories. That's the reason for the name change during marriage. That's the reason why they always want to be near and inside it. Y'all, I can go on about this for days. But giving birth is not normal. It is not a normal thing. And they always try to make us feel like everyone does it. Everyone except for you.
She said having a baby is not normal for women.
That's like those conversations your friends have in like high school or college when they're super high and they think they're being profound, and you record it for them so that when they're sober you can play it back to them and just laugh in their face.
Yeah, I can't believe she said having children is not normal for women. That was her whole spiel. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Baby, you look amazing. And coming from a 37-year-old child-free woman, I agree.
The patriarchy raises women to idealize this concept of a family. And when you're idealizing that, you're assuming that your husband is going to be a supportive partner. You're assuming he's not going to cheat on you. You're assuming he's going to come home after work and spend time with your family. You're assuming he's going to help you with the children. You're assuming he's not going to call you names and yell at you. You're assuming he's not going to wake you up in the middle of the night to use your body to fulfill his own needs. You're assuming he's going to care for you and your heart and your soul and your body and your mind and your time and your dreams. You're assuming all of these things that just aren't the case in so many relationships. And women are taught that when you ask a man for more than he is giving, then you are a bad woman because your needs are just too much for him. You are a burden to this man. And instead of setting yourself free, instead of this man breaking up with you because he can't keep up with you, you stay. You lower your standards and you stay. And who does it benefit every single time? It never ever benefits women to settle for a man. It always benefits the man.
She's
Marte,
crazy.
This is crazy because, like, you know, you have the passions, the sin that comes up, and women think all of this stuff. But you're supposed to go, you know what? That was just my feelings, or I was hormonal, or whatever. You got to like be able to parse through. You have to have some maturity. Now, that being said, like, the man plays his role and you play your role. And if the man's playing his role and you play your role, and he rolls over in the middle of the night and he goes, hey, and you go, you've been playing your role and I like it. Hey. It's just like, hey. It's
She's
fun.
crazy. She's just delusional.
It's like he's going to use you for your body. It's like if you had a better attitude and a better perspective, it would just be fun.
She's a walking black pill. She's just gonna black pill more people, and it's just gonna be bad.
Don't date Asians who peroxide blonde their hair. That's your warning.
The other thing too, and I say this last thing, and I'll hush, I promise. But what they're doing is they're playing on what women think. It's I guess you can call it the passions and sin, whatever. And we have these hormonal thoughts or whatever, and we go, he should have helped us with this, and he should have done this. Da, 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 da. It happens to me all the time where Scott should have done X, Y, Z. And I go, you know what? But Scott works hard. Scott works he gets up at 6 and he comes in at 8 o'clock. He's working hard. He shouldn't have to rinse out his whatever. Like, that's stupid. And you have to be rational. But what these women do, and I don't know if it's like a deep state thing or NGOs or whatever, but they play on what goes through a woman's head all throughout the day. And it's not necessarily fair to the husband. It's not fair to the dad. But they legitimize what the woman thinks through the day. And then stupid women and women who don't want to serve God and don't want to be righteous, they go, she's right because I literally thought that today. That must mean that what I was thinking was correct. And then it snowballs into a divorce. And women have to be strong enough to know that person's playing on my emotions, and that person is playing on when I had a weak moment or when I had a weak thought or a hormonal moment or whatever. And that's how we get propagandized into what we've been doing in feminism.
True. I agree.
My unpopular, controversial opinion is that I do not think women have to be open to love. I really don't think so. Because please look at the dating market and look at the current situation, okay? What are the genuine, tangible benefits of a woman dating a man? Like, what is it? And I've asked this question before and I've received responses like, oh, you have someone to come home to. You know, these are valid. Like, I get it. Yeah. It must be nice to... I don't know. I don't think it's even nice. Like, I always think, oh, would I like it if I come home and there's a man? And the answer is no. Like his things in my house. Oh, sharing a bathroom, no. And then also like you have a man to like listen to your problems. I journal, I vlog, I film. I don't even need someone to listen to my problems. Why should I be open to it? And this is the advice that's always told me. You should be open. Why? Why?
I just watched a video from a guy. He goes, "Why do women promote singleness so much? My life always gets better when I'm in a relationship with a woman." Yeah, I'm sure it does. Let me use one example to break this down. Men sleep better when there's a woman in their bed. Women sleep better with a dog. That's a genuine study. You can look that up. But it applies to the larger sense. Women promote singleness so much because our lives genuinely get better when we are single. And I say that fully in a relationship. 6 years with a man who actually does make my life better. But do I tell girls to get into a relationship because men will make their life better? No. Women's lives get better when they're single. That's why women tell other women to be single.
For your TikTok for you, baby.
She said, I'm in a relationship, but I'm going to tell you guys not to get in a relationship.
Right. Come here, baby. Let me record your TikTok.
Don't
say your feminist stuff.
Yeah, don't trust dysgenics. Too many gums.
We're made for men, literally made for men to be their helpmate. Not to mention, I don't sleep well when Scott's not there. I don't.
Dude, she fusses at me. I'll be like trying to go and like have a nice walk or something. I'll be like, okay, she's asleep now. I'll just go have some me time and like listen to a podcast and read my book. And she'll be like, I can't sleep without you. You got to come back.
Where you at? It's cold.
Where are you at?
My feet are cold.
I'm in the restroom right now. I'm like 2 feet over.
I'm in the bathroom. Like, hurry up.
Let me finish my business, woman.
Yeah, let me finish my business.
As a child-free woman, I would say the most common question that I get is, who's going to take care of you when you get older? And I know I'm not alone on that. I know plenty of other child-free people hear that non-fucking stop. But I'll tell you something. I recently started volunteering with hospice patients, and that question of who's going to take care of you when you get older is completely irrelevant, whether you have children or not, because plenty of these patients have children. That's the video.
So you want to pawn off your parents to somebody else who could just be there for a paycheck and not love them? That's crazy.
She saw that sitcom, Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23, and turned it into her whole personality.
Yeah.
I don't know that sitcom, but I know that she's like, let me go figure out how I can die peacefully. I'll just have strangers take care of me. Other children are allowing that. We're not going to do that to our parents as much as we can.
She's already had like facial surgery and done Botox. Like,
Romantic love is the biggest propaganda that's ever been sold to women. As humans, we all crave deep intimacy and connections. It's just how society pushes the different narratives to men and women is very toxic and dangerous. From a very young age, boys and girls are fed two completely different scripts. For girls, the script is about being loved, picked, chosen, and for boys, it's about becoming who you are and conquering the world. And society starts brainwashing women from a very young age. Just look at Disney princess. Except for Mulan, which Disney princess truly has agency? All the princesses are beautiful, delicate, they're waiting to be loved, picked, chosen, and they're supposed to live a happily ever after with the prince. But has anyone questioned what does happily ever after actually look like? No one tells girls the happily ever after includes physical damage of childbirth, the invisible labor, the mental load. All of that got romanticized and glossed over. Isn't that a super dangerous message to the young girls? And now look at the scripts handed to boys. They're taught from the start to build their own identity. The stories made for boys never ever centered on love. Instead, it's about becoming who you are and achieving something. Like Spider-Man, Star Wars, Dragon Balls. The stories are all about personal growth. So the underlying logic for men is, I will become myself first, the relationship, family, kids, whatever comes after. They're like trophies rewarded to me. That's why men always put themselves first, because that's what they've been taught since childbirth. Women, on the other hand, they are handed the script of passive waiting. I've seen too many women sacrifice themselves in relationships because no one tells girls putting ourselves first isn't selfish.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I mean, do you want a man that's not working on himself? I had a conversation this week, or maybe last week, Marte, I think you would appreciate. I was telling this woman that, like, you need to learn to cook. Well, I do recipes, but it's just hard. And I said, well, don't you expect the man to come with some skill set, learning how to earn money, protect? Maybe you want him to be a little bit strong. Maybe you want him to learn how to lead if he's not like a natural leader. Like, yeah, I said, you should come with some skill sets too. Oh yeah, let me make my such and such recipe for you while we're dating, darling. So he knows you know how to cook. And and she was like, that's such a good point. I was like, yeah, you should at least be able to follow a recipe. And then as you continue cooking, you'll do your own recipes. And she's talking about how men have to learn how to achieve. It's all about them. Men don't learn to achieve just for them. Even if a man, like someone as selfish, I think, as like the Tate brothers, they still do it. And they're like, yeah, I've enriched this guy and that guy, like all these people in my employment, like businessmen and stuff. Like even Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, they've enriched other people and other families and changed people's lives. So it's like men don't do things, like men can do things selfishly, but for the most part, they're like business owners in 2020. They were like, oh man, I've got all these people in my employment and I know so-and-so is a single mom and so-and-so has a sick dad. Like, I can't just close down my business. They were thinking about all of those people. That's male leadership. And she's thinking like the man is thinking like she would, which is selfish. What can I get out of this? What meals can I get? What purses can I get? What alimony can I get? Women need to stop doing that. And what's crazy to me is these little videos, they propagandize the hell out of young women and they eat it up with a spoon because they don't just step back and think for a second. Does that actually make sense? Is that actually legitimate? It's crazy to me how easily that kind of stuff works.
Plus, I can't stand that sort of like fast talking midwittery where they're like, I read a couple of articles on Facebook and I actually have just enough intelligence to quickly regurgitate it to you and make it sound authoritative. For instance, I've noticed that boys like to watch movies like Transformers, and this is a movie about a boy who betters himself in order to gain the woman's esteem. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, shut up. Like, you are not as smart as you're trying to portray, and the only people who are impressed by this are women who are so dumb they probably shouldn't be on the internet in the first place because they're going to get radicalized by idiots like you.
And they're legitimizing men when they say women are dumb. Because you go, I think, most women, they can't be that dumb. And they're all falling for it, though. And then you go, well, shut up, Andrew Tate.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you a whole lot. And so this has been a very informative discussion, and I think we have some solutions as well, too. I think I got some clarification on some things on my end, too, which was really good. So now we have some closing statements that I'd like to hear. So Ms. Harris, or Mrs. Harris, if you could give some advice or a nugget of information to everybody else out there through this whole podcast. Once again, I appreciate all of you guys for being on the panel. This has been good. I had fun, but also this has been pretty long. Like, let's be real. This has been probably one of the longest podcasts I've had, but I just want to get to the point, and I want to hear some feedback from you guys as far as like any nuggets of information, because obviously outcome orientated over here. You guys got the marriage, there's a nuclear family and children. You guys are goals to me, to be honest with you and the Wilsons. Any last parting words of advice from Mrs. Harris, and then Mr. Harris?
I'm so sorry we're so long-winded. I want to blame Scott.
Oh, you're fine. I'm long-winded too. Yeah.
Scott is long-winded. It's not me. Okay. Parting thoughts. The only thing, if I could leave anyone with anything, if you're a follower of Jesus Christ and you're suffering in whatever capacity, you're married, you're single, you're dating, God is trying to get you to him, and he's trying to make you more like him. So nihilism is not an option. The only thing that's an option is to keep praying, to keep serving God, to keep serving his people, and to do what you're supposed to do. He's trying to get you more like him. So whether you find a woman or a man at the end of the day is not the goal. It is to get to God, to get to be more like Jesus Christ. And if the man or the woman comes, then the goal is the same, is to become more like Jesus Christ and to get closer to God. And so if you're not a Christian, especially an Orthodox Christian, because it is the fullness of the faith, then you're just suffering for no reason. And if you're not, And if you're suffering for no reason, I would say go to liturgy. Come and see. Check out Jay Dyer, Alex Soren, Cleveland Antiquity. There's a lot of Orthodox priests who make content that will explain the faith to you, and will explain what suffering is supposed to do to the human. A lot of people make suffering, it makes them nihilistic. It black pills them, and it makes them hopeless. But it doesn't have to be hopeless. It's all meant to get you to Jesus, because the suffering makes you need him. And so I don't know what to tell you in your specific situation, in your dating situation. The only thing I can tell you is, if you're Christian, keep praying and become more like Jesus. And if you're secular, pray, go to liturgy, and become more like Jesus.
All right, final nuggets. First off, it's real. I mean, you got us here for 5 hours, and we had a lot of fun. I laughed so hard I was crying a couple of times. You telling me about the blind stories, man. That
pretty
is
embarrassing,
so funny,
but I
dude.
had to be honest. But
That is like a stand-up bit, dude. Anyway, so like I said, prescriptions, right? Things that I can say that are positive for people. I'm really honored by the fact that people even look up to us as something to aspire to. I think that's really wonderful. But it's funny from my point of view, because I would not think that. And this is what I think can be encouraging, is neither Z and I were part of the true faith when we met each other. Neither one of us was in any kind of state of completeness or sanctification. We were just doing the best we could, muddling through our life. What made everything work was the fact that we had a similar goal, which was how to get closer to Jesus, and we were willing to do literally anything to achieve that once we realized what the truth was. And that meant just embracing the suck, embracing suffering, and just carrying the weight, carrying the cross of our lives. And as a result of that suffering, we were rewarded in a sense with more peace, a little bit more prosperity. We had each other, we had our children, but it's still really hard. And so that's what I would tell people, is that if you're going to embrace this life, just realize that when you're single and you're lonely and the world seems like it's against you, that's one cross that you have to bear. But then if you choose fatherhood and you choose to be a husband, it's a whole different cross, and it's a lot heavier. It's very hard. But what makes it worthwhile is knowing how meaningful it is, and knowing how wonderful the people in your life are. You know, like my girls make me a better man, you know, even though they're just little toddlers. Just their existence makes me better. And so there's all kinds of wonderful things that can come with it. Just realize that no matter what path you choose, whether it's to be like monastically, ascetically single, and just, you know, I don't know, MGTOW your way to heaven, however that works, or if it's to, you know, embrace like a traditional family life like I did, either way you do it, it's going to be a war. From day one till the last day, when you take your last breath, it's going to be a nonstop battle. And so you just have to embrace the suck and just try to embrace it with humility, and understand that you're not strong enough to carry it on your own. You need Christ, and to try and find people to help you. You know, don't try to do everything alone. And that's what the Western world wants. It wants you all atomized and individualistic and broken, because if you collectivize, you can rise up and be like, yo, this system really sucks. Let's do something else. We can actually make our lives better and not have to suck. You know, this we don't have to do it this way. And so that's what they want you to do. They want you to feel hopeless. They want you to feel nihilistic. They want you to feel defeated. They want you to doom scroll and watch these reels over and over and over again until you're like, man, there ain't nothing out there but 304s that are going to suck my soul. It's not true, guys. There's actually more Zyngas out there than you think, but you're not talking to them. You're not looking for them. You're not preparing yourself for them. You've gotten used to speaking in a vernacular of dating in this Western world, where the women are either totally depraved and they've made you depraved by proxy, or you have assumed that the good women are going to be these sort of chaste, weird angels that won't ever interact with us. That's not true either. They're just as imperfect as you. They just are trying. And once you have that discernment, once you kind of let go of the Western way of thinking, the Western mode of thinking, and you just embrace God's way, and you pray, and you fervently pray, and you say, like, I will do whatever it has to do to prepare myself, like the way Marte is right now. Send me a wife. I would like to be a husband. I'd like to be a father. And you pray that prayer persistently, and you continue to do the things and to humble yourself. God will either answer that prayer because it's what's needed for your salvation, or he'll tell you no. But you have to ask. And that's what I did. I asked. I said, I'm like, Lord, like, either send me a wife because I think I'm ready, or use me for something else, and I just won't get married at all. 2 weeks later, I had a ping on my profile, and it was her. So God does answer prayers, but you have to do your part.
Damn, that was very profound. I was not expecting such a gold nugget. That was good, Scott. And then seeing it too with the, with the based rhetoric, based conversation. This was such a base discussion that needed to be had, because I don't think that the orthodoxy angle and then all the secular nihilism that we have to deal with, and then how adjacent this could be towards nihilism and then people giving up. I think that this had to be a fully fleshed out discussion, which is what I wanted to have. Henceforth, that's why I wanted to bring up the screenshots of like, this is actually what the dating market looks like on these sites. This is the responses I got. My tell about the blind pill and stuff. Actually, I was really leaning into that. And then not to mention that, but me dealing with nightmares of being burped as a toddler with women that rejected me at bars, all this other stuff. Like, I really had to like double down on some of the history that I've had to come with leading up to this, which brought me to this discussion, and I actually approached Zing and I said, hey, we got to do a podcast sometime. We're going to talk about this. And then lo and behold, chat, if you guys are still listening, I ran into Scott, super based. And I'm like, you know what? We're going to definitely have a podcast about this, because like I said, if you look to the left of the screen, there's me. That's like the before picture of like a weight loss thing. Well, it's like we're gaining on the right side. Well, that's the outcome that I look forward to leaning into and receiving. But yes, Scott, there's a couple takeaways I'll give from your closing statements. That's the one thing I need to do is I haven't really prayed like I needed to about a wife. That's something I'm going to start leaning into and asking. I can't just work. I have to actually put the faith with the work. So I think that's something I need to start doing. I've dropped the ball on that, so I'll start working on that. As far as Zinga, like, she gives this perception about reality that what we are dealing with, that you have to move towards theosis. And that's what Zinga was talking about, if I can still man your position. Basically, in a nutshell, whether or not you have a wife or not, you have to start moving towards theosis. And I think that's extremely important. And I don't think you can be a husband without this. But also, Christ has to be at the forefront of everything. You can't put a wife before Christ. You have to put Christ before everything else. I put Christ before myself. I think this is imperative and extremely important. Hopefully, I've summed this up in a nutshell. But yes, beautiful stream. I appreciate both of you showing up. And I'm extremely humbled by your base patriarchal marriage with kids in tow to be showing up on my platform. You guys have graced me with your presence, and I feel thoroughly blessed. And hopefully the audience got something from this, because I definitely, to be honest with you, I needed your insight and your input, because I wouldn't want to get input from a secularist, from somebody else that's in my position. I think there had to be a contrast, and you both provided that contrast for me tonight, so I can bounce these ideas off of, and then also get your input so the audience can feed off of this conversation, maybe have their own ideas and have discussions that emanate from this on their own podcasts or conversations from themselves as well.
Yes, we love you, Marte, and we pray for you every night.
Same thing. I pray for the babies. I pray for the babies, and then I pray for you guys in that order, to be honest with you. Yeah, I pray for the babies, and then I pray for you. But this is the thing, though, is like, we have a tight-knit community, and I want to end this on saying, if you guys need anything, just hit me up, man. Like, I'm Uncle Marte as far as you guys are concerned. Like, you guys are family to me, so it's like, you guys need something, just hit Uncle Marte up. Your girls,
don't make me cry.
They got the protector, man. I'll beat somebody's ass about your kids, for real. Like, that's what I would do. Yeah.
We love you, man.
Yeah, I love you too, brother. Many years to you, and
many years.
Yep. This was good, because Z was reminding me of something you said to me the last time we talked, where I was saying I had a heart for Gen Z, and I really wish I could do more for them, but I didn't really feel like I could. But conversations like this, if I could do more of them, where somebody actually listens, maybe I can help someone out. That'd be great.
Yeah, because there could be somebody on the fence at home that's indecisive, and you're a very decisive person, you can make a man decisive. The way that you talk and your vernacular, the way that you present your points, very concise, very decisive, not like this wishy-washy attitude that comes from you. You know what you want. You're a man of your word, from what I gather. And not to mention this, but the integrity and the standard that you set forth on this podcast that you're even uttering is reminiscent of days of old, that men that we need to pattern ourselves after. That's what you emulate. And to me, I think that you're moving towards theosis by that, by acknowledging, hey, I was a heathen. I was a heathen back in the day too. By acknowledging this, people can then see the humility in your stance and acknowledge this and adapt this and map this onto their own persona and say, you know what? I want what Scott has. You know, or somebody might say, I want what Zynga has. And to me, I think that's the goal. And in matter of fact, not just that, I want what Christ has. I want what Christ emulates. And I want to be more like Christ. I want to be meek to the nth degree, but I also want to be fierce to the nth degree. And to me, that's what masculinity is. Not your Andrew Tates of the dating market, not, you know, getting made backs and big houses and all that. Like, we can live in a shack as long as we're happy together. That kind of marriage. You know, or we're happy, regardless of what. We'll ride down whatever storm we got coming at us. We'll face it together, because at the end of the day, in the afterlife, I got buried with your crown, so that way I can give it to you in the afterlife. So, yeah.
Amen to that.
Amen, brother.
All right, guys. It's been real. Love you guys. Christ is God, by the way. I just said his name.
Christ is God.
Christ is God. I'll talk to you guys later, and we are out. You guys stay blessed. Peace out. Yep. All right, guys. That was a pretty good podcast. Success, man. I liked it. So I have like the Byzantine flag behind me, but this is what's behind that. I have my icons, my skulls, my candles, all that stuff. Anyways, Christ is God, and I will talk to you guys later as I cross myself through. Wait, hold on. Gotta do it right. 3 times for the God, Son, and Holy Ghost. Anyways, you guys be good. Many years to all of you. Hopefully you guys got something. Oh, it says against Marte Raylis. That's from my last debate, where the title is, where my name is. Of course, I'm against anything degenerate. Can't even talk right. It's getting late. But yeah, you guys, average redhead 8742. You have a good one as well too. I will talk to you guys later. That's a stand-up couple right there. A married couple. That's what we should all be striving to, man. That's why I had to have them on, man. They're based. Super based, man. I'd take a bullet for Scott and Zynga, man. I'll tell you that right now. Real people. Real based. But anyways, that's the end of the stream, man. Hopefully you guys had fun and maybe learned something, because had to go through this conversation to flesh it out. Sometimes it takes 5 hours to do this, but got it done. It was good. It needed to be done. So, and this wasn't just for content. I wanted to come out with some material that can not only help me, but maybe somebody else too. So, love you guys too, man. What's up, Scott? Good to see you too, man. But I wanted to come out with something out here that's not just debates. There are people out here suffering. Maybe I'm kind of one of them to some degree. Like, let's be totally transparent and vulnerable out here. I don't want anything or anybody. And I'm not telling guys to jump at the first thing. And I'm also telling them not to wait forever. One thing Scott said was to pray. Something I need to work on myself. Need to ask Christ, hey, work on me so that way I can follow you better. And if a wife happens, it happens, man. But anyways, you guys be good. Christ is God, and I will see you guys soon. Take care.